What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Landing, where we have got our first of our qualification matchups for NASL Season 3. We got Last Call taking on Era's Kitten Club. One will be moving on right away. The other will have to head down to the lower bracket to fight for that shot. My name is Gordo. I am joined by Brickbat on the stream to kick things off today. Brickbat, how are you doing on this Sunday afternoon?
I am super duper excited to see the series. I think this is the kind of like the clash of titans from liftoff that I think I've been wanting to see. I think both of these teams have been looking fantastic coming into landing, and I want to see what these teams are capable of, and I want to see kind of which team proves themselves right here, right now as an NASL caliber team. I think that everyone's been kind of hyping up Borg, especially. People have been hyping up Soren as well. And I want to see what these players can do today against each other on the court.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in the exact same boat. Definitely going to be some turnover in the league this upcoming split. We already knew that with one team down, those teams' players moving on around, we would have at least one new team. Now we're pretty much guaranteed at least two, as Last Call and Era's Kitten Club have both defeated their NASL qualification counterparts, Jakara Chatting and Orbits, now facing off against one another in the losers bracket. One of them going to be eliminated from NASL contention entirely and will drop down to NASA. We got a couple of new teams coming in for the next split, so already starting to get really excited here for Season 3, and the first of our new teams about to be crowned right here, right now.
Yeah, and briefly, while we are watching an NSL qualification match, I do want to talk about the North American Strikers Academy. I mean, even last season, it was a little bit competitive, especially at the top with Party Rockers, PPL, PLX, and all that. But now it's looking especially brutal as we saw kind of the crazy run that Five Kais did yesterday. We have teams like Core Requiem, which looked especially good as well. As, Gemini seems to be back in form and able to hold it down against all odds all the time. And then we'll also see, Orbits or Chikara Chatting dropping down into the North American Strikers Academy, where even though they weren't like a huge force in the North American Strikers League, at one point that team was winning a ton of tournaments. That team was looking really good. That team was bringing a lot of the teams that we will still see in the North American Strikers League to set fives and all of that. So having that force in the North American Strikers Academy as well is going to be pretty crazy. But I'm gonna stop talking about that for now, as I do want to talk about, I think, the sort of a matchup to watch here, I think, is Fresh versus Soren. I think I talk a lot about that in the CCL of how Soren is kind of the superstar of his team, with him, Itihan, and Min Mouse, which he had played in a season of NASA with as well. Unfortunately, they didn't have a super great performance. I believe they went like 2-8, something around there. But in NXCD and Katsuna, I think that Soren's found an entirely new stride as well, with having a lot of forward pressure from this new forward duo and able to kind of play a lot of this aggressive style that he's been kind of used to doing. The Aimi pickups, the Rasmus pickups, things that kind of daze the opponent or damage them or kind of cross them up a lot. I think that's something that that Soren really, really shines at. Where on the other hand, you kind of have like a different style of Rasmus in Frightfully Fresh. You see a lot of really different secondary usage, I think, from that Rasmus of how he handles dealing with brawlers. And I think that's really, really interesting to watch, especially because I think that Aimi's a potential target ban in this series, but we'll see what happens. I'm expecting a Rasmus mirror at some point in this series, and I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I think that's very, very likely. And I think all across, Last Call got to cast a little bit of them yesterday. They're a team that's really willing to bring some more non-traditional items to the field there. The Kazan, a big pick for Borg that everybody's going to be talking about. He's one of the only people playing it right now, and he's very, very skilled at it. Just ended up coming out ahead in the prior matchup, playing it up against Chikara Chatting, coming up huge in that matchup, in that 2-0 win for the squad. And yeah, we've gotten to see a lot of the Finny goalie as well coming through from Hook Resets. They've been piloting it quite a fair bit alongside some of these kind of double damage dealer compositions. So some really interesting stuff coming out of that squad. Really interesting to see how a team like Era's Kitten Club is going to respond to that, where my understanding is that they play a little bit more traditionally. They're going to go for some of the more straightforward, era comps and stuff like that.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. I think that, I'm super excited to see what Borg's going to pull out. I'm assuming that we're basically going to see him on the Kazan every single game that isn't banned away from him this series. He's been doing a lot with it. It's a pick that, at this point, with the rework and what what the character is capable of, how people are limit testing the character. He's one of the very few players that seems to be fully grasping the potential of this new Kazan, and he looks so good on it. Against Bozo Bunch yesterday, where to the point where I think that might be the target ban, even though hooked resets has been historically the target of things like the era ban. Now that we know that he's able to pull out the Vice, he's able to pull out things like even like the Jakar, it's not as important to ban out that era against him as it is potentially getting something taken away from Borg like that Kazan. And even if you do though, it's still a little bit hard. Borg is still, of course, one of the best Centauros, if not the best Centauro in the entire region. So definitely interested to see what kind of lesser of two evils EKC bans out against this team.
Yeah, that is going to really be a big decision point for them is what do you want to take off the board? You have a really strong prediction about what the ban up against EKC is going to be from last call. That's a question for me usually as well. You know, the Octavia one that keeps on coming up, if you've got an Octavia player anywhere on the board, then people generally feel pretty obligated to ban that one out. But apart from that, it feels like it's really open, and there's lots of different selections that teams have been going for. Yeah,
absolutely. And we could even see something. I actually have very little idea of what Last Call is looking to ban against EKC. I was expecting something like, my guess would be something like that. Aimee get something where Soren's playing a bit more defensively, is not able to help his team and all of that stuff. But I could also see something like a Luna ban, Katsuna's kind of a big character, or even something like the Zentaro where Borg plays that Kazan, and NXCD is probably, I would say, in contention for the best Centauro in the region. If he's not the first, he's probably the second, so we'll see. And look at that, actually. Wow, I'm feeling pretty good. It looks like that Aimee is getting banned away from that Soren, forcing him on a more defensive pick, forcing him on something either like the Kai or the Rasmus or something like that, to potentially kind of shake Soren off his game, because I think Soren, when he's feeling good, when he has that momentum, is probably going to be the superior goalie in this series. But if you make him stagger his mental a little bit going into this series, I think that you'll put yourself in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely, as going to be on to Atlas's lab for game number 1, Frightfully Fresh, hovering that Finny that we've seen a lot, and it's looking like it's going to be that Zentaro Vice Finny composition that we've gotten to see from them just yesterday in Liftoff. So going to very likely be a similar composition coming on across here. From the other side, Air's Kitten Club looks to be hovering something pretty comparable here. I mean, no Finny for them, but still going to be that Era plus double brawler kind of setup.
Yeah, and this is a really cool Zentaro matchup. I think this is the matchup of the game. I mean, we're basically seeing Zentaro's number 1 and 2 duke it out. Of course, who's Zentaro 1 and 2 will probably be figured out in just a little bit, but as we are getting into this game, I'm excited to see what they're able to pull out. Wow. It's already NXCD, a kill off rip.
Yeah, NXCD going to be able to find that one very early on. Now going to have that numbers advantage set up for the squad. Borg still trying to catch back up, but that's the very early special available for the Zentaro as a result of the KO. Soren coming out at that level 2 as well. A very important early spike to try to sneak out an early goal if they can get it. So far, Frightfully Fresh been very good on the defense, but they're still pushing for it. Katsuna coming in with the Bewitching Beam. Borg pulled away by the Death Touch. Gets passed up to NXCD, but it's going to get knocked away. Soren going to be able to find the KO on a Borg, and they'll turn that into the goal. Era's Kitten Club drawing first blood.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention as well to this team player start. We see Katsuna and Soren picking up, where it's only Fresh picking it up on the side of Last Call, and I think that there's a lot of plays that can be done with this Awakening that, as of right now, I don't think that Last Call simply has access to. Basically, you're able to get like a red core immediately, which I think is such a huge advantage for passing plays and core control, especially before people have that power to consistently get red cores themselves. That I think that sets up EKC for significant advantage here in the early game.
Yeah, they're going to throw on down. That's a great cast of the Supernova. Going to stagger Katsuna, but NXCD finds a kill of their own on the other side and turns it into a goal. Empty goal arc. Easy score for EKC. And Era's Kitten Club moves up to 2-0.
Yeah, and already we see Fresh, the first goalie casualty of the match. I think in a match where there's just a lot of damage flying around, a lot of things that goalies need to be wary about, having the Pauldrons on the Rasmus to make you that much tankier is going to be a really big difference in this series, especially as we're going to get even more damage ramped up as more cooldowns go out, especially with the assistance of this newly reinvigorated Siphoning Wand as well.
Yeah, huge stuff there on that Siphoning Wand. It's been so powerful on these kinds of damage dealer compositions, and NXZD finds himself another KO here, having a great first round onto the Zentaro, outpacing Borg on one of his signature brawlers there, and NXZD going to be able to take that into a third goal here, just win it out in the one-on-one up against Frightfully Fresh.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it earlier, but despite that Amy ban, it looks like Soren is getting, able to play that aggressive playstyle. I mean, he ended that point in the midfield, and when that's happening, EKC is going to be the dominant team in this matchup. But getting the draft here, already a perfect form on NXZD's Centauro right off the rip. That's going to be so hard for Last Call to come back from, especially with the twin drive being taken by Frightfully Fresh's Finny. I mean, it's definitely Finny's best in slot, and a good way to get back into the game, that extra damage amp to make up for the perfect form. But with that peak performance pickup from Borg, I think he's not feeling too great. He wasn't able to cash out on draft per se, and NXZD is going to be feasting, especially, again, more cooldowns means more Siphoning Wand procs, means way more damage. Oh, and it does look like, right now, it does look like Soren able to play that aggressive play style, able to get a goal for his team despite NXZD's early departure on the game. But despite that, I think that Last Call could probably eke their way back here, depending on I think how Fresh and Hook resets are able to put damage downfield and potentially kind of make up for that perfect form lack on Borg right now.
Yeah, definitely. Hook resets coming on back into the goal arc here, and had a fine KO over on that last round. Now looking to keep the pressure onto NXZD, but rockets it backwards off the Supernova. Not what you're looking for, and going to get the own barrier there. NXZD going to find the second, loses their life in the process. A power play opportunity here for Last Call. They're going to pass it back up from Borg. There's going to be the death touch from Soren into the Oni's Blade, looking to push it forward, but Borg going to be able to move it back away. Katsuna now incredibly low and Frightfully Fresh, looking to finish off the job. Does keep them low, keep them knocked aside, keep them out of the play with the triple take, and finally Borg will find the KO. But NXZD looking to finish the job. Core flip forced out, but will be enough to keep them on the offensive. Now going to be Hook resets pulled back away. NXZD looking for the shot, the big finish, going to be able to pull it back away. NXZD wants to find the score, wants to keep the streak going, and he's going to take it. The Finny's just not mobile enough, runs out of resources, and will end up giving up the goal.
Team player, baby. That's what it was. Pauldron's Glass Cannon team player, a single strike, able to make a red core, and yeah, like you mentioned, a Finny just does not have the mobility without those cooldowns to just influence the core when it's going that fast.
Yeah, definitely just running out of chances to make anything happen there, and NXZD continues to just be an absolute menace, buffed up by this era consistently and just finding those barriers time after time. Open goal found once again, and nearly going to be able to take the full sweep. KO'd, though. All of the members of Last Call come and collapse in on the Kittens to be able to get themselves the numbers advantage. Soren's still good on the defense. Will give up their second barrier. A scoring opportunity here for Last Call. Hook resets, trying to knock it forward. Borg coming in on the bottom side. They have not yet let it away, and the power cord will be enough to push it through. Last Call stop the streak.
Yeah, and that's going to be such an important goal for the side of Last Call. Just getting that momentum back, but also kind of proving that you can work past this perfect form, especially if Borg is able to get that experience, get those levels. There's still things on the table like that Super Surge, like the 1-2 punch, things that could hopefully equalize the damage gain between these two. And, I also want to talk about this Vice versus Era matchup. I mean, even though Era is capable of doing damage herself, especially with a specialized training pickup, which I think is actually somewhat detrimental to the character, you have a Vice, and they have an Era. There's still going to be a way to make up for the damage in the midfield line that I think that Last Call is definitely taking a lot of advantage of. But as of right now, it's still EKC's game.
Absolutely, they are fully in control here and one goal away from getting themselves to set point, and now going to be knocking on away. Looking for that goal. Oh, nearly rocketed in from across the map there, but Frightfully Fresh going to be able to keep up on the defense, knocking it back over to Hook Resets, but NXCD will not let it pass. Finally getting it on through there, but Katsuna's cleared it out once again, and one more slash finds its way in. 2-0 in sets here for Ares Kicking Club.
Yeah, and NXCD with that scoring intent, basically scoring 1v2, that looked really good. And if I'm the side of EKC, I'm feeling really confident. I mean, especially if I'm NXCD, I'm bodying right now. I would say one of the best. What people have said is historically the best Centauro in the region. Obviously has that Kazan, but it was banned away, so it doesn't matter for this game. And I think that's really good going to this draft. Again, Borg gets denied. It looks like it's the Finny that has to pick up the Super Surge simply so that NXCD doesn't have it. And yeah, Borg is kind of trying to feast on the scraps essentially left by on draft, not even able to deny the Monumentalist for Katsuna. So if you just look at the difference in the builds here, I mean, it's just looking so rough for Last Call right now.
Yeah, Gromella talked about this a lot yesterday as a good option if you're stuck really late in the draft to be able to go for the sparks and hope that you're at least able to get some value later on if somebody has to deny a spark, or if at least you can get more value later on as somebody who's already behind. But that's going to require keeping this game going for more sets, and at the rate things are going, last chance or last call, not going to be able to find too many opportunities to do that here. And yeah, really rough look for the whole series if NXCD is able to outperform Borg on his own Centauro like this. They are going to be able to find the KO. Borg fighting back up against Katsuna now, looking for the goal here on the power play. Juggling to themselves, passed it up to Hook Resets. A beautiful score for Borg and Hook Resets.
Yeah, and that's something that you're going to need if you're Last Call. I think an important thing of note as well is that heavy impacts on Hook Resets. A lot of the cooldown refresh, but especially the fact that with every impact on Vice or every ability on Vice being an impact, it's just a flat 15% damage buff. And that's going to mean a huge difference, a world of difference, especially as already we see NXCD staggered with no dodge and off the map.
And the misdirection kill off the top, really good for Frightfully Fresh, does cost them a barrier while they take the time to go and do that. See if they're going to be able to score here off the power play. Nice stun comes on across from Hook Resets, forces out the evasive, but Soren's still able to keep up the defense. Borg knocking away Katsuna, but here comes NXCD back alive and looking for the score. Borg with an opportunity to take a shot here, going to get knocked away. Soren going to be able to defend, but is going to lose their midfielder. Hook Resets with a chance to score, doesn't find it, but there's going to be the double KO. There's going to be the flip from Frightfully Fresh, and this is an easy goal for the goalie of Last Call.
Yeah, and there it is. I mean, essentially all the cooldowns that Hook Resets is able to put out, the prime time, even though it does less damage, the reverberation, plus the heavy impacts. I mean, look at all these abilities that Hook Resets is basically able to send out pretty constantly. And even though Borg and NXCD are basically just trading blows, it's going to be the world of difference, I think, especially, you know, Era right now does not have a lot of damage outside of like the Monumentalist and the specialized trading. And even then, I mean, it's just so much easier for a Vice to put down damage downfield.
Yeah, starting to come a little bit alive here in this third set. Last Call now going to end up with at least one KO. Hook Resets staggered as well. May have cursed him a little bit there. Nice stop off the big finish, but it's all about buying time at this point. 3 seconds to go until Borg is back up. They actually snag out a barrier while they're at it, but there's going to be the second one. NXCD looking for the score. Can't quite find it. Going to get KO'd for their troubles. And now Hook Resets looking for pressure up towards this second barrier.
Yeah, and it's looking really, really good right now for the side of Last Call, actually. I think right now, Hook Resets has a really great trading page. I mean, the extra stagger from Reverberation is what kept him alive for that last play.
Yeah, and that makes all of the difference here. As there's going to be another KO found on towards Fresh. Now going to have to come back on up. Fresh trying to keep up on the defense, but NXCD gonna push it through. 2-1 in set number 3.
Yeah, just as I say that, Caster's Curse strikes, a nice little training, specialized trading Monumentalist. The Monumentalist and the size making up for a little bit of that extra knockback that specialized training does, which is why the NATO is actually a little bit weak, why specialized training is weak on Era. The extra knockback that specialized training gives actually gives people enough time to evade out of a tornado if they're trapped in it, but the Monumentalist is making up for that a little bit, making it so that it's just they're getting hit more. The bigger size means that the specialized training doesn't mean as much, and therefore that's why Katsuna and Hook Resets are able to, or Katsuna's able to get away with that on Hook Resets.
Oh, and the weaknesses of the Finny goalie becoming incredibly apparent in this matchup. There you saw Frightfully Fresh forced to use the core flip just because they have no other tools to get towards it. Snuck past them, big catch on the big finish, but it doesn't matter as it gets rocketed back into the corner, and Frightfully Fresh cannot close the distance in time. 2-2, 1 goal away from AEKC going up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, and the reverse sweep seems to be really denied right now, but anything could go either way here in this last point, and already it's off to a good start as NXCD is currently just eating so many cooldowns right now.
Definitely is. Borg trying to distract Soren up on the top side. Going to find himself a KO and a power play. Moving forward with hook resets. The synergy between these forwards has been what's been crucial for the scores of last call so far. Knocked back away by Soren, though, buying enough time for the respawn of NXZD. Hook resets, goes in for the flip, passes it back up to Borg. Borg not able to get control for long enough to be able to take down the goal barrier. Hook resets, clearing it back out once again. Borg going to be taking control on the bottom side. Soren going to be able to hook it back with the death touch. Hook resets, keeping up the pressure on the top side as NXCD ends up staggered due to the one-on-one with Frightfully Fresh, and there's going to be the KO found by Borg. A power play now, once again for last call, trying to fight their way back into game number 1. Hook resets, channels the Supernova, buys the space. Borg takes the shot, Soren able to block once again, but the pass back up to Hook resets is not quite enough. Coming on around the barrier here again is Frightfully Fresh keeping up the defense, and Borg puts it in the bottom corner and keeps last call's game 1 alive.
That was an insane play from Fresh, just showing the sheer prowess on the Finny goal. I have not seen a Finny goalie defend a barrier that hard, like ever. That was crazy, and it looks like Fresh is going to be rewarded for it. Probably has a cast to last deny or can deny that fight or flight. Both are very good on air. It looks like he's going to opt into that cast to last. And finally, Borg finds himself on top of NXZD in the draft, but honestly, not sure what he's going to pick up. Does end up going for the aerials. Of course, at this point with Super Surge off the table, you just want to take any dash increase that you can, but as of right now, that fight or flight is also going to be pretty big on hook resets, even though it's not extra damage, like something you can get from the build different. Of course, build different, only a 5% increase, not that much. The extra mobility is going to help you match that area in the midfield, especially, like I said, the team player start is crazy, and already, just as I say it, I see it go off.
That was nearly a disaster off the Supernova. Frightfully Fresh with another close save, a third close save as NXCD tries to put it in, and Borg is able to take him out. Soren snagging it back away off the back of the death touch as Borg keeps the pressure onto the bottom side, stunned up by hook resets and that Thunderstruck. Going to be able to take one barrier as they both reset here, coming back into midfield. A full 3-on-3 goal open still for last call.
Yeah, that was such a crazy good back pass from Borg, recognizing what NXCD wanted to do and make it so that NXCD just has no cooldowns. And with that, he was basically free to dump his cooldowns into the enemy forward duo. And look at that. I mean, there's such a stagger advantage. NXCD is just struggling to find any purchase in this game.
That's exactly what's going on here. And now trying to find a way to be able to reprise what he showed in those first 2 sets, but continuously getting KO'd here. As Borg already at full level 10. Down to the level 9, has made the full comeback here and getting a lot of good plays here out of the Zentaro thus far as they're brawling up against each other once again. That's a nice channel of the Supernova, though. Gonna knock away both of the forwards. There's gonna be the flip coming out across NXCD, able to intercept, but gonna end up staggered for their troubles as hook resets, knocks it back up towards Borg, now taking a 2-pronged approach in towards the bottom side. Soren still clearing it out, still has that core flip available, so many resources, and eventually Katsuna able to just put it where Frightfully Fresh can't get it.
Yeah, and again, the Finny, not super mobile, not able to respond to that in time, but unfortunately, too, I mean, you can put all the damage you want in NXCD, but if he's able to survive and you have to dedicate another round of cooldowns towards knocking him out, you're going to be severely disadvantaged coming into the power play. So if that happens, though, that's going to be a different story. If you just, do one single cooldown rotation, get him off the map, you're able to have your cooldowns for the scoring opportunity like Hook Resets does right now, has the power cord, has the secondary from Vice as well. You're going to get both bully barriers just like we saw right there.
And that's what just keeps on happening. NXCD trying to get themselves back in and active, but constantly just left off the map. Are going to lose out on one barrier there for their troubles, but still plenty of space to play with. As knocked aside is Borg. NXCD still keeping up the pressure, getting some time alive, and able to turn that into both barriers and trying to turn it all the way into the score. Katsuna sitting at midfield, looking there to buff him up. There's going to be the core flip from Borg, going in for the shot, interrupted by NXCD. He does save it with the Oni's Blade. Frightfully Fresh now in a dangerous position. You do not want to have that thrown somewhere where you can't move over in time. Borg going to be able to get it past the midfielders. Soren's still there on the defense, though. Thunderstruck not enough, and into the top corner, Katsuna finds the score.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we saw the reverse sweep momentum coming in. Things looked good for last call, but as soon as it happened, it looks to be snuffed out by the side of EKC. I mean, one big pickup, I think, actually, that's doing a lot of work is that Stagger Swagger on Era. Normally when you get this late into the game, right, that fourth draft and, you know, a Vice that's picking up damage cooldowns pretty much every single time, I think that the Stagger Swagger won't mean too much. It simply just doesn't give you enough raw resources to kind of regen through it, but as I say that, I mean, yeah, Katsuna's going through the ringer right now, but we'll see what comes of it.
And the team play really coming together here from last call as we get later and later into game number 1. Loved that setup between Fresh and Hook resets to get a shot on the barrier, and they're going to turn that into goal in the long run. 1-2 now, still 1 goal away from a win for Era's Kitten Club.
Yeah, and if there is a team in this bracket that can pull out this sort of under pressure reverse sweep, it's going to be last call. These guys have really good momentum. They have really good team dynamic. They really know how to keep calm under pressure, especially, I mean, Hook Resets and Borg are absolutely like veterans of the scene at this point. They've been around the block forever, but I think it's possible, but we'll have to see coming into, as they are on the defensive right now.
Yeah, completely agree. NXCD, though, so low, knocked aside by the black hole. And now at risk of losing out once again here due to the power play. Borg taking back control, has the flip available. Good damage onto Hook Resets, knocked aside. Thunderstruck up towards the top. Hook Resets there for the follow-up as the barrier goes down. Katsuna nearly going to be KO'd off the side, but Soren going to be able to block it away. Frightfully Fresh moves it back over. Borg going in for the slashing strike, saved by Soren once again. So NXCD just distracting over on the other side, but not able to get anybody low enough for the KO. There's that second barrier. Goal open now for both teams, but the aggression is too good, and the whiplash from Soren will knock it back into the goal. Great positioning from Borg. Hook Resets gets the goal credit.
Yeah, and that was such a critical win with that power chord as well, and maybe, as I say, the momentum didn't look like it was gone, but they just brought it back like it was nothing. So last call, I think, is feeling confident going into this last point here, especially because despite that Stagger Swagger on the Era, despite it all, I mean, they're about to lose both of their barriers here.
Barrier, no, looking for the goal. That's it. Era's Kitten Club take it 3-2, 3-1, and we'll go up 1-0 in this series.
Well, sometimes EKC just kills the dreams. Hey, you know what? That's what you got to do. Liftoff and landing are where dreams go to die. And, sometimes you got to take the dreams of your enemy teams and put them in the dirt. And that's what EKC did here on that 20-minute Atlas Lab game. And, I mean, they're going right back into it immediately. Holy crap. And look at those damage numbers, by the way. 39k from NXCD, 33k from the Borg. We definitely see that training difference, but as well overcoming the midfielder damage difference. I mean, 31k from Hook Resets versus the 22 from Katsuna, which I think we saw a lot of those creating problems for EKC in that game. A lot of times where Katsuna and NXCD were just staggered with no dodge and being sent off the map in a few seconds. But sometimes you're able to pull it out. You're able to just win immediately before the damage even gets to stack up, and that's exactly what happened. And just like that, all of a sudden we're transported to game 2.
Yeah, going on to Night Market here, fully rage mode now, requeuing instantly after the loss there. Both squads looking to run it back. Clearly gotta, if your last call, feel like you have the capacity to be able to turn around and show a little bit more similarity to what you showed towards the back end of the series versus the front end of game number 1. Going in for a different composition now. It looks like it's going to be the Julie for Borg.
Yeah, and I think I heard, Julie's an interesting pick for Borg. This was a character that, in the times of, release and beta, he was known for, right? Kaz the Tooth, rest his soul, once said that there's 2 ways to play Julie, Bells mode and Borg mode, with Borg mode being just focusing entirely on KOs, making sure that you always have a man advantage and getting those plays, even if you don't have the cooldowns yourself to dash punch it in. But already we see, whoa, a Chrono Boost start in an Octavia. Last call really didn't want to let this through, so I'm surprised to see that they actually just let it through.
Yeah, I mean, Chrono Boost Octavia going to be played here. Clearly last call decided that it's not worthwhile picking up for themselves. They're going in for, again, this kind of era Julie setup, the old classics, as you might call it. Katsuna coming on in here with the Kai for the backup here. Going to be able to find both barriers pretty quickly on. The Shrink comes on across. Good damage, good KO found by Borg on the bottom corner. Flying Phoenix Dash Punch combo. Going to be able to take that Octavia out of the play. Now, will they be able to turn it into the second barrier? They do manage to secure it for themselves. Katsuna, though, with the breakaway, looking for the goal. Will find it. Katsuna outruns Frightfully Fresh.
Yeah, and this is the play that I'm expecting from EKC. I mean, just massive mechanical plays. The side of Last Call looked so good. The passing plays were amazing to get it through Soren, put him in a no-win situation, but it doesn't even matter because Katsuna was there. He won the 1v1 against Fresh where it mattered and was able to pull out a clutch play, and that's the kind of thing I expect from EKC. I mean, just crazy amounts of mechanical plays, getting clutch, being cool under pressure, and that's what led him to that point.
Absolutely here, and now going to be off to an early faint lead once again. Era's Kitten Club showing up big time in the most important match that they've perhaps ever played, trying to get themselves an NASL Season 3. Hook resets, going in for the flip back on over the side, going to try to find a score for themselves. Borg already staggered, though, knocked away, and creating a de facto power play here for the side of the Kittens. They move forward. NXCD back into that flow state, taking a fair bit of damage all around. Borg back to the party now with a higher HP total. Misses the dash punch, but still keeping that Octavia pinned in the corner. Knocked aside and staggered. Hook resets, going in for the shot on the bottom side. Nearly puts it in with the Bewitching Beam, but Soren's still able to keep up on the defense. Passed up to Borg on the top side. As Katsuna trying to move it back on over towards the barrier, but it just gets away from him, and Soren can't get to the bottom corner in time. It's a goal for Borg.
And honestly, just continuing the narrative of that, of what I was mentioning last point, I mean, if you're not winning mechanically against Last Call as EKC, you're just gonna lose. This team has really good team dynamics. They will find the hole in the defensives if you open it up. And so if you are EKC, you just have to be the ones playing better. And if that's not gonna happen, you're just gonna lose goals immediately.
Gotta play better, gotta win more. Katsuna going to be able to take a barrier up on the top side. 1 barrier to 1 now, but Katsuna going to lose it for that. They are taken off the side on the top, and now opened up goal power play for the side of Last Call, looking to put it in once again. Frightfully Fresh snags it back, pushes it back over towards Hook resets. Hook resets can't get it away from NXCD, just sitting here, stacking up the flow state, buying time for Katsuna to rejoin, and Katsuna is now here. Power play over Borg in the one-on-one, not able to get towards the core. There's the shot coming off the reset for Fresh. Can't quite get it off the ricochet.
Yeah, and we saw that crazy ricochet. Even though it was defended, it did cost Soren his flip, and that sets Borg up for a good position. Unfortunately, the stagger means that he will be going out, but that night market terrain is being played so well by the side of Fresh. I mean, look at that. Another kind of like passive shot onto the net, just using that terrain alone.
Yeah, another nice placement on the pendulum swing from Fresh. Goes in for another shot, passed over towards Borg. Death touch back away. Soren very clean on this defense, but can't get it past the follow-up dash punch. 2-1 Borg, finding another point for Last Call.
Yeah, and that was, again, super good, super well played, super good team dynamics, just passing it to Borg. Borg immediately recognizing what Hook Resets wants to do and following up with a dash punch, giving Soren just no chance of coming back. And so, like, again, if EKC are the ones winning those midfield engagements and strike wars, we're going to see a really, really competitive game. But this is a potential for a blowout. If Hook Resets is the one starting to win all of the engagements, then things won't be looking good.
Yeah, maybe a little caster curse there, nearly getting past Fresh, but Fresh able to keep up on the defense. Both brawlers find themselves staggered now, if that's even what you want to call NXCD, who's knocking aside Borg once again, just keeping on up the pressure here. Octavia with that Sonic Boom, still able to buy a little bit of space. The flip comes on through. Hook resets, able to stuff it. Very nice positioning there on the strike, but NXCD not done with the base drop. Moves on in and pushes it forward. We're at 2-2 in set 1.
I'll say it, NXDD made Borg and Fresh look goofy. That was an insane outplay right there, knowing that Borg was looking for the dash punch, knowing that Borg was looking for the kill, knowing, also reading at the same time what Fresh wanted to do, and reading past that and getting that goal, basically 1v2. I think that was a phenomenal play from NXDD. Really,
Really good stuff here as pushing forward again. just looking to follow up on what they just found. NXCD loses their entire stagger bar. Not quite staggered yet, but definitely at risk as Borg taking control here, trying to move on up towards the top. Got to be careful not to get KO'd in their own right. Snagged back. There's the core flip. Looking for a little cheese kill there. Soren not going to end up with it. It takes Borg off the map. They're going to be a trade 1-for-1, 2-on-2 on the map now. It's Frightfully Fresh trying to take it back with the Death Touch. Katsuna still able to move it on forward. Gonna get slowed up by that pendulum swing, and Hook resets now, just trying to clear it back out. NXCD and Borg, they return to the fray.
Yeah, and I think if you're trading brawlers like you are, trading scores like you are right now, I think that vastly favors the side of EKC. I think that Kai is a character that can kind of do it all. He can midfield, he can score with things like the Barrage and the Giga as well, and Era's just not capable of doing the same thing as much. So if you are trading an Octavia for a Julia, I think EKC is favored in that matchup.
Yeah, oh, nearly sneaking in another score there. Katsuna keeps on going for the shots, but Frightfully Fresh able to remain on the defensive. They do not want to go down a set here, not when they've fought so hard for it already and are already down a match. Hook resets, fires the Bewitching Beam across the rest of the squad. There's the Flame Flurry to try to clear it back out, but NXCD able to send it towards Fresh. A shot into the bottom, the Death Touch for the save. Frightfully Fresh keeps it safe once again as the double core flip comes on across. Borg now with it in his hands, but gets stolen away by NXCD. Soren moving now, keeping some time on towards the goal barrier, but Frightfully Fresh now back on the defensive, can't get it past NXCD. Set 1 goes to Era's Kitten Club.
Like, and it definitely came down the wire there. Fresh was playing so well, being so hard to get through. He's not making really any huge blunders, and it's up to EKC to basically force the blunders from Frightfully Fresh, what they're able to do. And because of that, they're going to be rewarded for that. I mean, this hot shot, even though not super great on Rasmus forward, on Rasmus goalie is going to make a world of difference, having those extra cooldowns. Also because you always want to hit the core with your primary as Rasmus goalie. Of course, you want to hit the enemy score as well to make sure that they're getting hit stunned and can't send it right back to you. But having that up over and over again, especially to deny the dash punch from Borg, because that hit stun can interrupt the dash punch, I think that's going to be so important coming into these future sets.
Yeah, definitely here. And Soren going in for that hot shot just to keep up the clear is going to be super, super valuable coming in towards these later engagements. So much damage already found its way on towards Borg. Got to keep an eye on what else is getting drafted as the scaling comes on through, but there's going to be a nice little KO found there on towards the Rasmus. Borg going to turn that into a second barrier. Very nice stuff here from the last call brawler. He moves on over towards Hook resets. Hook just looking to get the beam set up, keeping the Flutterflies active, and moving on forward. Frightfully Fresh going to be able to send on out of that Hook. Can't find it on towards anybody. Hook now moving forward and getting that Bewitching Beam on across, or the Magical Maelstrom rather. There's the Flame Flurry from Borg trying to push it into the goal, but Katsuna able to clear it back out. NXCD now not going to be able to get it. Borg going to try to go for the goal again. Soren still able to keep up that defense onto the bottom side, trying to find an angle for that dash punch combo, but NXCD still in their way. Throws down the beat drop and will be able to clear it back out. Katsuna now finds a barrier, going into the shot off of the Giga Blast, and the ricochets between the terrain and the goal will eventually put it in.
Yeah, and that was just such an unfortunate strike from Hook resets. He was there at the right place at the right time, just didn't flick his mouse fast enough, and it's going to ricochet right back into his own goal. And I think that's super unfortunate, and I think that's the type of thing that even you know, if you are last call, able to stay cool under pressure, able to play, I think that's going to be in your head a little bit, especially for Hook resets themselves. So if there's a time to kind of bring yourself back into reality, now is the time, being kind of backs pressed against the wall, down on your second set where you already lost the first.
Their shot being lined up by Katsuna, going to get blocked away by Fresh. Borg now with an opportunity to try to find some barriers, but Soren able to clear it out again. Katsuna coming on in, going to throw on out that Magical Maelstrom. Hook resets. Gets at least one barrier for it, but now finds himself with NXCD over on the other side. Borg going to get staggered by the base drop. Katsuna and NXCD advance towards that top barrier, dribbling to themselves, keeping up the flow state. Borg taken low, looking to try to interrupt what this Octavia can do. I do think that is still going to be a dropped-off flow state, but NXCD still going in for the shots, cleared on towards the bottom. Katsuna goes in, and Katsuna finds it again. Frightfully Fresh. The Whiplash is just too slow. It's 2-0 for Era's Kitten Club.
Yeah, and even though Last Call was in the situation in the last game, I think the tone is definitely a little bit different. I don't know. I wouldn't say there's no signs of life per se from the side of Last Call, but just doesn't look like they have the same fire. We see more and more blunders coming out from Hook Resets and Frightfully Fresh that I think are costing them in these situations. And honestly, against an Octavia, which is that team's by far and away most detested matchup to play, I think you just can't be feeling good.
Ooh, nice goal, though, found by Hook Resets. Hook Resets does that all on their own, really, as they find multiple barriers, set up a beautiful Maelstrom, go in for the flip and put it where Soren can't find it. Going to break that streak. We talk about interrupting that momentum and how important that is, especially in a position like this. That's going to be crucial for Last Call to try to find some game in this round number 2.
Yeah, you know what? They just want to prove me wrong. As soon as I said it, Hook Resets basically makes a clutch flip goal, which I think is going to be obviously important, but it looks like Katsuna's looking to repeat it, but not able to do that as Frightfully Fresh is defending it away very nicely.
It is clutch time for the veterans here, Rick Bad. If they want to prove that the veterancy means something, and that they're going to be able to qual here, at least on winner's side, they're going to have to start coming online right about now, or they're going to have to play impossibly tight later on, because Frightfully Fresh, not going to be able to get it once again, not going to be able to use the core flip to keep that barrier alive, but we'll still have it for the goal defense later, and Soren misses the pendulum swing, mistimes it, and another goal comes through for Borg.
Hey, don't worry. It's every game. Soren, Soren sometimes has to let one in. Soren obviously loves playing close to the sun, and sometimes he cinches himself, and that's okay. That's the Soren we know and love, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The King of Collegiate himself has won a league with those plays, and I wouldn't want him to get rid of his identity for the world.
Yeah, definitely, and still been paying off for them for the most part throughout this match, but an opportunity to take a set here now for Last Call, who we talked about the momentum still. Needs to try to get something back here. There's going to be the core flip. Comes back out from Soren. The stuff from Borg doesn't get it with the Fire Fist. And now Katsuna going to be able to move it down towards the bottom. Nice angle onto the barrier there from Borg. Will open up the goal and an opportunity to score here for Last Call. Cleared back out towards Soren. Soren trying to buy some time, moves it up towards the top, gets it into Katsuna's hands. NXZD taking it towards the bottom. Borg going to be reclaiming control with the Flame Flurry. Here comes the Maelstrom to push it forward. Soren clears towards the bottom, and NXZD is just the fastest on the map, can constantly be moving towards that core and get there first. Hook Resets now, has the flip available. There's going to be the ultimate wasted from NXZD. The flip comes on across, passed up towards Borg, but Soren gets to it first, and Soren will be able to keep it cleared out. Borg in a one-on-one opportunity. Here comes the Maelstrom. Here's a scoring chance, but NXZD saves it, goes elusive, and will keep on up. Now KO'd off the bottom. Borg with the shot, the core flip into the bottom corner, and it's 1-1 in sets. Last Call's not dead yet.
Yeah, and Hook Resets credits entirely for that point. An excellent Maelstrom, making NXCD blow his flip despite his stagger, losing that one defensive tool that he still had, allowing Borg to get basically an effortless KO and setting Borg up for that goal. So all props to him and his team, and he's going to reward his goalie for that, as Rasmus does get a little bit of size, which means he's all that harder to score on. The double size on Rasmus is going to be, I think, a really big difference in this matchup. Additionally, as well, the prime time on the Era, it looks like Katsuna opted in for the aerials instead. I think that the extra projectile and dash range is going to be very useful for getting to that core first, maintaining the core control dominance that Katsuna and NXCD has been doing the entire game. But on the other end, Borg, who has basically been feasting off the scraps of draft this entire series, is now being a little bit rewarded, as he does have a double spark of strength, which means a lot in Night Market especially, as that extra dash punch range is going to mean the difference.
Oh. Wow, great play there by NXCD on the bottom. Uses the beat drop to find the KO on the goalie and turns it into a point there. But yeah, exactly what you called out with the sparks, though. I think that's a great point. You know, picking up the scraps, getting the spark later on in that draft number 2 now pays off in draft number 3. Now hoping to keep on picking them up as time goes on.
Yeah, and I think going into these final sets, if Borg can get more sparks, get a little bit of power, that extra knockback simply on NXCD being able to KO him from full in some situations, I think that's going to make a huge difference if Fresh and hook resets that don't need to dedicate KOs to getting a man advantage. I think that's going to be such a big difference. Having that NATO, having the beam to go on Soren, which is, again, denying that size from Rasmus is going to be very, very important. Going to try to find cracks through Soren's armor, but going into it, I think that NXCD is still sitting a little bit pretty.
Absolutely, NXCD still so strong here. Great little beat there coming on through to be able to find that second barrier. Borg not able to push past Soren thanks to the core flip. Hook Resets has the flip of their own, but Borg is KO'd off the map. Hook Resets going to use the flip to buy some time. Katsuna able to knock it back away. Now going in aggressive for the goal. Another KO found by NXCD, and that's 2 in a row for the Octavia.
Yeah, and that's crazy. If the Octavia are finding KOs like that, I mean, that's the win con that last call wants. I mean, if that's happening, I mean, there's just nothing that the side of last call could do. But those, to be completely honest, are blunders. Those are mistakes that can be prevented. So if last call are able to make sure that doesn't happen again, they're still going to be fine.
That is definitely what they're on the lookout for here. 2-0 in this set number 3. Great positioning for Era's Kitten Club. Try to go back and run back a 3-1 win. Moved on forward. Katsuna knocked down a little bit low, but Borg takes a fair bit of damage there from that pendulum swing. Trying to find his way onto the barriers, but just taking so much harassment from across the board. The range of Era's Kitten Club is too much. Great snag by Fresh, going to prevent that top barrier from going down. The defense needs to be maintained for Hook Resets, and Fresh snuck past him by NXCD. That's both barriers down. Takes it in with the beat drop. Knock back away. A little bit of a blunder there on the special, but can they close it out anyway? Magical Maelstrom going to push them into the top corner. NXCD takes it back up towards Katsuna, goes in towards the bottom. Hook Resets, playing substitute goalie, can't get there in time. And it's 3-0 in set number 3. 2-1 in sets for Era's Kitten Club.
That was a valiant defense from the forwards in that, from Borg and Hook Resets, but it's just not going to mean anything. And oh no, that is quick strikes, twin drives, whatever NXCD wants. Get his pick of the litter, and that's probably, in my opinion, that might seal the deal for this game. Right now, NXCD looking so strong with the quick strikes, the chrono boost. It's going to be harder to kill him as well outright through stagger with that peak performance. But perfect form does fall down to Borg, which I think could mean a bit of a difference. Of course, I think Hook Resets trying to actually get his pick here, ends up going for the Super Surge, but I think any of those 3 picks would have been good for him. And actually, I want to talk about this Among Titans pick from Soren. Normally, you want as much size as possible from the Rasmus, but I guess he's opting in to play more of a supportive role. He feels confident that he'd win even without the size. I don't know if that decision is going to bite him in the ass very, very soon, losing out on that size advantage, which, again, Rasmus really wants, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, very possible here, as a KO is found onto the Kai. The extra size not helping him out too much there. They will be able to take an early barrier. Borg gets the double punch on across. There's the Magical Maelstrom to be able to find a second barrier. Last call trying to rally here in set number 4, trying to keep their upper bracket lives alive. Not end up coming on in through the loser's bracket. There's going to be the KO found for Borg, or onto Borg rather, for NXCD. And now turning it back into the aggression. There's the shot. Nice save from Hook Resets. Another one off of the Magical Maelstrom, but they're not out of the woods yet. Going in for the hook, going to be bouncing it off the bottom. NXCD takes a big trade from Borg, and they will be able to clear it back on out towards the right, as last call looking to try to turn this back around. NXCD staggered, zoned away by Borg, as Hook Resets goes in for the pass, trying to get it into the Juliet's hands, but no shot presents itself. There's going to be the Magical Maelstrom KO, found by Hook Resets, but frightfully Fresh. He can't get to it. He doesn't use the flip. He doesn't use anything. And another goal comes through for Era's Kitten Club.
And I don't even know what to say about it. That just looked rough. That looked like Fresh was not fully, in his game. It had that flip available, literally had the button that could potentially win his team the point, but it just wasn't pulled, and that's going to cost the side of Last Call dearly, as I think they might be falling even deeper into their own heads right now. We'll see.
Yeah, early KO on the board from NXCD. Definitely making it look that way again. They've had moments where they've been able to put it together, show the synergy, and be able to come out on top, but they're not happening frequently enough for last call to come back in this series, at least not yet. KO found by Frightfully Fresh into his own goal box. That's going to be a little bit of time without the Octavia on the board. They need to use this power play to regain some momentum. Knocked back down by Soren. That's going to be the core flip, no longer available. Pass back up from Borg as Hook resets, looking to find a barrier. Can't get the shots off, though. NXCD back on the map, throws down the flow state and the base drop just to buy some space to keep on playing. Moving forward, going to look for that barrier. They find it through the core flip, and Fresh has the flip available again for themselves, but that's an open goal for last call. NXCD, a sonic boom, nearly puts it in the top corner, and Katsuna not letting up that pressure. Gonna be taking it back up towards the top side, goes in for the core flip, gets stuffed back away by Hook resets. As Frightfully Fresh passes it down to Borg, who finds a KO of their own. Octavia off the map once again. Core flip for the bottom barrier, moving towards the top, gets that one as well. Knocking back up towards Hook resets, who's looking for the shot on towards the goal board. Gonna be passing it back up once again, but cleared out by Katsuna with the Giga Blast. Soren takes it back towards the bottom, and here comes the Ricochet. Hooks puts it in the top corner. Soren death touches it back into the goal.
Oh my god, that was a crazy point. That seemed like it could go either way. It looked like the sides, both teams were really struggling to just find any sort of core possession, with the core just simply going that fast. But we'll see how it comes out in the later rounds. I think winning a kind of round like that does feel really great, able to bring you out of kind of the depression spiral that can happen when things are looking hopeless. But as of right now, it looks like Katsuna's actually going to be getting a little bit of punishment dished out to him. But let's see if Borg and Hook resets can convert that into any power plays.
That's going to be the question here. Is clear out coming on through for the Magical Maelstrom once again. NXCD found their health bar quite a bit low. Bewitching Beam going to slow them down as well. Is getting the opportunities to get this Octavia off the map. That's where they've been able to find the most space to play. That's what gave them the point in that last round. They're going to be trying to replicate that here, but NXCD just hovering at midfield, not getting even a little bit close to those edges. It does not want to end up having to give up anything they don't have to. There's going to be the second barrier found. NXCD with a big shot opportunity blocked away by Hook resets. The help defense from last call will keep them standing, and Borg puts them in the dirt in the bottom corner. Will be able to save some time, but Katsuna now in a one-on-one, cleared back out by Frightfully Fresh, and back around towards the bottom. Borg finds the barrier, here's the flip, and here's the scoring chance. A last-second save before he goes into the goal arc will be keeping this round alive. But now it's not out of the woods yet. Borg looking for the shot. NXCD gonna throw down that sonic boom, but it's not enough. Borg gets it past Katsuna.
Yeah, and that was such a crazy defense from NXCD and Katsuna. There were points where it looked like it almost was going to be a reverse power play goal. Of course, Fresh able to keep it going, but had to burn his flip in the process, which I think does mean a lot. Even if you lose that goal, sets you up for success in a second point where you don't want to go to set 5 here as EKC.
Absolutely. Here's Hook resets, pushing it towards the bottom. That's a KO. Borg on a 4 KO streak now, takes out the Octavia again. Continues to buy some space for last call to try to play for this bottom barrier where all the focus is going to be. Katsuna and Hook resets, taking the exact same pattern 5 times in a row, but finally Katsuna able to move it past and be able to find the barrier on the top side, but Borg has got himself a KO once again.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Borg is making these crazy KOs, finding those KOs on XE for this power play, in a ping pong war, Kai will win.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes out ahead at some point or another, but that's now an open goal found. Borg KO'd off the bottom. NXZD utilizes that beat drop and makes the most of it, but Hook resets off of the Magical Maelstrom, takes him off and evens the odds. It's a 2-on-2 now, but Borg is coming up first. Borg now here, looking for the breakaway on the top side. Hook resets, ready to receive at the bottom. Pass back up from Fresh. Borg with a shooting opportunity, saved by Soren. There's the Bewitching Beam back in towards the goal. Borg trying to punch it up. Magical Maelstrom comes on across, doesn't find its way out to anybody as the pass back on down from Soren. Katsuna stays on the defense. Hook resets down towards Borg. Doesn't even need him. That's the goal, and that's a set number 5 in game 2.
Hook resets. A critical strike win against the pendulum swing from Soren. A perfect strike placement is rewarded with the cast to last. Borg as well has that spark that has to be denied away. You got to be feeling good. If your last call, again, the momentum is back, but it was back before. EKC crushed the dream last time. We'll see if that sort of thing can happen again. But I mean, if there is a team that will stop momentum in its tracks. It is EKC. Borg still getting 3 sparks, doesn't get the spark of agility like he wanted, which would have been a huge momentum difference. And Stagger Swagger going over to NXCD, a little bit of an importance, but that's not how he's been dying. He's been dying to dash punches off the edge, which are going to get more and more severe with this 3 spark Borg.
Man, it's the best he can do to try to stay alive, but I agree with you. It's going to be tough to make that work. Already sent incredibly low, relying on the Stagger Swagger to regen back up, and it does put them back into the action just a little bit sooner. There are some opportunities where this can still be valuable, but Borg going to be able to find that top barrier off of some back and forth from both sides. Going in for the bottom, Soren able to keep up the defense. Hook resets coming in for assistance from the midfield, passed on back down. Soren clears it back out again, and NXCD with a little bit of a breakaway, passes it up to Katsuna. The two of them working together, but cannot get past Fresh. Not even a single barrier gonna come up in their favor.
Yeah, and it's looking really good for the side, for both teams, honestly. Even though things are kind of being traded mostly even right now, only 1 goalie barrier down. Soren is feeling good. This is Soren right now where he can thrive or die, and right now it looks like he's in the zone. He's able to hold it down where it matters, and with NXCD picking up that KO, things are looking really good for EKC.
The EKC now with an opportunity to be able to put it in and get themselves off to a lead in this set number 5. They can close out the series with a win in this set. Meanwhile, Last Call still just trying to force that game number 3. As close of a series as we could hope for. KO found up on the top. NXCD now with a shot in the one-on-one. Fresh clears it back down. Hook resets, gets it. Going to go in for the core flip. Passes it over to Borg, who puts it in on towards that bottom barrier. Borg now looking for the score. Soren clears it back up towards the top. Hook resets, able to follow up. Passes it down to Borg in the bottom corner. Last Call with a lead in set number 5.
And these tight angle passes, I mean a pixel perfect pass. Able to get it past Katsuna right to Borg in an advantageous situation. Borg knowing exactly where to be. The discipline from this man is insane.
Another KO.
So cool under pressure, and yeah, Soren's down. Things are looking really, really good for the side of Last Call. Borg is on a rampage. Borg mode is here.
Borg taking down 2, but NXCD strikes back and gets Hook resets off the map. Now moving it on down towards Fresh, going to be able to find one of the barriers, looking for a second, but Borg is there for the backup, knocking him aside, going in for the core flip, knocks it back away, but NXCD will not lose control. 1 versus 3, keeping it in the face of Last Call. But finally, Borg able to move it on away. Magical Maelstrom able to help out with the clear. NXCD back looking for the top corner, but not able to find that barrier, and Borg knocks him aside again, pouring everything they can into keeping this Octavia at bay, and the flip could just be all it takes. Flip misses from Fresh though, and NXCD throws on the flow state, throws down the beast drop, knows this is their best chance, and they seize it 1-1.
And if you make one mistake, one misflip, one whiffed strike, EKC are hounds looking to pounce and take you out. They will go right for the throat, and that's what they did. If Last Call want to win this, they need to play perfect to get this secured.
Absolutely here, and now it's a best of 3. 3 more total points to find who will be either going to Game 3 or moving on into the North American Strikers League. The pressure is on for both teams. Fresh moving it down towards the bottom. Borg finds another KO. 4 in a row for Borg on Juliet is what is defining this last game. Borg moving forward, looking for another shot on towards the bottom, going to be passing it out, and Katsuna taking so much damage from repeated bewitching beams thrown into the goal by the core flip. Dash punch onto 2, so much space, but the core slips away, and a goal barrier is found. Now resets, moving up again, looking for again the barrier, but just cannot push it past Soren, and it's an advantage state for Ares Kitten Club. They open up the full goal, but they're going to lose their Octavia in the process. Borg looking for a little bit of anything on the right side.
Yeah, and we're going into overtime here. Things are so tense. I mean, Borg is just trying to desperately find anything. He does find 1, but I don't think it's going to be enough right now. You need a huge play. You need that. You need the power plays. You need the KOs, the massive, big plays, getting Soren off the map. You can't just get NXCD off the map and expect to win.
Cannot. Hook resets, going again, finds that bewitching beam, but NXCD one-on-one with Fresh comes out on top every time. It is series point for Ares Kitten Club.
There it is, EKC, the 1 whiffed core flip. It's just a repeat of the last point. They go right for the jugular. Last Call bleeding out, but we'll see. Will they be able to pull it back? It's a 1 final point, 1 point away from going to that that losers round that you just don't want to be in.
Not at all. Borg going to be able to find that bottom barrier. Soren, though, has been locked down on the defense when he only has one left. Fresh clears it back out again. It's in Borg's hands. Hook resets, passes it back on up. Katsuna going to be able to knock it away, trying to go for the clear. Borg keeping it in his face, but finally will be knocked away. A nice pendulum swing from Fresh will clear it back on over towards the right. NXCD throwing down the base drop, gets it out of 2, and the follow-up from Katsuna will keep it in there. Nice block of the magical Maelstrom. Hook resets as second goalie has been critical in this series, but they will end up losing a barrier one way or the other. Borg can't find the punch on anybody, but the Flying Flurry will get on towards that Octavia and off the map again. Well-placed death touch from Fresh. Buys the power play and gets the space. Katsuna shrunk on down. There's going to be the flip. Blocked away. Baits out the flip from Soren to buy the space.
Oh!
Knocked aside with 2, and there's the goal. We're going the full distance.
Oh my god, and you know what? Both teams have so much on the line. Both teams have made it through likely what is one of the most, the most brutal tournament in Omega Strikers history, and you are 1 point away from making it all mean something. Going into NASL with full force, and Hook resets with a moment of clarity basically, where every player is panicking, is going to be the difference.
Both qualling in from liftoff, both playing for it all. A spot in the Pro League. Hook resets, knocks it in with the Bewitching Beam. Open goals for both teams. Borg pushing forward with the Flame Flurry. All three try to put together the defense. Fresh goes in for the flip. Bewitching Beam doesn't connect. Bouncing back and forth as Borg goes in for the dash punch. Knocks it up towards the side. NXCD looking for a breakaway on towards the bottom. The defense comes on through as the pendulum swing is going to end up connecting. Katsuna passes it up to NXCD, who's looking for the one-on-one goals that have gotten them ahead so far. Flip from Borg, doesn't get the powerful shot, and Hook resets coming in towards the bottom, gonna go in for a core flip of their own. Borg looking for the defense, can't find it, and Soren clears it back on out. The rebound will not find its way on towards anybody. The pendulum swing up the bottom, and there's the power play. There's the second KO. 3 versus 1. Soren has to clear it out to keep up the defense. He does do so, keeping it up with the whiplash, but a pass up once again, pass back down. Hook resets, finds it in the top, and the veterans will not say die. We're going to game number 3.
Holy crap! Soren with a monumental defense, almost getting the entire thing 1v3, but it wasn't enough. Borg finding absolutely crazy KOs on Katsuna, getting the KO when Katsuna has flip off of the terrain of Night Market. I mean, literally 1 pixel away from not getting it and potentially costing them the entire game, but last call do it. Hook resets, has a moment of clarity. He looked so shaky. Every player looked so shaky in that final set, but Hook resets had a few moments of clarity where he had an amazing Maelstrom, some critical Strikor wins, an amazing Bewitching Beam to beat Soren on that last goalie barrier, and that's what took last call to game 3. An amazing performance from Hook in such a critical set.
So much fantastic defense from Soren, though. Saves the game for so long. Heartbreaker for him to eventually have it come on through. And we are going to have to keep on playing. No time to be able to recover. No time to review. It is going to be game number 3 before you know it.
Yeah, and I mean, I was feeling nervous, like, for just watching the game. I mean, these players have to be taking a sigh of relief or a sigh of disappointment. Honestly, either team probably has a sigh of relief just to leave that situation, leave that intensity. But I mean, it could have been anyone's game. Borg, Hook resets, and Fresh pulled through. That was a point where everyone was just trying to keep it up, trying to keep it away from their net, trying to make the key takeaway point. But it was last call that ends up winning it on the day, and that's the momentum you want going into game 3. But again, EKC have probably come back from worse. EKC have crushed dreams that looked brighter than this. If there is a team, I'm painting them out to be a villain, kind of for the narrative, you know, for the fun of it. But like, that's kind of what happens. EKC is able to just absolutely stop momentum in their tracks with just outplaying you mechanically, winning every engagement in the midfield, winning those engagements in the goal line, making your goalie feel that pressure, and Fresh felt that pressure. I mean, even in that last set, 2 whiffed flips, multiple missed strikes. I mean, points where it looked like it almost would have gone in had Fresh played literally like a few pixels more away from his goalie net. I mean, that was Fresh held it down and held it together for that final point, but it could have happened. And I think that's because of just the sheer pressure put onto him by NXCD and Katsuna, the absolute like the absolute like will breakers of this forward duo from EKC. So if they're able to show up on the next game again, this momentum could be stopped in its tracks.
It absolutely can. And on a Clarion test chamber for the decider, looks like, and they're not rushing to get back in the game, like you said, Rick Padden. After game number 1, they queued instantly. They're like, all right, let's go. We're running it. Both teams just, all right, we're running it back. We're keeping it going. Both believe it in themselves. After that one, both of them are taking a little bit of time, and I'm not going to blame them for that. You can, if that doesn't, that should tell you a little bit about the mental states here. I mean, you need a breather after that game, and as I say that, the queue does start on up.
Yeah, and once more into the fray for both of these teams. One game will secure your spot in the North American Strikers League Season 3, and one team will have to face off in a potential elimination game, potentially making their entire run through liftoff moot. But this is something that Borg calls Borg's Barn for a reason. Borg feels incredibly confident on this map, especially on the things like the Kazan, on the Zentaro. I think the Kazan's going to be banned away from him yet again. It looks like we are seeing a repeat of the bans, the IME taken away from Soren. Again, Soren not able to play this game. And we did see that Rasmus mirror that I was actually talking about in the previous game. I mean, both Rasmuses played absolutely exceptionally, and I might see that for game 3. If we do, we're going to be in for a treat.
Absolutely. Here, as I'm scrolling through to find Clarion Test Chamber and find out the names of all the projects here, as this is a banger map. I love to see this one for a decider game number 3. There's just so much different stuff going on. As you said, Borg, a big fan of it. Personally, I know his whole squad. He was telling me end every day of scrims on this map. So they have got a lot of experience on this one. They've put a lot of time into learning the ins and outs of it and how to play it best. And I don't think you could have given them a better map for their deciding game to try to get into NASL.
Yeah, and we actually see a really interesting pick here. The Estelle, I believe, coming out from Katsuna. Yeah, the missile propulsion start on it does make sense, but this is a character that I think has fallen a little bit out of favor. Like, not entirely. Like, it's not like a deadweight pick, but has not been in the meta per se, in the zeitgeist of picks. And I think this might be a comfort pick for Katsuna, but I think one thing that definitely made a difference is that stuffing potential that could come out against Frightfully Fresh, and I think that might be a difference. That piercing shot and Crystal Thorns obviously able to do so much, and already we see NXCD and Katsuna coming out swinging, getting the first point of the game.
Yeah, rolling Project Expanse for the first one here, and going to end up with a very, very quick goal found there for the side of EKC. They are able to put it in the bottom corner. Frightfully Fresh still on that Rasmus, still suffering from the same weaknesses. If you don't have access to all your cooldowns, especially no Death Touch yet, means that they can't get towards it. The core flip point blank. NXCD is dominating the kickoff game number 3, up 2-0.
I mean, NXCD and Katsuna, they see your heroic plays, your last-minute saves, your on-the-line plays, your, like, amazing, fantastic goals, your moments of clarity, all of that stuff, and they spit on it. They spit in the face of momentum. They're there to break your hearts, and that's what they're doing here in the set so far.
Yeah, it's really been that heartbreaker up against the veterancy and the mental fortitude here that Borg and Hook Resets and Fresh bring to the table. Fresh been struggling against that, especially, it feels like, missing so many of those shots in game number 3, but coming out with the win anyway. Not able to put it in there, but are able to find the KO on towards the goalie. They sneak it past NXCD. Big opportunity to score here. Katsuna on the backup defense gets it back to NXCD, stopped by the Oni's blade, and able to defend against the goal. Soren is back, and he's got a goal to keep on protecting.
Yeah, and that's going to be so good for the side of EKC. Katsuna, almost with cooldowns coming up, if you can get a 1v1 against Fresh, it's going to be a goal, and the same could be said for NXCD.
Absolutely here, and that is all that it comes down towards. Soren using that escape button to get back on out and find his way back into the goal arc, passed on up towards Borg, using Project Base Drop to its fullest potential, trying to get off of these bumpers, coming back on down, back up, into Hook Reset's hands. Borg goes in for the shot, but Hook Resets is down. NXCD wins these one-on-ones all day long and takes set number 1.
Yeah, and that's looking really good for the side of EKC. And one thing I want to bring out there, I think we're seeing a rare bit of impatience, I think, coming out from Borg. There was an engagement that he had with Katsuna where he went to a top shot to where Katsuna was in the net with Flip. He tried to take a shot into the top side. The obvious, like the quote unquote obvious or like read response would be going bot side. And the reason he went topside is because it was a mix-up on Katsuna. He knew that the only way that he was going to get a goal is if Katsuna blundered, and he was trying to force that. And unfortunately, Katsuna stayed calm, was able to react to it, get that clear off. I don't think he even used his flip. But I think in an earlier situation, you just want to send it to the bottom side of that, make Katsuna blow his flip. And I think Borg wasn't going for that. I think Borg was just looking for the goal outright, despite the fact that he probably just didn't have the resources for it. And I think that cost him a little bit in that last point in the set. So I'm interested to see if that like little bits of decision making impatience will continue on into this next set. Because if that happens, then that's where EKC can really take advantage of those cracks in the armor.
Yeah, wow, and actually, like, doing such a good job of stalling out there. They lose NXZD, but just juggling it to themselves. Katsuna just feels no pressure to do anything with that core. Buys enough time, now finding the counter KO on towards Borg and keeping that pressure on. Pass towards Soren. Pendulum swing will save the shot and sent backwards into the wrong direction. Katsuna ends up losing out on a goal barrier of their own there. A little bit of a whoopsie and a rare mistake coming through from Era's Kitten Club with the pressure on. They will turn it into another goal barrier one way or the other, and Katsuna now on a 5 KO streak as they take one out yet again. NXCD at about half HP, still happy to keep on pushing to try to find some more. Borg in that evasive state, and there's the shot up top. No defense to be found for Frightfully Fresh, and Era's Kitten Club looking dominant in game number 3.
Yeah, and to be intensely clear too about the drafting, right now EKC have the early game draft. Estelle is an early game pick, doesn't scale the same way that Era and X can. But if you're able to get an immediate 2-set advantage, you're looking pretty. You don't really care. I mean, set 3 is going to be hard, yeah, but it's a 2-set advantage.
Yeah, Borg managing to pick on up that big size buff for a little bit, able to push in for one barrier off the back, but now going to find himself low once again, brawling one-on-one with an XDD inside of this tight little center. Oh. Now going to end up actually being able to find a KO for themselves, but with this power play, what are they going to be able to do with it? Katsuna clearing on out once again. NXZD finds a KO of their own, 2-on-2, with the numbers advantage coming up for Era's Kitten Club before too long. Another goal barrier is found. Soren comes up with the push. Core flip from Hook resets is not enough. NXZD trying to push it forward, will not be able to get it. Borg comes back on up, and Borg takes him off the top blast zone. Pushing on in on towards Soren and Katsuna, and looking for their second barrier. There's the bull rush forward, doesn't connect with the core. Frightfully Fresh keeping it back on up from midfield. Hook resets, going to be able to find the goal opening and looking to get the first goal of the match here for last call. Hook resets, can't get onto it. Frightfully Fresh tries to catch it, but the piercing shot from Katsuna will put it in the goal.
And there it is. I mean, open goalie barriers. Yes, I've got the net open, finally. And Katsuna is there, reading Frightfully Fresh's every mood. There with a piercing shot to interrupt that pull from Rasmus. And again, one blunder, one goal. We saw one mistake come out, and it was immediately punished from EKC.
Yeah, and there's going to be a barrier found up against Soren at the very least as they push it in towards the bottom. There's the core flip. There's the second barrier, Frightfully Fresh, passing it back over. Borg keeping the pressure on towards NXZD. It does get cleared on out. There's going to be the pendulum swing, and it's just so tough for this X to actually get his hands on anything. He gets KO'd off the bottom. NXCD now leading a power play towards the remaining barrier. Snuck past him. Soren going to be able to get it. Gets it back over towards Katsuna. There's the counter KO. There's the counter KO found by Katsuna, and an open goal achieved at the same moment. Soren now with a breakaway coming out of the goal, or goes in for the Giga Blast, gets the shot off, but it will be pendulum swing back by Frightfully Fresh. NXCD now taking his roll back as he comes in off the respawn, going to be able to take down Borg and pass it back on over. Frightfully Fresh clears it out again, but Soren back on the defense means that there is no chance that one's going in. NXCD taken low, nearly taken off with the piercing shot, but will be able to keep on standing.
Oh no!
And now the shot in from the bottom, nobody can get to it. Field goal between two members for Katsuna.
And it just, I keep going back to it. The more confident you come in against EKC, the worse you're going to do. This is Borg's barn per se, right? The thing that they're most confident on. They're on point 3 off of an insanely close win, and it just doesn't look like there's anything for them. I mean, coming to this draft, we do see It looks like it's going to be actually a heavy impact deny from Frightful Fresh, actually choosing that over the size, which I think kind of goes to show just how much he wants to deny it from the Zentaro and allow Borg to get size himself. But we'll see if this means anything. Super Surge, of course, also taken away by hook resets. So a pretty good deny draft coming out from the side of last call, but nothing big picked up. They're not getting that skilling that they want coming into this third set.
Yeah, and we are looking at an absolute collapse from last call in this game in number 3. Era's Kitten Club dominating so far, 2-0 in sets, and just one more will qualify them for the North American Strikers League. The pressure is on for both teams once again. No actual second chance. Well, there is a second chance left, actually, but no second chances in this series. No second chances for winner's side, as Borg is going to be able to get one KO for himself here. Frightfully Fresh keeping on the backup from midfield. Katsuna goes in for the piercing shot, finds one of those barriers, and still brawling for that size buff as always. NXZD brawling one-on-one, going to keep hook resets low and going to get back into the hands of Katsuna as soon as they can.
Yeah, and actually one big pickup as well about the Big Fish. The size, not actually probably the important part of that. Oh no, of that draft is an unfortunate own goal, but it's going to be the stagger that makes the difference, as Borg barely has to stay alive right now.
Ooh, Borg and hook resets both in staggered, but both still standing. And now going to be able to find a goal barrier off of a strange angle bounce off of that terrain. Oh! And there's going to be a pendulum swing. That's the goal. That's what last call finally finds.
Don't worry, Sword. Hey, Sword gets his one. This is Sword. The Sword that we know and love. He just does it. It's cool. You walk it out. It's the Soren tax, you know? You get amazing plays from this guy. You get the crazy 1v3 saves, but you know, that's what you got to pay. That's what you got to pay to get those crazy plays. They just don't look as good when Soren doesn't have stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely is. Now with a little bit of momentum back, I mean, you gotta hope that helps your mental if your last call to try to keep this series close. KO found on towards the Era, keeping up the pressure. NXCD and Katsuna keep it into that top corner, but there's gonna be the KO found. A death touch from Frightfully Fresh, but another goal barrier found by Soren, going to be able to open up that goal. Hook resets back on the table now, coming back on out and throwing down that magical maelstrom, carrying the core back past Katsuna.
Yeah, and we have open nets for both teams. I mean, look at how good NXT and Katsuna. You just saw a fantastic own goal come, or essentially a fantastic blunder come from your goalie. They just don't care. They're back. They're used to it. They probably just laughed it off anyways.
Absolutely. There's the core flip from Borg. Stopped by Soren again. There's the other side of the goalie, and they're going to turn it into another point. NXZD puts it in the goal.
What is momentum in the face of Era's Kitten Club? They don't care what happened last point. They're going to laugh it off. They're just going to play their best pretty much no matter what, and that's crazy. I mean, like I said, just the absolute, they don't care. They don't care about your momentum. They don't care about your feelings. They're there to beat you mechanically, to beat you in every strike board, to outstuff your goalie. They're going to win. And
they cannot
barrier.
They cannot give up here. They cannot get complacent. There is still plenty of place left to play, and Hook resets, finds a second. Last call. Still holding on, looking for another attempt at the reverse sweep, and that's what they're going to need to qualify for NASL off this match.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, CTL still up, Chrono Boost still up, Specialized Training still up. There's so many things that could turn this X into an absolute monster still on draft, and Borg is going to get one of them if they do well this set. I mean, they're like, or more likely than not, of course, a Mega Strikers gives and a Mega Strikers takes, but already a double barrier open for the side of EKC.
Really good stuff here coming on through from the side of Last Call. They managed to restabilize, they managed to open up the goal, and now they are one goal away from being able to claim it, but taken off the board. Katsuna snipes down another off the piercing shot. Hook resets, finds their health bar, destroyed by the full damage combo of NXCD, and now still pushed up towards the top. Borg back on the table now, but that is going to be a loss of a goal barrier. NXCD not letting Hook resets go, bounced around the entire map, tanking everything, and finally taken out on the bottom. Borg has it slipped right past him by Katsuna, but still these bounces are managing to keep the core in motion, sending it down towards the bottom. The bull rush combo from Borg, looking to find it on the top corner, but cannot put it in the goal. And Era's Kitten Club still looking to close this out as cleanly as they possibly can, but Hook Resets says no. Hook Resets finds the top corner and takes us to set number 4.
Oh yeah, and there's all those error edges. There's got to be some frustration being let out by hook resets, able to get, again, so many critical things. And there it is, the specialized training. It's actually going to go to the side of Fresh, but it might not even matter. Borg has a spark of resilience that he could get, which is so big. I mean, earlier in this game, he's been getting knocked out, but all it takes is a 2-spark spark of resilience to really give you just so much stagger to work through that's just impossible to kill you. Has that fight or flight as well. Can even deny aerials if he wants to. He still has so much to do, and yeah, he's gonna end up picking that spark. And here we go, you know, with Frightfully Fresh, with this specialized training, can do a lot of work, as we saw already in previous games. I mean, even against Chikara chatting, the game we didn't see on stream, he was basically yoinking out the flag, and already Borg is coming out swinging.
Absolutely, Borg's got all that additional stagger, all that additional speed, putting more and more onus on towards this X. He finds one barrier, looking for a second. Really tight play up in this corner here, refuses to let Katsuna clear it back out. Down towards hook resets now. NXCD snagging it away, goes in for the rush, will be able to push it in, but can't find a barrier. Katsuna clears it back out through the middle as NXCD will get the shot on towards the barrier, will get the second one, and it's popping off again in set number 4. Frightfully Fresh can't get it. It's snuck back away by Katsuna. The Crystal Thorns push it into the goal.
And hey, one mistake, one goal. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Again, the reverse sweep is here. It could totally happen. Era X is the composition to do it, but that won't matter if things like that happen. And right now, Borg is trying his best just to get damage downfield. No stagger on the side of EKC's forward, so they are going to be a little bit vulnerable, but if they're able to get it past Fresh over and over again, it won't matter.
Borg went in for the flip there, missed it, got nothing for it. Hook Resets has finally been able to regen some of that stagger, but they've lost a goal barrier in all of the chaos. Nice save by Fresh. Will cost them the flip, but will keep a single barrier standing. Now pushed in on the top. Hook Resets going to be able to keep it on in front of the barrier for Borg to be able to push it in with the Bull Rush. Going in for the Bell Ringer now to try to find the bottom one. NXCD trying to sneak it past, will not be able to get it there as it's stuffed back away by Hook Resets and Fresh. Fresh now ready to receive on the top. NXCD cannot keep control even with the Oni's blade, and it's on Borg at the top side now. Hook Resets keeping it on up, keeping a safe distance away, but keeping that X buffed. The second barrier is found. Crystal Thorns pushes it forward, but Borg does the same. There's the flip coming through from Soren as Katsuna has it in their hands, going into the shot, and will find it off the terrain. Katsuna can do no wrong, and one goal away from Era's Kitten Club taking it to the NASL.
And NXCD and Katsuna just outplaying Fresh and Hook and Borg. I mean, that's it. That's the way they're winning. They've got their groove. Despite it all, despite the reverse sweep looming, despite all the imminent threats, they're just beating them mechanically, and that's making a world of difference.
Oh, a beautiful double barrier, though, found by Last Call. Borg finds one, Hook Resets finds the other, and Fresh takes one off the map in the same moment. They're looking for a clean goal here to keep them standing in this set, and Borg's gonna find it off the flip.
Yeah, and that's 1 point. 2 more to fully complete that set 5 reverse sweep run, but they've got a mountain to surmount. Last Call against these monsters that are EKC.
EKC in still such a domineering position. One misstep, one goal, and the whole series ends. Everything they've fought for in game number 2, everything they fought for in game number 1 would be for naught if they can't take it down here. Katsuna and Soren pushing forward, find a barrier of their own. The Bell Ringer from Borg trying to clear things out. NXCD trying to sneak away on towards the bottom, goes in with the rush. Goes in with the Oni's blade as well, but cleared back on off towards the other side. Borg with the Bell Ringer back on in, slashing strike forward from NXCD to push it in towards the barrier. Frightfully Fresh stays in the defense, but the Crystal Thorns will find the second barrier. Open goal now for Last Call on what could be their last point. And it goes in from Katsuna. There's the core flip back away, but NXCD has the angle, and the future is now, old man. Era's Kitten Club will move on towards the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, and there it is. Who cares about the reverse sweep? Who cares about the own barriers and the own goals? Who cares? We're going to laugh it off. We're going to crush you. And that's what it was. I mean, that end was a textbook finish. Katsuna winning 2 strike wars against Hook Resets in the top side. NXCD getting that patient strike war, beating out Fresh's Hook in that last bid desperation save to try to keep the play going. But again, one blunder, one goal. EKC is there to lock you down and lock you out of the North American Strikers League, as now Last Call is going to be the one having to make that losers run to get that last minute qualification.
And I think that's the next game we're going to cover, if I'm not wrong. So,
I believe so, yeah.
We're going to be watching more Last Call here before too long. But congratulations to Era's Kitten Club. Welcome to the North American Strikers League. They deny the reverse sweep and they make it.
Yeah, and Soren, the king of collegiate, leading his team, trying to be the king of Omega Strikers, of course, has a few more barriers to go through in Demon's Raw, in Sad Boys, in every other team that is going to be in that league. But for now, our eyes are going to be turned away from them. Congrats to them and all of that. But we are going to be looking at what appears to be Chikara Chatting meeting Last Call for the last series of this bracket. Of course, afterwards, we're going to be going to another bracket as well to see the other 4 teams duke it out. But it looks like Orbits has lost, able to take a game off of Chikara Chatting, but ends up going home. They will be showing up in the North American Strikers Academy as they've not made it out of landing. But one more game for both teams, one more series to determine kind of where your next 4 months of Omega Strikers is going to take place at. And if you are Last Call, having your reverse sweep denied, your momentum's not going to be great going into this. But this is a repeat of a 2-0 sweep that we basically saw earlier today. I believe that looking at the scoreboards from the previous games, it was like, I think it was like 9-2 both games or something like that.
It was not close. It was not close. But you got some warm-up time. You got a little momentum from 2-1ing Orbits. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, there's some mental factors that can get turned around here. I'm not going to write off Chikara Chatting full sail. But Last Call, if you find out that this is your opponent coming into the losers bracket, the one who you 2-0'd, you got to feel a little bit better there. But, the opposite mental, though, is there for them as well, right? You had opportunities in this series. You were starting to make the comeback. You were trying to make the comeback in game number 1. Made that one sort of close as well. But it just ended up falling out apart. You gotta have the resilience to be able to just wipe that away and come into this next series and give yourself a shot to be able to still make NASL and hope you can get your revenge up against EKC in the NASL itself.
Yeah, and if you are Last Call here, you are the usurpers. You are the person who is trying to steal the spot away from Chikara Chatting. True. And so you are trying to beat the old guard here. So, incumbent advantage doesn't totally exist here, but maybe it exists a little bit. So I think this series might be a bit closer. Of course, Chikara Chatting and Last Call are going to be a bit more tired as well, but we'll see. I think that one thing to talk about in that previous matchup, Ababug off of Juliet is probably the biggest question mark in this entire series. He didn't look super great on the Asher in that game, in that earlier game that we watched off stream, but it could be possible. Japanese Box and Evil Drew Danger, again, a veteran of the NSA and then the NASL respectively. They do have the competitive experience to stay cool under pressure. So I think that we're not going to see a full crumble. If Last Call is going to win this, they're going to win it through the kind of the honest way, the way through just kind of beating them in the in the midfield engagements, beating them at the goalie line, both defending and attacking. And if Ababug cannot get his hands on the core and get it denied away from him, his Oki style of play is just not going to work. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, in Chikara Chatting, right, just a few months ago, were in this position themselves. They were the team looking to qualify. They were the team looking to earn themselves a spot in the North American Strikers League. They did so. They didn't have the season that they were looking for. Ended up back here again. And now they have to play it from the other side, right? Now the upstart team is Last Call. It might be filled with veterans, but it's a newer organization. It's one that comes in through liftoff, right? Not even through NASA. And now going to really come down to only one of them being able to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are waiting for Chikara Chatting to show up. It looks like they need to get their last-minute preparations, or they're taking a quick little break. Both teams have played already 2 series. That's completely understandable. But I do want to talk about, again, the matchup. I don't think Kazan was banned away from Borg. We did see Kazan basically being taken away from Borg the entire series, leaving Hook resets uncontested to pick whatever he wanted, let Fresh be on his signature pick on that Rasmus, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter. In the end, it was EKC. Of course, it was incredibly close. The entire series was back and forth, but it ended up, Last Call is here, right? Last Call did end up losing that series overall, so if I were Chikara Chatting going into the series, I would be looking to kind of repeat the same tactics from EKC. banning away that Kazan from Borg, making sure that Borg is playing the half the game on staggered, getting a lot of stuffing pressure and damage pressure on the Frightfully Fresh, and when it comes down to it, just simply beating hook resets in the midfield mechanically. If Japanese Box is able to do that, or is able to force that with something like the Chikara pick, which is something that he has been known to play, that's a potential way that Chikara chatting can lock out Last Call from taking this entire series.
Well, and that's the question, right? Is we saw a little bit of chatting versus Last Call prior to going live here off stream, and they were letting the Kazan through, at least in game number 1, and it did not work out for them there either. I mean, Borg was really able to get a lot done on the pick. I don't remember what exactly they were banning otherwise. In fact, I think I showed up too late to even have seen it. But it was, that's going to be the adaptation, right? The Kazan ban. Have to see if that's going to be able to change their fates. It's definitely not the strategy that they prepped coming into the day, but it might be, it might not be what they wanted. It might be what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing as well is that Evil Drew Danger is going to be able to play basically whatever he wants. I mean, Ababug basically draws that Julie ban every single time. It's the character that he is the most strong on by far and away. His Asher is just not on the same level. His X is just not on the same level. His Julie, though, is killer, and I think that's going to be taken away. But the side effect of that is that Evil Drew Danger gets to pick his Atlas, his renowned Atlas, something that we haven't seen in a while, as he hasn't been participating in a lot of the weeklies that we've seen before. That just haven't been a lot of weeklies running either. But Evil Drew Danger is a menace on that character. This was a character that a lot of teams just didn't let him get, right, in the North American Strikers League in Season 2. But this is a different Evil Drew Danger we're seeing. This is an Evil Drew Danger without orbs in the meta. This is an Evil Drew Danger without Liari assisting when it's needed. This is an Evil Drew Danger that honestly just is not in his peak form anymore, so to speak. And that might make the difference. That might make this Atlas pick just a lot less threatening.
It very well could, if that's what ends up becoming the major pick here. Yeah, as you said, it's expected that it's going to be Julie bans all day night. And if that's the case, right, then what exactly is going to be the selection here up against Evil Drew Danger on the Atlas? Or will you choose to ban the Atlas away instead and deal with Appabug's Julie? That's the question, right? It's a difficult choice to make. I think most people choose the Julie, but we're going to have to see.
Yeah, and we are seeing just a second here, Night Market, the first map that we're going to go to, and we'll see. We'll see the answer to these questions in just a second. And it looks, I bet by Frightfully Fresh swapping to the Julia immediately, I think we've got a leak of the plans of what's happening. I think he was clicking on that Julie for the ban. No hesitation. They're just switching to ban it basically immediately. And there it goes. Of course, hook resets hovering that Maka, but we're not going to see it. It is still disabled for this competition. We're going to see the Rasmus actually being taken away from Fresh. It looks like they're okay with Borg on the Kazan. They don't seem to mind it that much. They want Frightfully Fresh to be on that Fanny, to be something that can't hold it down as much, potentially to kind of call out a Last Call on the on Appabug's ban, basically saying, well, if you don't want me on my Juliet, then I'm going to make it so that your goalie is just generally easier to score on because you're picking a Finny over the Rasmus. But we'll see how this pans out in Night Market.
Right? Is it Mako and not Mako?
I think it's Mako. I think
All
it's
right.
I'm pretty sure.
The shark is Mako, and that's spelled the same way. So you're probably right. Yeah. You're probably right, and they're probably doing a different pronunciation. This is going to be an Amyime situation all over again.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to be wrong every time. Whatever it is, I'm going to be. So it's all right. I'm going to savor this event before she gets enabled, and this becomes an issue for me, as we are on to the court for game number 1.
By the way, Demolitionist start is going to make this game incredibly snowbally, and already we see that. I mean, literally,
no way, Borg.
2 barriers into a goal. You get your cooldowns reset instantly the minute you take one, especially in Kazan, who already has a little bit of a low cooldown on some of his abilities. You're able to snowball so much. So honestly, in a Demolitionist start like this, whoever gets that early aggressive play is going to likely be the one to win the point. And that also means that this game is probably going to be really fast as a result.
Yep, and as fast as it could have been in that first setup. Now, it's actually going to be like double support plus Borg's Kazan, so they're really putting everything into the Kazan here for this game number 1, and can you really blame him? He's just so talented on this pick and nearly taking Japanese Box off the bottom corner there. Borg, now with the core flip available, nobody's been able to find a barrier quite yet. There's going to be the first one. Cooldown resets come on across. Appabug on this Asher, trying to see if they can turn around their fates here. Going to be able to pick up one of them there. There's the cooldown reset, and Borg takes advantage and KOs one. Now moving back on over, looking to see if they can turn it into more. Applebug finds a barrier of their own, though, loses the cooldowns, not going to be enough. Hook resets, comes in with the Flutterfly, finds the second barrier, gets the resets, gets the goal. Evil Drew Danger can't reach it in time. It's 2-0 for our last call.
Yeah, and we saw it be a little bit scary for Applebug here. He has the Van Brace on Asher, which means that the dribbling plays that he gets set up, he's not going to have that crossover for the plays, but killing him, getting him off the map is going to be that much harder, which when you play, a style like Applebug does, that is going to be significant. I mean, look at that. He's already just being a nuisance in Frightfully Fresh's face, blowing cooldowns, not dying for it, and I think that might make the difference if he's able to get the core, but that's a big if.
Absolutely here. Hook resets is looking to push it down towards Borg. Borg going in with that crooked leverage, trying to get themselves a second barrier. Not going to be able to find it that time. Evil Drew Danger still keeping up on the defense. There's going to be that Bewitching Beam coming out across from Japanese Box, and Borg finding their health bar pretty low. Misses the spin, but it does not matter. There's going to be the Maddening Descent just for the straight-up KO. This character's damage is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and even though Odyssey Interactive said they wanted some forms to be more core control-y, Borg is just not making it look that way. He's showing up, he's doing damage, he made the Atlas Blow, the Celestial Intervention, and still killed him through it. So things are not looking good if you are the side of Jakar chatting, despite a nice little KO.
Yeah, as now they are going to be going back on up, and another barrier, double barrier even gets found with Kazan off the board. And yeah, without Borg, I mean, the play does not produce itself very quickly at all. Japanese Box going to pair on up with Applebug and find themselves a pretty quick goal.
Yeah, and I mean, there it was, 2 barriers. Asher just gets all of her cooldowns back again, no problem. And that's just going to mean that you just don't have the cooldowns to deal with it. You will just lose the engagement unless a massive blunder happens. And at this level of play, that level of blunder doesn't really happen all too often.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh moving on in towards the bottom, but gets it snuck past him. There's going to be that path breaker, or path splitter, much rather, and they're not going to be able to quite find it, but Borg gets the cooldown reset, going to force the res through onto Japanese Box, and he might just take him out again if he has to. Top spin off the top corner. Will be able to put him in the grave, and now a goal-scoring opportunity off the back of this power play. Hook resets following up with the Bewitching Beam. Can't quite find it. Evil Drew Danger able to clear it back on out. Hook resets, dribbling back and forth. Applebug trying to snag it away. Will be able to do it. Now one-on-one with Frightfully Fresh, getting the inside path towards the core, but Borg takes it and moves it back on over towards the right. Misses that crooked leverage, but will still be able to get it back on over. Applebug with the core flip for a barrier, but Drew's gone. Drew's out of there. And Borg's going to find a goal off of it. Set number 1 going over to last call.
Yeah, and that's just a huge blunder. You can't be dying to the random Arenados like that. I mean, you just can't. If that happens, your momentum is going to collapse for free for an Era Maelstrom. One thing that just doesn't have that typical amount of swinging potential. But things are looking really good for the side of last call. We do see the specialized training pickup, which is just really, really good with Kazan. Timeless Creator, it goes down to the side of last call on hook resets, which is also a really big deny on the Timeless Creator. And Fresh kind of not too much to pick from, but gets to pick what he wants. It looks like he wants Applebug to not get that perfect form, elects to deny it, and now it's kind of 3 awkward picks on Asher. You're hit too much for Glass Cannon. Super Surge isn't make or break on it like it is Zentaro, and Prize Fighter is especially if you're going to be the one that's going to be focused down in future sets as the damage ramps up in the game. So overall, a good draft from last call, making sure that deny happens, and Applebug is basically feeding on scraps.
Yeah, Applebug definitely in that kind of space with the Super Surge, not what you're hoping for. Going to use it as best as they can. The res going to get forced out there from Evil Drew Danger once again. It's the knockback away from the triple take of Frightfully Fresh. Going to be able to push it back in with a great big finish as well. Borg just continuing to fill up so much space, has so many dashes available to him, so much ability to move on around and find huge plays. Top spin as well. There's going to be the KO from Borg once again. You cannot let this Kazan through, Brickbat. It is just too powerful. Too much of a problem so far for Chikara chatting. Will they be able to turn it around? We'll find out, but that's a beautiful score. Every section of the goal was vulnerable there. There's nothing Evil Drew Danger can do.
Yeah, and Borg, I mean, I said it in the previous series, NXD made Fresh and Hook resets look a little goofy at one point. Borg made the side of Chikara chatting look goofy like that. I mean, it just looks so simple, so easy, but it's just disciplined play. It is just practice and power on that Kazan. Borg showing up, playing his game, getting every single win con he wants, and even as I say, the caster curse strikes again. Uppabug is able to slip one through, but that's just one goal, and Chikara Chatting find themselves with monsters to slay here.
Absolutely. Chikara Chatting finally finding themselves a goal here in set number 2. Going to still have a big hill to climb in this game number 1. They can't turn around those fortunes. There's going to be the flip from Borg. Nice block from Evil Drew Danger on the Cosmic Expanse. Will be able to buy them the space that they need. Celestial Intervention down just to try to keep those health bars up and deny more KOs from coming on across. Look at that full damage combo. That's not even with the buff up from the Finny. This character is ridiculous, Brickbat.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you get that spec trading, right? That's not just a 50%. That's a 50% hitting harder on 2 abilities, not just 1, right?
Yeah.
So Borg is just going to do so much damage with the spec trading. I mean, look at that. Japanese Box and Uppabug low themselves from essentially the residual damage that Borg, Hook, and Fresh are putting out. Things are looking so hard, and it's only going to get harder as we get into the the second draft, the third draft, where more damage is just going to fall down.
2023 character diff comes up through once again. Hook resets, pushing it up onto the top side, and Borg with the follow-up. Japanese Box moved on away. Can't quite find it, and Uppabug passes it on down. Top spin for the KO off of Borg. Hook resets, passes it down. Nice clear from Drew Danger. Forces out the big finish to defend. But will it be enough? Uppabug still able to intercept. Passed on down. Hook resets, gives it to Borg. The block from the Magical Maelstrom. A little bit of anti-synergy might just buy enough time for Chikara Chatting to stay alive on this point. But Borg has the core flip, goes for it. Blocked away by the Cosmic Expanse above and below. Not going to be enough. Passed through that ultimate. And gonna be able to clear it back on out. Gonna force out that core flip from the side of Fresh, and Borg looking for the follow-up on the follow-up goal here before too long. Can't find it. Cleared back out by Drew Danger. Hook resets, passes it back, and finally Borg puts it in.
Yeah, and honestly, props to Chikara Chatting there, holding it down so long, making it look really dangerous. And yeah, you mentioned that anti-synergy. I've seen it before as an Era player myself. I get it. You want to create space for your brawler to get a nice little, slot in that little space left by the Maelstrom where the goalie can't stand without the KO threat. But unfortunately, the angle is just a little bit too tight. It was too ambitious of a play, and that's not what happens. But it doesn't even matter. Borg and Hook resets, able to get the goal in eventually, despite a few errors. I mean, teams are tired. This is your second set of the day. It still happens. It's still looking good.
Wow. 4 KO streak for Borg here. He's looking to take out this first set. Hook reset's going to be able to find the Bewitching Beam off of multiple members. Going to be ready to receive up on the top. They find their first barrier. That's going to be the Demolitionist proc. Haven't even been talking about Demolitionist start as we've gotten distracted with too many other things, but that's still a big factor, and that's going to force out the Celestial Intervention out of Evil Drew Danger. That's special down. And Japanese Box finds themselves incredibly low at risk of getting taken off by a quick little top spin. There it is, thrown into the stagger, passed back up from Hook resets. Doesn't quite find its way onto Borg, but Borg still looking for the crooked leverage, still looking for the KO, will take it with the core flip. There's going to be Drew Danger desperately trying to get back in time to keep up the defense. Uppabug takes a shot and finds it. The special from Fresh isn't enough. It's 2-2.
Yeah, and we saw there the whiffed strike shot. Frightfully Fresh playing a little bit too greedy, trying to keep the tempo of the play going since it was probably a guaranteed goal if he hit it. But that's just a gamble that you don't need to take sometimes. You just need to play patient, let it go through. But unfortunately, that's going to cost them that goal. And, even though things were looking good, they could take a set here. Chikara Chatting can take a set here and even things up.
They definitely can, and Hook resets. Really going to have to try to find a way to do that, or to try to prevent it, rather. So they are going to be able to find themselves a KO, and Borg is just tearing Uppabug apart. The Celestial Intervention will keep them alive, but at what cost? As now Evil Drew Danger, 2 versus 1, no defense can be mounted. 3-2 is the second set for last call.
Yeah, and it was such a good play from Hook resets on the Era, kind of knowing your win conditions. I mean, basically making the goalie blow an important cooldown and then shrinking them and passing it to your brawler so that the brawler they're just going to win that engagement. It's so, if you're shrunk versus unshrunk, it's so hard to win the strike war. You're slowed, you're dazed, you're confused, and you're also down a cooldown for it as well. It's just impossible to save, and that rewards, that rewards Borg with the 1-2 punch. It rewards Hook resets with the Monumentalist to cast to last even away. And
this is a problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a bath, and it's going to be filled with blood instead of water, I think, coming up in this next set here. Even the Alice, I think, even the damage reduction from the Era and the Asher into their kits might not be enough. And already, Japanese Box, where did you go? Unfortunately, we have a Finny on the enemy team, but it looks like Jakara Chatting's the one pulling up the Disappearing Act.
Yeah, no, and Frightfully Fresh may have a little bit to say about that. Definitely going to be helping with the disappearances wherever they can. There's going to be the special thrown down, and he's just going to KO him again, twice in the same Celestial Intervention. I've never seen that. I can't believe it's even possible. Applebug actually pushes through for the goal on the other side, so maybe getting a little too bloodthirsty there, forgetting about what matters in the game, which is the goal. Applebug going to be able to get a score for themselves here.
Absolutely, and I think this is a game where your League of Legends casting is going to help us a little bit, as I think these teams now are just, you're just going to brawl it out. You're forced to brawl it out. You don't have a choice anymore. Hook resets and Borg and Fresh just do simply too much damage. And I mean, look at that, Appabug, one thing a stagger, has to use it, no dodge. Does have that Bam Brace though, which is going to come clutch in these situations, but no, it's not. It's just not going to matter. He's sent off the map once again. Yeah,
and much like League of Legends, it does look like Last Call, maybe getting having a little for fun gaming here as they find themselves with a substantial lead and are just going for kills instead of objectives. As they are going to be able to open on up the goal. Here we go, getting right back into business. They don't get the shot off of the core flip. Passed on down from Hook. Borg continues to go for kills instead of the core. There's a scoring opportunity there, but instead he finds the KO. Hook resets, ready to receive up on the top, passing it back down. Applebug stays on the defense and will be able to clear it back out. Frightfully Fresh now going to have the responsibility. Hook resets, can't score on their own. Does kind of need Borg to show up here. Gonna pass it down to him. Here's the chance. Goes in for the leverage, knocks it back away. Great shot there from Borg, but good defense from Drew Danger. Trying to get him with the mix-up, doesn't quite find it. Applebug finds another barrier, and it slowly but surely is finding ways to play over on the left side of the map. Doing very well in these one-on-ones up against Fresh, but Borg takes another off the map. Luckily means that the numbers advantages are always favoring Last Call, and the path splitter is not going to be enough space. Or will it? Applebug clears it back out once again. Bullying Hook resets. There's going to be the core flip available for him. Borg coming on down. Applebug clears it back up towards the top. And this is not ending. They've able to be mounting a defense over and over and over again. Finally, Magical Maelstrom comes on across. Still going to be blocked by Drew Danger. Applebug with a breakaway once again. Has to get interrupted by Borg. Hook resets coming in towards the bottom. Borg has the flip available. Goes for it. Blocked by Japanese Box. And it's going to be Applebug looking for the score. The counter flip from the goalie. Still keeps it alive. Finally KO'd. Applebug is off the map. And surely this is the scoring shot for Last Call. But Drew Danger has been able to keep up the defense every time until now. Topspin puts it in for Borg.
Yeah, and oh my god, I just saw Japanese Box fly off from Borg hitting him from the midfield line, and
it's ridiculous.
Disgusting. Disgusting play, disgusting damage coming out from the side of Last Call, and you know, I think they're feeling good about themselves right now. Going into this, Appabug was basically saying Last Call was overseeded the entirety of Liftoff, and I think that Last Call wants to prove them wrong and really has to feel good about that kind of play.
Absolutely. Here, Japanese Box going to have to throw down the evasive just to avoid going down to the Maelstrom. And there's going to be the evasive used by Appabug as well. Nobody can even stay standing. They're never going to get the core flips available because they're forced into evasive so often. And Borg finds his man one way or the other. Will be able to take them off the map. Borg pushing back on up. There's going to be the dash forward. Not quite able to put it in towards the barrier. There's going to be the follow-up Bewitching Beam trying to get it there. Goes in for that crooked leverage, doesn't quite find it. KO onto the Era. Appabug finding a power play for Chatting. Borg just dancing back and forth through midfield, continuing to keep up the pressure. The second barrier will be found. That's the reset off the demolition. It's huge save by Fresh, but they're not out of the woods yet. Looking for another shot. Drew Danger comes up towards midfield, going to throw down that expanse to keep up the pressure, but not going to be able to save it. Appabug goes evasive, and that denies them the opportunity for the shot. Japanese Box trying to save it from midfield, pushed in, and Appabug finds it in the corner.
And there we go. It was dirty, but Chikara Chatting got it through, pulling themselves ahead on this set, and that's good. That's good for them. They're 1 point away from taking a set off, getting a nice little round of rotations for draft, potentially getting Opabug some key things. Of course, Tempo Swing not in the game anymore, but anything that can help them KO, things like the heavy impacts or anything like that is still on the table.
Yeah, KO found again there on towards the Era, and they need to try to find a way to keep Hook Resets alive for a little bit longer if they don't want to end up accidentally giving up a set here. Chikara Chatting not willing to go out easy here. They are fighting back in game number 1, and they have a shot here to be able to take themselves a set. Japanese Box pushing it back up towards the top. Apabug not quite going to be able to find the barrier. It gets blocked away by Frightfully Fresh. Evil True Danger on the defense loses both barriers, but there's the KO found again. A power play for Apabug and Japanese Box. Gonna need to make something happen out of it, but the triple take misses. Pass back up. Japanese Box paying it over to Apabug. Evil True Danger coming back up towards midfield. Gonna be able to find the second barrier there as the respawn comes through.
Yeah, and there, Opabug has that flip. He's sitting exactly where he needs to be. The court just needs to come to him, but it's not going to happen. He might have to blow this flip defensively. Borg and Hook Resets looking no. Opabug is holding strong, staying cool under that pressure. And now he's going to, he's not going to be rewarded for it with no flip coming his way.
No, not going to be able to get it here. Finally finding the core, finding the flip, going for the shot, but Fresh is able to keep up the defense, and there's the KO from Borg. A 12 KO streak for this Kazan, who refuses to drop a set, refuses to give any space back for Chikara Chatting. Will they be able to close it out on this power play? They will. Frightfully Fresh puts it in.
Yeah, and the double take, I believe, or what was it called? I can't remember. The Fitty primary, though, absolutely mixing up Evil True Danger.
Misdirection.
Misdirection, thank you, yeah. Going out, mixing up Evil True Danger and living up to the name, but all of a sudden, whoa! This is a double Demolitionist proc on Apabug, and things might just end right here.
Demolitionist is a hell of a drug. They find a great angle to be able to keep on playing the game there, but Hook Resets coming on up. They do find a barrier of their own, and now here's a chance for the counter Demolitionist. If Apabug trying to get the back off, there's going to be Borg finding themselves a KO and a numbers advantage for last call. Borg taking matters into his own hands. There's going to be the Magical Maelstrom moving on across 2 members, and Apabug taken so low. Apabug with nothing to do, ping-ponged across the map as Borg and Hook Resets combine forces and put it in for the Game 1 win.
And it looked really good for Chikara Chatting right there. They put themselves in a really great position, getting the double Demolitionist proc, Appa, and Japanese Box with all the cooldowns. But it looks like Last Call is simply playing better. They held it down against a situation they shouldn't have won, and that is what cost Chikara Chatting the game. I mean, look at these damage numbers, Gordo. I mean, 49,000 damage on a 20-minute game. That's 2k damage per minute from Borg. That's 1k. He's doing 2,000 damage every single point. That's basically what happened. That game there, and that's like what, like 2-3 stagger bars worth of damage. I mean, that was just so much.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, yeah, 15 divided by 14. It's like 3.5k damage per point total.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it was 14 goals. Oh yeah. Man, that's nuts. That's nutty. I can't say much more than that. Definitely seemed to get a little complacent towards the back end of game number 1. So going to be on the lookout for that here, and Chikara Chatting are definitely going to be on the lookout for that as they try to restabilize and get themselves back in game number 2. So we are in the ban phase. Will we see the Kazan ban? I mean, surely, right? You can't give him Kazan again.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire. I mean, Borg Centauro, even though it lost to NXZD, I mean, that was NXZD right the second. At this point, Rasmussen, whoa, okay, yeah. So they just don't want to do it. They don't think this Kazan is an issue. Which, to be fair, there were times where they were able to counter it effectively, able to get it past Borg. But I mean, that damage. And to be fair as well, Borg got the Spectre and he got the 1-2 punch. He got what he needed to be the absolute monster that he was last game. But it looks like the side of Chikara Chatting is holding strong. This time it looks like the only change is actually going to be the Drakkar for Japanese Box. Apabug going back to that Asher, his kind of staple pick when he's off that Juliet.
Yeah, so I mean, going to be the run back here coming through
from
the
start again.
Woo! All right. So It's another demo. Japanese Box is going to be the only one who forgoes that option, preferring the aerials, and you can't blame them. You like the projectiles on the Drakkar. And maybe that Drakkar is going to be the recipe that they need to be able to come out ahead here. The Vice back available for hook resets now. Rightfully Fresh running it back on the Finny.
Yeah, and one difference here is that Japanese Box is also getting the Vicious Fan Brace. I think that last call of the last game, I mean, that was literally the tankiest team you could get. An Era for the damage reduction, an Asher with innate damage reduction plus the Van Brace, as well as Evil True Danger on an Atlas, right, which can heal, can revive you, can make a lot of that damage moot. But they were able to break through it. They were able to get so many KOs. I mean, Borg ended the game with what, a 14, 15 KO streak. It just didn't matter how much you were healing. So going into this, I wonder what's going to happen. I mean, we have a Vice instead of an Era, which is just even more damage, right? So I see why Japanese Box picked that Vicious Fan Brace. He's going to need that healing coming into this game, but I don't know if it'll make anything. It's already Apabug is going to be sent off the map.
Yep, that's going to be a KO found once again. Vicious Fan Brace or no. And there's another one, but this one's on to Borg. Great shot there. Going to be able to take him off the map thanks to that Astral Projection. Hook resets now, just going to have to try their best to clear things away. Frightfully Fresh there for the backup. A big scoring chance for Apabug. Forces out the flip. Apabug could put it into the top, but doesn't get the shot and is actually going to end up KO'd for it. Borg puts him into the goal, scores using a player rather than the core, and now going to be moving it back over towards hook resets, but there's the flyby from Evil True Danger. Gets it past Frightfully Fresh for the first goal to Chatting.
And you know what? I think, even though we're talking about the Kazan man, it looks like Chatting do know something. They really want Fresh on this Finny because of goals like that. The goals where the Finny just does not have the tools to defend against the faster car. And even if you are able to survive the damage onslaught, which, they won the point even without surviving the damage onslaught, to be completely honest. Fresh will let those go in. It's a Finny. It doesn't have any defensive tools, really.
Exactly, and that's what's really been holding them off there. I mean, I will give it to Fresh. They're fantastic at using the big finish to snag a core in mid-momentum. That's something that I will fail at 9 times out of 10. But it's not enough. I mean, it's a long cooldown. It's definitely nothing compared to the defensive capabilities of something like the Atlas. And True Danger has shown that they can be locked down for long periods of time, even up against this Demolitionist. Apple going to be able to find another barrier there. And Hook resets. Now has to try to keep up and help out with the defense. And the last game on the Era, and even in the last match on the Era, was so good at being able to help out in that kind of defensive scenario for Frightfully Fresh. But this time can't get there, not on the Vice, and Applebug going to put it in for a second time.
Yeah, and one big difference too, this Vice pick versus the Era pick, Era is better defensively. Era can help the Finny getting it cleared by shrinking the enemy brawler, by providing the extra move speed for Fresh to play around with. Vice simply just does not have the same utility. Vice does one thing, and it's damage. So if it does get in the face of Fresh, Fresh is just simply going to have less assistance, and that's how you win if you are last call winning it. But, I mean, if it goes in the face of Fresh over and over again, Apabug will find those cracks eventually.
And this is a great scoring opportunity for Borg. He's going to put that in every single time. Big KO found there for him with the help of hook resets, and now going to be going 1-2 in set 1.
Yeah, and that is 1 point on the board. The things look nice. And honestly, though, if you are Chikara Chatting, you need to win these early sets. The damage is only going to get worse. Damage is the scaling type of comp, and oh my god, Apabug is dead. Rest his soul.
It's just too difficult with the Supernova channeling as well. I mean, you get forced into the evasive so often by the Kazan, and Hook Resets is there to punish with the special of their own. As you said, that's just going to get harder and harder as the game goes on, especially when you end up with the damage up from something like the triple take. It's very, very tough here to play up against that. Frightfully Fresh back on the defense, clears it out towards the bottom. We're going to be able to snag it with that crooked leverage, but it goes back to Apabug, who finds it with the reset off the Demolitionist, and that's a set win for Chikara Chatting.
Yeah, and that's going to be really good if Apabug can get his hands on the big fish, on something like the Stagger Swagger, on anything that can make him tankier. This damage comp from the side of Last Call might fall apart, but already we see that Evil True Danger needs to be the one denying this 1-2 punch, but you can't even do it because there's heavy impacts for Borg. Doesn't even elect to do it. It looks like heavy impacts is going to go for Borg. Team player, though, obviously going to be nice for core control, being able to get those faster clears, especially against the Vice, who just can't be there every single time to get it cleared out. But we'll see what can happen as he does get that 1-2 punch. I mean, look at this. There's damage. There's damage for the 2 forwards of Last Call. This is Uppabug, though, able to critically get the big fish, which that extra styes and stagger will mean a ton. Getting an extra cooldown rotation for his life, essentially, which can mean the difference here.
Yeah, I am a little surprised to see the 1-2 punch on the Vice. Feels like it's a little harder to proc on that character, but at least going to keep it away from Uppabug or anybody else. And now going to be moving it down towards Borg as they do try to push on towards this second barrier. Hook Reset's going to be able to find it on towards the top one, and Borg's still pushing out the damage as well as the Thunderstruck from Hook Resets. Uppabug already staggered on towards the wrong side of the map, and a little misdirection or something coming through from Frightfully Fresh could just be it for the Asher. They're going to focus everything back onto him. Not enough off the back of that Supernova, but super, super close for Hook Resets, and Borg going to be there to finish off the job before too long.
Yeah, and actually going back to that drought very quick, I think the reason that Kazan took the heavy impact was to actually deny it away from Japanese box cooldown on Drakkar is so insane, and Drakkar, whose shotgun is an impact, right, gets a lot of that damage benefits, which allows him to actually pull a lot of damage pressure, but it's not going to mean anything right now as he is going to be sent off the map for a little bit.
Wow, all right, double KO for Borg. It sends it backwards instead of going for the shot, throws it back on up, gets it in. He just does everything in that round. Beautiful play on the Kazan. And this is going to be so exciting to watch if Last Call are able to take it all the way here. As coming into the next NASL season, I mean, I love seeing this Kazan come out in some of these high-pressure matches.
Oh my god!
There's going to be another double barrier. Double demolition as procs. Hook Resets will not be stopped. Passes it down off the flip back away from Drew Danger. Supernova back up to the top. Down towards Borg, who has the flip for themselves. And they are going to have to make something happen here. Borg finds another KO out of the goalie. Puts it in. No mercy from Last Call. They drop their first set in a while, and they immediately come out swinging.
Yeah, and the Vicious Fanbrace just looks like it's just not enough to keep Japanese box alive. I mean, if he just saved that goal, it would have been a cool goal, or a cool save, sorry, but it would have just meant that he was going to be the one followed up next. So we'll see if this damage comp, again, it's scaling. It's a Vice Kazan, for crying out loud. There's just so much they'll be able to put down, so we'll see if the side of Jakara Chatting will be able to hold on.
Yeah, a lot of scaling to be found here for certain as it, nearly finds its way past Frightfully Fresh, but they are going to be able to get in turn with that Supernova to be able to clear things back out from Hook Resets. Uppabug finds themselves very, very low, dodges out from that Thunderstruck, but Borg pulls them right back into the fray. Can't get the shot off as they're knocked aside by the misdirection, looking for the barrier beam, can't quite find that one, and there's going to be Hook Resets continuing to push Uppabug up on towards the top of the map where they just cannot participate. Hook Resets now coming on in with the follow-up, throwing on out that power cord and pushing it in on towards that barrier. Evil Drew Danger tries to keep up the defenses. Is doing well so far. Thunderstruck back into his face, able to dodge out on it, able to get the block on Hook Reset's shot. As here comes Borg trying to follow up, trying to push it into Hook Reset's range. They're going to get the full channel of the Supernova, but Evil Drew Danger tanky enough to withstand it and regens back up off the orb.
Just look at Uppabug. He's fighting for his life over in the enemy gold net. Just not even able to rotate. He's not rotating to help his team. He's just sitting there waiting for an opportunity to be created by Japanese box and Evil Drew Danger. And there it is actually with a team play, but it's going to be blocked away by Frightfully Fresh. Excellent decision making. Yeah,
really good to clear that out. Here's another shot for Uppabug. Goes on in, and in the one-on-one, the Asher can win these all day long. That ain't Rasmus. That is the Finny, and he is able to put it on through.
Yeah, just a poor little Finny, and that is that team player coming into action. Evil Drew Danger just needs to find one hole in the offense of Borg and Hook Resets and can send it straight to Uppabug. Exactly their game plan fulfilled in a single strike. So if that's able to continue, we will see Jakara Chatting, I think, pulling ahead, actually, potentially.
I mean, Chatting already is ahead. They're up by a set.
Oh, they're up by a set, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a pretty good performance in this second game, and if they can keep this up, right, and outscale or at least deny the scaling from coming on through by taking another set here, that would be absolutely massive for them, but they are down a member. A Demolitionist proc comes on through, and on this power play, they're going to be looking to close out the set nice and early for the side of Last Call. Flipped back away by Drew Danger, saved by Fresh, passed on over. Hook Resets, looking for the play off the power cord, throws down the Supernova, hits two, but will not be able to find the goal. Drew Danger dribbling to themselves now, buying a little bit of time. Uppabug gets hit by the triple take, but the goal will be found, and Uppabug takes us to round 5 in this set.
Yeah, and look at that big fish Demolitionist. Look how big that Asher is compared to the Finny. Uppabug is going to win those 1v1s, so it just can't come to him. You need to KO Uppabug, or else the win condition is fulfilled. Like, and if you're not able to do that, Ababug doing his best to stay alive with the Van Brace with excellent positioning as well, then Chikara Chatting can find a way back into this game, or find a way to take this game. I'm sorry, not a way back. They're winning.
Yeah, I mean, they're way back in the series, for sure, and still holding on to this lead, although that lead might be evaporating before too long. There it goes. The last ultimate there from Fresh. The big finish. Gets a big finish on the set and will tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, and let's see what we have for draft here. This extra special, which really can't be denied away from the con. It's a dead training on Kazan, like, actually, because all it does is affect the form change cooldowns. It looks like it's going to be picked up by Prime Time instead. That's a good pick. Even though it's reduced damage, it's increased siphoning wand procs, and again, reduced regeneration, which I think is really, really good for this side of Last Call here. We're going to see a Deadeye pickup as well, and not the best in slot damage training, but you're not going to be complaining with a Deadeye. It's still a lot of extra damage. But again, actually, Reverberation picked up from Alphabug with the stagger, or not with the stagger, sorry, the Big Fish and the Reverberation, the extra cooldown, the extra size, and the extra kind of stagger to prevent being knocked out, I think is going to make a difference. Chikara Chatting is certainly not out of this.
Yeah, no, it's a great setup here for Applebug that they just need to keep finding opportunities where Applebug actually gets the core, right? And as long as they're able to stay alive, which they very well and truly are at this point, there they go. They get it with the Demolitionist proc. But Hook Resets manages to get it away and guide it in towards this barrier, which they will find. Applebug, though, with a little bit of a breakaway, moved back on off the triple take. Borg finds a KO. Big finish. Will ricochet back off the bottom and get it back into the hands of Fresh, who passes it over to the teammates. It's Hook Resets taking the shot in the bottom corner, and Drew Danger, too little, too late, cannot defend.
Yeah, and a good Shrugger win from Hook Resets, beating out the Astra that has one size training up on him. So definitely a good mechanical outplay there. And I also want to talk about as well, Last Call relies a lot on passing plays to get a lot of their offensive pressure, and Evil Drew Danger has actually been reading that quite a bit. And yeah, the Supernova is going to go crazy. It's going to send Ababag right off the map pronto, and we'll see if a power play could happen from it, though.
That is going to be the question. Knocked back on over. They are going to be able to find one of the barriers. Japanese box staying on the defense. Applebug going back on over. Borg finds the second barrier, gets the Demolitionist reset, gets the flip, goes for the shot. Drew Danger able to keep up the defense. He stays on in here. Here comes the Supernova. Manages to evade it with his shot. Nicely played, but that's a KO one way or the other. Applebug throwing out the Path Splitter one-on-one with Fresh. Wins those again and takes it to 1-1.
And that's actually brutal. One blunder from Frightfully Fresh. Unfortunately, a miss, didn't strike it in the direction that he exactly wanted. And Applebug with a double size on the Asher again, it gets himself in the 1v1 situation. It's completely doomed for Fresh. There's just very few ways he could actually win.
Definitely the case here, and not able to find themselves too much. Borg going to be able to find one of the barriers, coming in for the second now. Defense still holds strong so far. Evil Drew Danger able to protect that last barrier. Now, just spawn in the center, gonna deal some damage out to everybody. Triple take to knock things back away. Borg looking for the KO out of Applebug. Hook Resets the one who gets it off the back of the Supernova. Now Borg pushing it down towards the bottom. Hook Resets ready to receive. Borg top spin on the box, trying to keep them on the back foot. They will find the Demolitionist proc, a scoring opportunity. Not going to be able to find it, but Japanese box takes another big chunk of damage. Applebug back out onto the field, throws down that Path Splitter, and there will come Borg finding the KO again. Drakkar just can't play the game. And Crooked Leverage coming on through here before too long. Borg ready to receive. Back up towards Hook Resets, who blinks to the Thunderstruck. Goes in for the shot with the power cord, but will not find it. There's going to be the throwdown of the Supernova. Forces evasive off of two members. Coming up and down, and there's the flip. There's the shot blocked away by Applebug, but Hook Resets not done yet. Comes on in for the second time, but will not be able to push it past Drew Danger. Celestial Expanse doesn't find its way on towards anybody, and instead Hook Resets looking for the shot, but Applebug one-on-one forces out the core flip. Another shot coming out across. Applebug with another opportunity, finds that goal barrier and is looking for the score, but Rightfully Fresh just buys enough time and gets it back over to the teammates. Hook Resets, looking to push in for the goal. Borg can't get to it. Applebug again not able to push it through, but will not say die, dashing again, but again will have it denied. Supernova waited out, and another opportunity here, and finally Last Call put it in the bottom corner.
And an absolutely crazy defense from the side of Last Call there. I mean, winning engagement that they just shouldn't they just shouldn't win those situations. Fresh, able to hold it down, hook resets, and Borg able to find the assistance on their goalie that is so desperately needed. And even though they're K'ing Japanese box, it's really not doing much in my opinion. Apabug is still getting these scoring opportunities, especially with that team player from Evil Drew Danger. So I'm interested to see, like, you can't KO Apabug. He's too tanky. You can't KO Japanese box because it's just simply not doing that much. What do you do now? I mean, KO to Hellas?
I mean, that's what they're going to have to try for, or they're going to have to give up on the KO plan entirely, but that's what the whole composition does. So really struggling here as the scaling does end up coming through. We favored this team coming into later game situations, we were saying at the start, but really just does not seem to be working out for them because Japanese box, their presence seems to be entirely optional. And so far, the pressure through Evil Drew Danger on towards these barriers, it's just not presenting itself. Finally, they get one. They get the Demolitionist proc as well. Borg gonna find the second. There's another proc.
Oh, no cooldowns.
Not going to be able to push on through. There's going to be some pressure on Evil Drew Danger off the back of the Supernova. The flip from Borg does not connect. And Apabug able to find the second barrier. Apabug with a scoring shot. And it's Evil Drew Danger who gets the credit all around the map, and nobody can lay a finger on the core.
Yeah, and this team player, I mean, playing exactly, like, honestly, Drew Danger, utilizing it in his playstyle effectively so well. I mean, he's essentially playing the midfielder and the goalie at the same time, and that's not too big of an order, actually, when you get to play midfielder with just your strike with how fast you can send this core.
Yeah, and jeez, again, Apabug just goes all out trying to push in through this bottom barrier and finds it with ease. Now going for another one, guys, elusive, saved again by the heal from the Celestial Intervention. There's one barrier found by hook resets. Borg passes it back over to him. Supernova comes on through, not going to connect onto anybody, but the forward duo, again from last call, have to join up and try to find the goal in this round number 5. Get themselves the set lead. Apabug scoring shot here, but 1 versus 3. Very tough to play here and KO'd off the bottom. They do manage to find the barrier, but this power play for Borg and hook resets, it has to matter. They do get one. Here comes Thunderstruck, and Thunderstruck scores it for him. Borg puts it in the goal.
Oh my god, and Apabug, an absolute menace. It's so hard to kill him, but it just, they are able to do it, and they're able to get through the defenses of Evil Drew Danger. It was so close, and this is actually kind of interesting. Kazan has to deny himself the perfect form, instead opting in to select that twin drive. It's just, even with the nerfs, it's just not something you could give to the Atlas, which means that Evil Drew Danger does have the pick of a litter, missile prop, stagger swagger, perfect form, everything. Elects actually to wait. Looks like Appa is going to get potentially something really big here, actually, the triple size on the Asher. I mean, the 1v1 for Fresh was already looking so hard. It's now gone from incredibly hard to effectively impossible. You're never going to win a strike war against this guy in the net, especially if the momentum of the core benefits Apabug, so you just have to not let it get there.
Definitely here, great damage output coming on through here to start things off in this fourth set, rather, as they do manage to take one barrier for the side of last call, make that 2, getting the reset off the Demolitionist. Hook resets with a ballsy power chord shot, does not end up finding the connection, but Borg looks for the score, and Borg puts it in off the ricochet. 2 more goals for NASL.
And Borg is able to just put up an absolute clinic. It's so measured, it's so methodical. He knows when he could score, and he just goes for the play, no hesitation. It's clockwork for him, and it's going to be so hard for Chikara chatting to essentially beat this robot, this Terminator that is Borg right now.
It's what they're going to have to do if they want to keep their spot in the league. Not having the results they wanted in their first season, and they do not want to leave it as their last. But this is looking dire as the lead has been built up for last call. And last call are looking to get themselves into pro. A double KO for Borg to keep on pushing. Looking for the core flip, denied away from Apabug. Hook resets coming in towards the top. Finds themselves the second barrier. Evil Drew Danger solo on the back foot. Looking for the KO is Borg. He doesn't find it off the maddening descent. A great denial off of that big finish from Frightfully Fresh. Denies the goal from coming on through for Apabug. A breakaway opportunity for Borg. Hook resets, not quite able to get to it. The flip misses. And Fresh can't quite get to it, knocks it away from Appabug once again. There's the Astral Projection to keep on the aggressive, but Hook resets with the channel of the Supernova. Will push Appabug back away again. Very low on health, now KO'd by Borg. And Fresh able to buy themselves some relief and get a power play over to the squad. Looking to score here, knocked away again. Fresh has to play defense, but has nobody in their face. This is the safest time they've gotten to play defense all game long. And finally, Hook resets, gonna be able to pass it on down towards Borg with a respawn from Japanese Box, and Appabug might be enough to give them some room to play. Evil Drew Danger staying on the defense, but Borg coming in town towards the bottom side. Hook resets, clears it back out. Japanese Box knocks it away with the lock and load, and Appabug nearly puts it in, but knocked away by the Supernova. Once again, the cooldown has just ended up so low. Appabug again in a one-on-one, but can't get it. There it is! Finally able to push it through, and Appabug stays competitive.
Yeah, and an unfortunate redirect from Borg, looking for the damage, but instead finds the core. He dimes it up to Appabug, but that was crazy. Fresh absolutely holding it down as long as he can in a situation that I've basically said is impossible, but obviously it's within the realm of possibility as he just did it 3 times there.
Definitely, and finally able to push it on through. This is still the recipe for chatting to try to fight back in this game number 2, and they're doing it again. They've got both barriers. The Demolitionist procs, and Appabug, with it in their hands, dodges away from the Thunderstruck. But the backup from Hook resets is too much, and they will be able to clear it out with the Supernova. Hook resets has access to the flip and can use it at a moment's notice if they want to go in for the double off the Demolitionist. Looking for one of those big shots. They get the first one. Moving down towards the second off the Thunderstruck. There's the core flip going down towards the bottom, but Astral Projection will deny it. Japanese Box getting hunted down now by Borg with a lock and load, puts it into a perfect position for Appabug, and Fresh is forced to use the core flip. Now pushing forward again, Appabug puts it in and will not say die in this series.
Yeah, and there it is. I mean, Chikara chatting, playing to their win condition. Appabug not dying, all the damage really going to Japanese Box instead of Appa, and Evil Drew Danger finding the clears and passes he needs to his, to his team member at this point. And just like that, I mean, Last Call again are on the ropes in this set.
Absolutely, and going to try to deny this going to a set number 5, but it's looking like it's destined to go there. Appabug finds another one of those barriers. Passed up from Evil Drew Danger. Japanese Box misses the strike, and it comes on through to find a barrier of their own. Last Call pushing it in towards the bottom. Borg advances forward. He gets the second, looking for the goal against Evil Drew Danger. Hook resets, can't get to it, but Frightfully Fresh will find the defense. There's the maddening descent from Borg. He pulls it in, and he takes it down to the corner. 2-2, 1 goal away again. Last Call looking to score and end it all.
Fresh. That was a crazy strike shot. That backs against the wall, you either hit it or you lose, and he hit it. And that's going to lead to a goal. One more goal for qualification for the side of Last Call.
Yeah, there's going to be one barrier down. Chikara chatting, still have space to fight back here. Hook resets, just sitting on the core, buying time for Borg to take this one-on-one with Appabug. Appabug forced towards the wrong side of the map, but the second barrier will go down. The goal is now open, but Borg is still brawling. Borg is still fighting. Borg gets both barriers, and he's looking for the goal. Hook resets with the double KO. Japanese Box misses the flip, and that's all she wrote. Borg is qualified for the North American Strikers League. Last Call. Eliminate Chikara chatting.
And it finally happened. Evil Drew Danger and Appabug were off the map. Hook resets with an incredible mix-up on Japanese Box to waste the flip, and from there it was over. They got the breakaway, they got the points they needed, and in so many reverse sweep sets, Last Call qualify. And just as last game, oh my god, look at that damage. 45k from Hook resets, 58,000 from Borg, rounding it off with a 35k from the goalie of Frightfully Fresh. And there it was. I mean, double Van Brace forward, and Asher with a damage reduction, and Atlas. They had the comp to counter this damage, and it just didn't happen. As soon as the cracks were showed, basically Last Call twisted the knife, sent Appabug and the side of Chikara chatting down to NASA, and they're going to be stealing their spot for the North American Striker League.
And the broadcast holds on to the last bit of clout we have. Brickbat. Borg has made it in along with Hook resets and along with Frightfully Fresh. A great run from them, losing in the winner's side, but coming back to take down Chikara chatting. and both of the previously standing North American Strikers League teams in pool number 1 will drop out. The era of Orbits and Chikara chatting is over. Era's Kitten Club and Last Call will be joining the remaining teams in the North American Strikers League for 2024.
Yeah, and absolutely, congrats to them. Chikara Chatting did not go down without a fight. Things were looking really dicey. Opabug with the triple size on the Asher was winning so many engagements in the goalie line against Frightfully Fresh, but unfortunately Hook resets and Borg. And honestly, like I said, I mean, they were winning some engagements that they weren't meant to do. And when that's happening, you're just the team playing better on the day, and that's what happens. So congrats to Last Call after losing to EKC, stealing that final spot in this bracket. And, you know, given how well it's gone for the other two teams for the season 2 of North American Strikers League, if I'm Goats Esports, if I'm, oh my god, I'm blanking on the team.
Well, it's not an NASL team. That's why it's Platinum
Platinum
exclusive.
exclusive. Okay,
Yeah.
they're away from the curse, but if they're away from like the curse, I guess. But
True.
if I'm Goats Esports, I'm gonna be sweating right now. It looks like the teams that are up and coming here are hungry, and we're gonna see that in the next bracket, which will be coming up shortly. But for now, that's gonna be it for me and Gordo. Gordo, any parting thoughts before we end our chat?
No, been a fun qualification tournament. Thank you for hanging with us for 2 matches. I'm on Twitter at GordoCasts, and excited to be back for the North American Strikers League next season. That's going to do it for my time here in Landing. I hope you guys enjoy Saya and K-Bot, who are coming in for the second set of matches.
Yeah, and if you want to see more high levels, high intensity Omega Strikers, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Landing, where at the beginning of the day, 8 teams entered, but only 4 could cement themselves spots amongst the stars in the North American Strikers League Season 3. My name is K-Bot, now joined by Saya, of course, everyone's favorite producer around these parts. And Saya, we've had some pretty interesting games today, but I think this group is going to be the one that shakes out to be the closest, and indeed is proven because we haven't seen either of these teams play yet today on stream, but off stream, we saw the challenger teams take the place of the incumbents, and now they'll both be fighting for a spot to qualify.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is actually, my prediction came through from yesterday. Quest Esports taking it over Goats Esports in the winners, the pre-qualifier match. The one that doesn't matter as much, but you definitely want to stay in the winner's side. You don't want to be coming in from that loser's side. And of course, the Bozo Bunch taking over Platinum Exclusive, unfortunately. Platinum Exclusive being that quote-unquote last pick for these relegations means they get the hardest opponent. And although Platinum Exclusive, from the little that I watched, made it a little close, so I kind of believe in them a little bit. But here, this matchup, Quest Esports versus the Bozo Bunch, 2 teams that did not qualify for the North American Strikers League last time. One of them is guaranteed.
And we'll see who it is. Of course, a lot of folks have been talking and incredibly hyped out about the Bozo Bunch, especially coming off of their 3rd place finish at the Africa TV Invitational that took place about a month ago. But this Quest Esports team is a team that has consistently been around, consistently been at this level for quite some time. They're just looking for their moments to really break through and shine up above the rest. Perhaps it will be this best of 3 series to determine who is going to make it and play in the big leagues for next year. We'll see what ends up coming through here as we load into things. Game 1 will take place on Clarion Test Chamber. Saya, who picked this map?
All right, I'm looking in, and
who picked this?
Was the Quest pick.
Okay. Quest wants some party time, huh?
It's interesting because Quest are a team of grinders. They practice, so they must have something cooked up for this map to pick it in a critical best of 3. Quite possibly one of the most important best of 3s against a team like the Bozo Bunch. But I see you making a bit of a face. What caught your eye there?
Bands coming through were Rasmus Juliet. Don't know where the Rasmus band comes from because, I mean, I guess it's a secondary for Dropletto, but most of the time he's pretty comfortable playing the X, and indeed, that appears to be the comp that the Bozo Bunch is going to start to lock in. That's the tried and true Octavia X Dubu combination that this roster is known for. So, I don't know. Surprised to see that ban. I guess we'll see what it is in a moment. It was, one of the New Awakenings team player plus Knife's Edge. 5 team players across the board, which basically just means for the Bozo Bunch, increased size and increased speed on every single one of their players, right? That's how the math works?
Oh, no. This is the hotshot passing one, not the size one.
Yeah, okay.
So, this is basically the closest thing to an all fire up start there is in terms of ridiculousness. This is where the core goes at lightning speeds in overtime. They're just hitting it at red core speeds. But what I have to question right now, and I think what got you making that face during the draft, is Quest Esports have opted in to the Octavia. That pick has defined so many tournaments.
I mean, look, you either opt into playing against the Octavia, or I's just going to end up picking Era anyway, and you have to play up against Dropletto's X, which tends to convert on a lot of situations, pretty well and pretty consistently. So you kind of have to end up picking your poison one way or the other, but obviously, I, as a player that's known for this pick, was watching actually a little bit of the last match between Platinum Exclusive and the Bozo Bunch, and it ended up being an Oni Village Octavia mirror. Guess what the result of that match was? 3-0 in sets to the Bozo Bunch. So certainly proficient on the striker. We'll see whether or not it plays to their advantage now, but can't quite seem to find the goal, and this core is going all over the place with a team player buff already. We'll see whether or not Dropletto could try to put it in. Looks for a shot to the corner, but Toasty Local's back in time, and you see the drones and the control trying to come out of Hamster Quest, but still not enough to get Dropletto away.
It's just getting a little bit too hectic, right? This Dropletto X, the signature pick You take the Rasmus away, but Drop Leto was an X1 trick for quite a while, and it's just taking up so much space because I alone is undoubtedly a top midfielder, not just with asterisks, not just with like, oh, in NASL. No, I is just a top midfielder right now on their best pick, and will just absolutely gap your midfield. There's not really much you can do, and Toasty Local, of course, you pick the enemy goalie for that additional midfield offensive pressure, but when the X is in your face, what can you do really?
The X is in your face, bullying around, and the enemy team has so much midfield control. You can't really apply as much damage to that, in that midfield role. And I still on cruise control here with the B drop. Looking for something a little bit more. Looks for the pass up to Drop Leto, thanks to that team player. Can't quite put it away. Switches Pat Splitter, will come up just a little bit late. Now Drop Leto, beautiful series of passes, sends it to the top corner.
That's team player right there. You saw the core speed up. You pass it, you get speed. You send it towards your teammates. They keep the speed. They get the speed bonus. And of course, I getting first pick. It is not game ending. No Castle Last, no Chrono Boost showing up. But we'll not say no to a twin drive take plus a bonus deny against that eject button. I mean, no, goes for the Super Surge instead, which is also a pick slash deny. And with the twin drive nerf, might just be a little better in that regard.
My question is, though, who's going to pick up Hotshot here? Who's going to get the one to send the core just that little bit extra faster? Does look like it's going to fall all the way down to Hamster Quest here, as Forgot will opt into the Spark of Focus, looking perhaps for a mayoral candidacy. But we'll see what ends up coming through. Of course, Switch picking up the 1-2 punch here in addition to that Knife's Edge will mean a little bit of extra power on the edges. And that means that really we're going to have to see Quest Esports play to this KOing style. But Drop Leto's not going to let him be the only team that gets KOs. And now we'll be able to be there for the goal to go right on in.
That's a specialized training right there on the X. You bull rush in, you ult, you strike, and if they're a little close to the edge, they're absolutely gone. But this is one of the maps I think Quest is most familiar with. You saw that kickoff immediately popping the center for that first barrier, forcing Forgot into a difficult situation. But look at I, doesn't build up the flow state, but it's just in there, in the midst of everything, winning the strike wars for Forgot, and making sure the resources are conserved as Drop Leto on the other side. Zones Toasty Local out, 2 barriers are taken, and look at the flips available, it's just over.
Oh, done. Send it back. I's got so much core control so much of the time because of this Octavia. And normally you're used to seeing, right, this Octavia get played in more of that scorer position. But in this composition, indeed, Ice takes care of the midfield almost exclusively, right? Roams around the entire map, is always there to try to challenge something. And when they aren't, you really have to try to use that time to capitalize on things. But even still, so difficult to get it around this Octavia. Forgot hasn't really had to show up much on the goalie side because the midfield battle has been won by this Octavia. We'll see if Hamster's Quest can look for something like a prime time later on, maybe to get an ounce extra of that core control. But right now, it's all to the possession of Quest Esports. Bounce House, though, strikes again. Now the core flip comes out. Switch looks for the shot, waits for Forgotten. Now it's going to bounce right around and right back into the waiting arms of Switch to send a goal back. And might see Quest Esports try to stick around in this set.
Bit of an unfortunate angle. Forgot, I think, wasn't quite ready for that. And I as well. But it's just 1 point out of many. It's still 2 points here for the Bozo Bunch. And on this variant, on Project Xeno, I believe it is so much nicer for I to send it around the world, Drop Leto to get it off of one of those side streets, and it's just so hard for Toasty Local to defend both of these barriers here. One is down already, and look how much space I has to play with. Can choose up or down. Finally, one barrier will go down, but it just feels so slow for Quest.
Drop Leto still in position, has the bull rush, takes the barrier, now looking for the challenge, but Hamster Quest himself will send it away out of the top corner. Hits off the barrier there. Emotes exchange. Switch is still in position, though, looking to send it away. And now the clear is sent to the drone, which will be the thing to get the goal for Quest Esports. Like I said, hang on a second, because they might try to come back here. And I do think if they can deny some of these awakenings from this Octavia, they might still stand a chance.
Yeah, those 2 fumbles might be game winning for Quest. If They close it out here, get a little bit of good luck, but Dropletto doesn't want that to happen. Takes out Toasty Local, and this power play is going to be devastating.
Uh-oh, though. Eyes stuck in the jello here. Not going to be able to get around and utilize that speed. Instead, stuck in place and now looks for the KO's Hamster Quest, but of course, doesn't quite have the power, and I will retreat. Meanwhile, Dropletto in position. Doesn't matter. Switch, looking for something to the other goal barrier. Can't find it yet. And Hamster Quest is dropped back, making sure that this goal doesn't go in. Now, barrier falls. Switch tries to dive in. Can't find it. Now, Hamster Quest. This core is drifting back. What's he going to do? When is this core flip going to get used? Actually uses that healing just to stay alive for a moment, but it's not enough. Dropletto pops the X Maximus in order to take Hamster Quest off of the pitch while he was conserving his energy burst for the goal. And it's just going to fall into this midfield play. Hits off the barrier. Back to Toasty Local, who's ready for it. I looks to shove it forward. Can't do it there. Dropletto in position once more. I is still staggered. Doesn't feel comfortable going through. And Switch finds a crazy little angle there. Right underneath the Tofu Fortress. Switch in the corner. I, though, will win that strike war every single day of the week. It's going off the corner again. There's the beat drop. Switch gets it past I. Looking again in this corner. There's the energy burst. I still there on the denial, who sends the pass to Dropletto. The quick turnaround and thinking in order to make that connection happen is what makes this team so strong.
Absolute zoomer reflexes by I. Rewarded with either the Chrono or the Castle Ass. Unfortunately, cannot pick both. But if they're gonna win here, it doesn't even matter. And of course, one of those drop down to the X potentially as well. What a ridiculous block on that flip by I. Space back with the Octavia, instant strike, and just converted immediately.
And that's one of the reasons why I's so good on this Octavia, right? Is because they don't actually need anything else. They just win strike wars every single time. That's why they were good on the Era. That's why they're good now on this Octavia. As the rest of that draft fell, Switch was able to pick up the Demolitionist here, which could prove useful for Quest Esports, especially in those double barrier situations. I imagine those cooldowns are virtually all online, and indeed, Toasty Local will help join the party with the extra dash range of the aerials picked up in the last draft to get it in.
Yeah, and of course, Dropletto opting for the perfect form there, combined with the Specialized, though, will be incredibly scary. But the lack of mobility will be a bit of an issue, especially when Switch is getting sped up so much by Hamster Quest. And with that Demolitionist, like you said, it can put a ton of pressure on these barriers. Forgot holding one for now, but look at Dropletto isolated on the other side of the map. Has to win these strike wars, has to get there somehow. I uses the flip, but the barrier is still defended by Toasty Local. What a hold.
Able to find the hold here. One barrier apiece for both these teams. Switch looks for the KO against I again, but I is not going down without a fight here. Activates the flow state. Looking to stay alive for a little while and still trying to influence the core. Doesn't quite have the ability to regen back up, and that glitch pop will be committed. But now Dropletto's turn. Bull rushes in. We'll take that barrier, and finally the KO comes through. Power play opportunity. Looks for the pass. Switch off the barrier. No, couldn't find the rebound. And now another opportunity with the increased speed of the team player. Hamster Quest will take the shot and put Quest Esports now up 2-0 in this third set.
And that's that leniency on the team player angles. As long as you hit it somewhat towards your teammate, you get the boosted speed, and Hamster threads the needle through everyone for that goal. They take the barrier so quickly. Quest are turning it around so fast.
And the other thing, too, is that because I think it was Toasty Local that got that pass up to Hamster Quest in the first place, so he was already getting it empowered one way or the other, thanks to that extra pass. Now I, once again, stuck up here on this Obscura map. Certainly the bane of this Octavia's existence is just being forced to stand still. And now, off the Tofu Fortress, Switch takes the shot, forgot, able to read it, but does commit the energy burst in the process. Meanwhile, Dropletto finds the KO versus Quest Esports. Switch tries to bully around, but once again, I looks for the pass forward. Dropletto can't convert. Toasty Local holds for now. There's the beat drop. Waits for a little while longer, trying to find this pass up to Dropletto, and now there it is. Punches it home in that corner. That it seems like Dropletto was just sitting around and setting up shop there.
They are the Bozo Bunch. This is a team. Like, you don't get third place at one of the most stacked tournaments of all time by accident. They are so well put together. Their game plan, Dropletto and I are so good at converting, when they're in position. Right here, they use the flips, but they get the barrier. The goal is open, and I is keeping possession. And even when it is dropped, Forgot is ready to send it right back, has the log for the extra strike. And look at that, the log sends it forward in place of I. Dropletto just needed one more chance. And the Bozo Bunch are 1 point away from taking this first game.
It's that conversion factor. That's exactly what you're saying. That comes through here, and now another goal 5 here between these two. Hamster Quest looking for the pass up to switch once more, but it gets interrupted, given by the fact that enough of the members of the Bozo Bunch are around. And you compliment just how much Quest Esports is able to execute on some of these, but also Quest Esports now taking the shot. Hold on, Forgot finds the hold with the rollout log there. And now Toasty Local has to try to get it around Dropletto. Dashes in, even despite the increased size going down. And the goal barriers and the goal gates are now open. Toasty Local going forward. Switch. Can't quite get it on the other side of that pass splitter. And now Dropletto takes a shot with the energy burst. Can't quite find it. Eyes on this side of the map, waiting for the core. Now it's going to prioritize the orb in the middle rather than taking care of anything else. Looks forward here. Dropletto almost finds the strike. Now we'll find the KO against Toasty Local. That's a quick 3-6-0 for the Bozo Bunch.
It looked like Quest had a chance, right? It looked like they were building it back. They had 2 dominant points. But the Bozo Bunch just played better. They just turned something on. They flipped the switch, and they started converting.
That's what this team does. There's not much else to say about it. They just find the passes from I up to Dropletto, and Dropletto's always sitting around the corner. Dropletto's either able to put the goal back or find some kind of KO or exhaust out enough of the resources that by the time that I's able to reposition to prevent the clear from going back, because you've got the flow state, extra speed in order to capitalize on that, or once or twice it's Forgot able to find that last assist to get it up to Dropletto. That's it. That's all you need, and that shows in the score line here with Dropletto, 8 goals, 1 assist, I, 1 goal, 8 assists, and Forgot gets the extra 2 assists there as well. The team player suits this team pretty well, Saya, I think, just because their initial strategy is to find those passes, those quick little turnarounds there and together. But with that starting Awakening 2, so much pressure as they continue to find those quicker passes, and it gives even less time for the enemy team to make reactions happen.
Yeah, it is absolutely brutal when they could send the core flying across the map. They play very, very front to back. Forgot and I defending, I finding an opening with Forgot, getting the pass there, and I carrying it forward, Dropletto, and I converting. And I think we'll have to see them on a different map without that team player start, because although the Bozo Bunch were outplaying, I feel like it just favored them a lot.
But this is their map pick, right?
Yeah, this is Quest map pick, so it's all Bozo from here.
What's game 2 going to be, Saya?
Game 2 is Night Market.
Night Market. So, again, you get extra speed, right? I mean, the reason that Bozo probably picked Night Market is because I imagine the Quest Esports banned Oni Village, right? Because they don't want to play against, they know the Octavia or Era on Oni. So you pick the next best thing if you're the Bozo Bunch, and it's indeed Night Market here. Obviously a map that everyone's familiar with, but if you're Quest, like, what are you gonna try to do? Did you like try to play for an all-out damage composition? We've seen Hamster Quest go over to a Vice now and again. I'm wondering if he's going to pull that out again, opting for a little bit of extra damage, trying to find some of these KOs against either Dropletto or against I, just to alleviate and break up some of that pressure.
The issue is this is Night Market, and Bozo Bunch are one of the best teams at that Era X composition. They dominate on it. So, and it just, even if Quest Esports goes for that triple damage stacking, they put Hamster on the Vice, they put Switch. But the thing is, Switch will probably be on the Juliet in that case, and then you're just going for the same type of KOs regardless of damage. Right. So you'll probably offer the Now. Will probably be like Now Juliet unless the Julie is taken off the field, and it'll probably be the Aimee goalie again. But I just feel like the Bozo bunch have all the tools in the kit to win against that.
We'll see if that's the case. Quest Esports has got to make a move now. They do have another chance to qualify for Season 3 of the main league, but they're going to have to kick it up if they want that spot. Otherwise, this one's going to be all Bozo bunches. We'll see what ends up getting banned away in just a moment as the players are getting settled into things. If you're a Bozo bunch, you know the wind's in your sails right now. And you see the two brawlers get banned away. It is the X banned away by Quest Esports. I feel like that could be the right call. Of course, I imagine we'll be seeing the Rasmus instead here coming through for Dropletto, but it does free up this Octavia pick even still for Muncher.
Yeah, that ban is the obvious ban. Not to say it's incorrect or anything, but the issue is Dropletto just picks the Rasmus, the character that you didn't want him to play. And this Rasmus Octavia combo is going to make your life so hard in the midfield. Hamster Quest is alone versus one of the best midfielders, Dropletto, who just converts over and over. And we've seen the Bozos win so many times with this composition. Quest are going to have to play out of their minds.
Starting Awakenings are heavy impact spark of agility, meaning that potentially we could have seen a damage pivot out of Quest Esports, but elected not to go for it whatsoever, trying to match a little bit more of this speed and pacing and hoping that taking Dropletto off of the X means that maybe there'll be less conversion opportunities across the board, but we'll see whether or not that actually comes true. As we see, passed up here, Hamster Quest keeps it alive for Switch. Path Splitter comes out, bullies around Forgot, opens things up for a moment, and will be able to thread the needle in the top corner off of the rebound.
What a shot by Switch, and this is what needs to happen for Quest. Their win condition is winning it in 3, not letting the Octavia scale even more so. They have characters that can deny the Octavia. They have the Era. Even in extreme circumstances, the Aimi and the Asher can make use of those Octavia Awakenings as well. So they're going to have to win it quick here. But even if the Bozo bunch lose the first set, I don't think they're too scared.
Probably not, right? When you can, I mean, maybe it depends on what it comes up in the Awakenings carousel, right? Because obviously you want to see Chrono Boost, Castle Last, these sorts of things. And if you even see more damage get picked up by some of these members, most notably Switch or, you know, even Toasty potentially on this Aimi, could spell disaster and interrupt some of what you want to do. Beautiful energy burst there from Toasty local in order to save that one. Prevent the goal barrier from falling. Both these goalies remaining, holding on to some of these final goal barriers. Now core flip comes out. Dropletto doesn't even need to do much. That core was going in one way or the other as it seems like, but beautiful core flip there from earlier to net the barrier, setting it around that corner is a play you don't see taken that often, but indeed ended up working out there.
Yeah, usually the lost speed makes it a little bit, I guess, awkward as a mix-up, but in that particular situation, the distance was so close. I got the perfect angle off of it that it was barely slower, and that barely was just enough. But right now, I is taking a lot of damage. Toasty Loco jumps in. That's the power of the eject button. Aimi and still gets the perfect spacing on the pendulum swing for that save. Strikes it perfectly to Path Splitter. I haven't seen one of those kill like that against the goalie in a while, but Switch places it so well.
All a matter of execution, and Quest Esports was able to take care of business there. Find the power play, get set up, able to execute there, and take care of Forgot, protecting the goal line. Toasty Local jumping in once again, has energy burst, so might be looking for that. Now will be forced to commit it, though, as Dropletto almost gets it around the Aimi in the goal box, but won't this time. Commits that cyber swipe in order to ensure the core gets downfield. Now Hamster Quest once more up to Switch. Can't find the shot. Now Forgot still is able to find the clear. Hamster Quest back down to the other corner. And the Path Splitter will be used, but the core doesn't get back up there thanks to a couple more strike more wins from the rest of the Bozo bunch. Now Hamster Quest, one more shot. Switch already commits the primary. Doesn't have it on the second go around here, and it's sent away. There's the energy burst coming out. Dropletto will try to interrupt things for a moment. Forgot able to hold on just for a moment, but Switch is still in position, and it still gets sent away. Cannot find the shot. Put it back into the net. One more time. Up to Switch. No, denied. I will collect it and send it back around. As Forgot continues to hold on. Also has that energy burst at his disposal as well. Switch one more time. Never mind. Energy burst sends him away from the core. Forgot will send it around. Back up to the corner. 2 stagger members and drop Leto low on as well. See what ends up coming through. Just one more time. I'll keep saying it. Here comes the flip in from Toasty Local. Finally able to use it offensively. And it's the mix-up that Quest Esports needed to take care of that set.
That just feels a little bad if you're the Bozos, right? They had 3 different shots at that bottom barrier. Drop Leto had the chance to do a double barrier, but barely missed the angle, and it bounced just a little wrong. The flip as well. And now the game gets a lot harder. Among Titans, of course, makes it easier in the midfield, but that switch Asher is going to get a lot scarier. That Stagger Swagger pickup is not what you want on the Octavia, but you're probably feeling a little happy that the cast or the Corona didn't show up and get denied by the Era here. And of course, the extra special Dubu on Night Market feels like a distant memory in this reality where people play double brawler Era goalie, but Dubu on Night Market, if Forgot is allowed to push up, is a bit of a menace.
We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to in the long run, but I know a lot of high-level players are thinking incredibly strongly about this Among Titans Awakening, especially picked up on something like really your midfielder in general, giving that extra size to your forward player. And hey, that also freed up Switch to take the quick strikes as well. So now Switch not only has extra size off that Awakening's carousel, also has got this quick strikes, which sure isn't as strong as it once was, but even still is going to be impactful. And Hamster Quest also can hope to keep pace with I with that extra speed coming in for the Among Titans too. So fantastic pickup. You can see why it's taken first, and now Quest Esports might have an opportunity, though. Goldbearers get taken on the other side. Drop Leto and I look to try to find the collapse. There is the beat drop that takes care of Toasty Local, and now it's just a matter of passes coming through, although Hamster Quest holds on for a moment, but it's not a moment long enough. The pendulum swing will take it back for the Bozo Bunch.
Namesake for Quest Esports holds strong for a moment, but it is again the repeated team pressure. Drop Leto and I back and forth covering all of the options, and look at the meter advantage. Drop Leto has it, Forgot has it. I unfortunately is vulnerable, and look at that switch, and I, oh wow, that Tofu Fortress was a little bit unfortunate for the Octavia there, but is just constantly holding the corner. Drop Leto gets it around the world. I loses flow state, but it doesn't matter because they're continuing to push the core forward, and Forgot has so much room to work with.
But it's right on back over to this corner. Hamster Quest and Switch seem to really enjoy, but the connection isn't quite made because there's enough members of the Bozo Bunch in position. Now, though, low stagger bars across the board. Drop Leto playing dance with Toasty Local to trying to get that orb, and now the pass comes through off that energy burst. Drop Leto will pick up the barrier, has energy burst here as well, but it's got to play a little bit more careful. Toasty Local looking perhaps for the KO. Can't quite find it there. Meanwhile, Hamster Quest back down to this bottom corner. I looking for the dribble. Switch tries to win the strike war. Almost gets it past and can get it past one, but not two. Finally, Drop Leto taken off the pitch, and it's a power play opportunity. Now we'll see what Quest Esports decides to do. Tofu Fortress interrupts the play for just a moment. And now Switch just couldn't quite get far enough forward. Toasty Local commits the cyber swipe in order to save, but now the primary from I just swipes it right away underneath Toasty Local's feet.
What a well-placed primary, and in a round where the Bozos were getting KO'd, they were on the defense for most of it. They find the angles, they find the passes, they find the flips, and finally that last shot to get around absolutely everybody. And look at that Drop Leto. Doesn't even need to connect with the core, just needs to hit the players. The hit stun is enough to deny the strike, and yet again going for it, gets the strike, looking for another. Drop Leto is playing so well on this Rasmus, he does not need the X.
Oh, able to take care of business there, playing a little bit of pass back and forth, hot potato with Toasty Local, and gets the best of them to put the core back. And once again, I is first on the carousel, but no Castellast or Chrono Boost. Instead, it's likely the Egoist or the Demolitionist getting picked up here. No, opts for the Super Surge instead. Interesting pick. I don't know. What actually is best there for the Octavia?
I think it's just the Super Surge, especially because it leaves 2 Size Awakenings available for your Rasmus, right? And then it's a little bit difficult in the remaining parts of the draft. But of course, Dubu now picking up 2 Sparks, one of which is the agility. That additional speed will be so helpful for the goalie in Forgot, especially if he tries to push up. But of course, that Demolitionist on Toasty Local, although it's on the goalie, it is an eject button IME goalie, so maybe that will come into play here.
See whether or not it is, but certainly at least Toasty Local now basically has 2 Size Awakenings with Among Titans on Hamster Quest plus this Demolitionist, so maybe we'll fare a little bit better versus Dropletto and some of these 1v1s, and now Switch as well, able to put it back. Wait a minute for that Egoist to come online too, because that's something I'm looking out for, especially with Switch picking up the quick strikes earlier. Now it's both currently active energy awakenings. It'll be building that meter up rather quickly.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit scary here. That Asher is absolutely massive, but they still have to put together a play, and with 2 goalies, dropping back, it is so difficult to find a scoring attempt from Quest Esports that converts in that particular situation. But this is their opening. Switch pushes forward with the path splitter while is slightly away, and 1 barrier is taken. The damage is dealt onto The NATO is scary, but just spaces around it perfectly, stays alive for the oncoming push, and the Bozos as 3 hold on.
I didn't even see what actually sent it away from the barrier, but nonetheless, fantastic hold for the Bozo Bunch. Despite Quest Esports committing nearly everything they had in their toolbox, they couldn't get it done, and now the barrier falls on the other side of the pitch. I's gonna come back online here, but Dropletto is almost KO'd once more. Staggered, will have to dodge away, but now is already healed right back up. And we're about to be in overtime. Dropletto looks for the shot. Can't find it there as Toasty Local's on the cyber swipe. I'll send it right back down to the corner. Gets around Hamster Quest. Toasty Local likes that increased size. Has been able to save it there in that corner shot. Now the Tofu Fortress comes right back out. Tries to keep the pressure online. Hamster Quest Energy Burst sends it right away and buys some space for the Quest Esports crew. Once more, down to the bottom corner. But there's the KO against Dropletto. Buys some space here. How will Quest Esports set things up? Although Forgot hasn't. Oh no! Almost rolls away, but even still, not able to find the barrier there with Switch.
Oh
Interesting
no!
play back and forth, and now no! Dropletto comes back in off the respawn, able to take care of business there with a very weak hit of the core, and it's going to equalize this set at 1 apiece.
I believe Toasty actually hit it off of the Night Market center there.
That one looked weird. Someone's going to have to clip that and show that one to me later. I don't know exactly what that was, and I don't know how Dropletto was credited with the goal, but someone's going to have to show me that one later. In any event, it's that's low on stagger this time, despite speeding around in that flow state. Couldn't quite get the job done there, and now forced right on back away. Second barrier falls here. Another opportunity for Quest Esports. Will they be able to capitalize? Dropletto and though, both in position. Each pop their abilities to ensure that that core was not getting past the moment. Toasty Local, though, commits the flip offensively. Can't use the strike to get it forward thanks to the rollout log, but it doesn't matter. It gets back up to Switch, who's able to stuff it in.
Oh, man. Okay, that is the Quest Esports game plan fully being realized there, and it looks so good when they can convert. It all depends on whether they can stuff it past through the defenses of those 2 goalies, dropping back. But right now it's a Dropletto show. Gets 1 strike past the turret, gets another hit to the bottom side. The primary comes in from setting it up perfectly for Dropletto's secondary, and it's 2-2 all tied up. This could decide who qualifies right here.
I think Dropletto just had to blow on the core to send that one back. It was bobbing back and forth right on that goal line. And I was literally like, oh, he hasn't even hit it yet. And the goal animation was going off. But no, indeed, did hit it with a whiplash and was able to take care of business. Now Energy Burst committed, Dropletto sent away. And all 3 members of Quest Esports are trying to prevent this goal from going in. To start to get a little bit clustered up. Dropletto tries to come on back forward. Doesn't quite have the room to work. Hamster Quest will get it past Forgot will send it back on forward. And now everyone from Quest Esports in position again. Looks for the KO as Toasty Local cyber swiping forward, but can't find it there. Now I in position, building up speed on the flow state, looking for the pass forward to drop Leto once more, who's still staggered, still about ready to get sent away. And the goal doesn't convert this time. Now Core sits back up to that corner. Core flip, used, drop Leto, has a quick angle and will be able to find it despite the firewall sentry being used. Able to slip it in the gap once more, and here's another set to the Bozo Bunch. They are just one away from NASL qualification.
And those corner situations with the firewall sentry, Rasmus, one of the characters with enough hits to get it past there. And unfortunately for the Bozo Bunch, the Octavia, not the first pick, but you'll never say no to some size on the Rasmus, and of course that Chrono Boost will be taken off the table immediately by Hamster Quest. But as we head on down the draft, the Aerials is still a fine consolation prize, so much so that I think it should have been considered for denial by the Asher despite being not good on the Asher.
Yeah, I mean, that is worth noting, of course. Now, you see double dash training awakenings for I here, which is going to mean so much more increased speed. But we'll see whether or not that's able to come through with something. Forgot as well, picking up Reverberation, looking potentially for Spark of Resilience later on, if this one ends up going further. So still more scaling options, but drop Leto trying to make sure those scaling options aren't needed at all. Pendulum Swing connects once more.
And that was one of those situations where it was like a bit of a micro play. Toasty is really good at stepping up as this IME goalie, because at a high level you have to step up to contest. That is the only way you can defend as one of those ranged goalies who don't have the immediate anti-stuff tools, which is why look Toasty is just stepping up, right? But earlier dropped Leto space so that the spin into primary would bypass that completely, and is just absolutely exploiting the usual game plan of Toasty.
Good recognition as well from Drop Leto in that small little matchup, especially once you pick up on the player's tendencies as the game continues to go on and on. Bozo Bunch is going to hold their own barrier. Now it's their turn to try to take the Quest Esports banner, but defensive flip will be used here by Switch just to get it away and out for a moment. Here comes the cyber swipe in. Toasty Local diving in. Might even commit for it. No, doesn't. But the firewall sentry is there. Almost in position. And now it'll slip right past Forgot. Toasty Local credited with the goal to keep this one alive for Quest Esports.
Great follow-up glitch pop by Toasty Local all the way from the other side of the field. And those kinds of follow-ups are what you need to bypass the defenses when there are no more hits left. And unfortunately forgot to use the flip. And this damage coming out from Quest, this chip damage, is really making a difference here, making it so hard for Drop Leto to get in there like he usually wants to do on any character that he pilots. And of course is ducking and weaving away from it, but with no meter, I don't think he's long for this world unless he gets the scoring opportunity, and it is denied.
Denied, and the KO comes through. So Quest Esports has yet another power play, and I might be next off of the pitch as well. Shrunk down by the bewitching beam of Hamster Quest, which is something we haven't talked about quite yet on this era. Been a lot about trying to find these conversions, but Hamster Quest able to apply these buffs, trying to get that speed up and trying to get this forward. And now Toasty Local finds the punish. Thanks to that eject button, IME cyber swiping in. And one more point here for Quest Esports to send us to a set 5.
It looks like their next opponent has been decided. Either the Bozo Bunch or Quest, whoever loses this series will fall down to the losers qualifier against Goats. And in the case of Quest, it will be a rematch. The Bozos have not fought them yet, and neither team wants to face the defending team that tied for 6th place, sorta, kinda, didn't get an opportunity to make playoffs, but could have been a playoff team last season.
Goats Esports crew is certainly going to be a difficult roster to face. You have to imagine both want to win here. You don't want to go up against Goats, especially when it's clutch time. So I think that's another thing that we talk about every once in a while when in these qualification settings. And the Bozo Bunch is looking to close it out here. Drop Leto, another pendulum swing, another goal. Puts Quest Esports on qualification point. Not Quest Esports, Bozo Bunch. You know what I meant. You know what I meant.
Quest Esports on a point where they could lose their chance to qualify right here and right now. And you said about clutching up, and that matters so much when Hamster Quest is off the table. It is a striker advantage for the Bozo Bunch, and Toasty Loco standing strong, defending the bottom barrier. But for how much longer can they hold? They need to hold for just long enough to get enough damage on Dropletto onto I, but the mix-up with the hook, Toasty is not there in time. The open goal for the Bozo Bunch. They are in full command of this one.
Looking for it once more, but Firewall Sentry will buy at least a little bit more time. I will collect the core. Now uses that energy burst, tries to get it around, but Switch is still there in position. Looking for the pass forward once more, making this connection just one more time. All they want is just one more. Can't find it yet. Here comes Dropletto. Has a little bit of extra speed, and I'll send it back with the pendulum swing. That's one small goal for Dropletto, and one gigantic accomplishment for the Bozo Bunch. They will qualify for Season 3 of the North American Strikers League.
How far have they come? They have come from the meta channel of the Omega Strikers main Discord, that place where you're more likely to get a wrong answer than a right one. They have come from the depths of qualifiers where they made NASA and they didn't even win NASA. You know, this is a team that has had no expectations for the majority of their career and massive ones for the recent parts. Their second ever coach, their first ever coach was KFC manager. And their second ever coach was me, of all people. This washed up guy. And now they're in the North American Strikers League in the most competitive qualifiers that have ever happened in the history of Omega Strikers.
Well, hey, they have earned their spots. Let's just say that. Let no one challenge them anymore. Let the doubters be silenced, though I don't know that there were many doubters. I'm just going to say that the doubters be silenced. But because I think this team can make a decent run and challenge, make a lot of these, defending NASL teams squirm a little bit more. So it'll be incredibly exciting to see them in the league next year.
Yeah, it'll be very, very exciting, especially since these are three players that were and are kind of sort of are still considered a little bit of one tricky players, right? They don't have the wide champ pools of the top echelon, but
are they though?
Kinda. Like,
are they?
They're main and secondary.
I was an Era player before an Octavia player. Dropletto clearly has Erasmus instead of just the X. Maybe you make the argument for God, but he's got a Kai in case the Dubu ever gets banned. It feels like this team isn't really that bannable.
Well, being one tricky and not being bannable are two very different things, right? A team of three one tricks can still not be bannable, but what I was trying to say is I'm really looking forward to them getting those character oceans that you have to have in the top echelon of play, because being in something like NASL kind of forces you to do that. As one of the most toxic players, one of the biggest yappers has said, Streak, there's no place for one tricks in competitive play, and eventually we've reached that point where, I don't know, I'm just excited to see them on more picks, especially at the top of the table like they have now reached. But there are two more teams and one more spot.
Yeah. Before that, don't get it twisted, Bozo Bunch. Your training arc isn't over yet. You still got some work to do before you actually go up and compete in that league. So I'm excited to see what they'll have. But as you mentioned, two teams remain and one league spot remains. At the end of the day, Saya, sure, there's the consolation prize if you get to play in the North American Strikers Academy, but both of these teams so desperately want that chance to be in the main league. Goats Esports feel like they deserve the spot in that league after having been there last year, after having continuously performed off the back of numerous things, with Fudgy Waffles continuously getting complimented in that midfield slot, and this Quest Esports roster. So close, so many times, to come all this way again and to not get the spot once more would just be devastating again.
And this is a much different road than last time, right? Last time, they defied expectations. They qualified through liftoff, through winners. They had the short path. But here, they are going the distance. They fell versus Quest earlier. This is a rematch. And this is a Quest that looked good against the favorites of this mini bracket, of this qualifier bracket, Bozo. They had, the Quest Esports had good points, like legitimately good points, and a stretch that made us think that maybe it's a reverse sweep, and Goats, we haven't seen them really today. Of course, they weren't on stream. They fell 2-0, but they will have to really level up in this one.
That's the one thing I am most curious about is, obviously, so if we look at the bracket tells us that Quest Esports won this 2 matches or 2 games to nil, right? I don't know how close those games were. If anyone knows in Twitch chat right now, I actually just pulled you up over there. So hi, chat. If anyone knows how close those games were, let us know, because I am curious. I don't know. Someone probably has that information somewhere for what this one looked like. But it all comes down to this. And the thing about this now is that there's that added pressure that we were talking about a bit ago, right, Saya? Where the added pressure of this team coming through, now you've like, it's this series at this point. There is no other match that mattered. It is only this one that determines whether or not you make it or whether or not you spend the next couple months in the Academy League. And neither one of these teams are going to want to lose it. There's going to be that increased level of pressure unless these teams can try to calm themselves down. I think Quest Esports probably has a little bit more experience playing under pressure, and we'll see, Goats has a little bit more experience playing under pressure, and we'll see whether or not Quest can keep up with that, because again, Quest Esports sometimes makes it this far and doesn't quite have it in them to finish it out.
Yep. And this Goats team, Fudgy Waffles, as you mentioned, has been highly regarded as one of the premier midfielders. And, of course, Killiest and Apalmi, no slouches either, but Quest Esports, again, is a team that is really about feeding the core to Switch in a lot of aspects. And if Fudgy Waffles is able to put up the performance of a career, disrupt that completely, this could be the Goats turning it around into a dominating performance. But as I see the people load in, Apalmi has had yet another name change.
Yes, let's go! Hey, I too am a Risk of Rain enjoyer. I'll say it. And Apalmi obviously has changed it yet again. It was Albion, then it was Pixelmon, right? And now it's Risk of Rain. So shout outs there. Gramella in chat, PLX Games both wins 5 sets.
Shout out to PLX.
Shout out to PLX, who again also came this far, looking for it again, and came up just a bit short of actually qualifying for the main league. It'll be exciting to watch them again in the Academy League, because they put on quite a good showing, and I'm really excited to see what they can do. But unfortunately, we can't stream everybody today. Otherwise, we'd be here for like 6 matches, and we don't want to do Super Weeks again, because that was obnoxious. Let's be real with ourselves. So we're here. One more match to determine the final spot in the league. I don't even know what to think. I just want to get this thing started. I'm done. Yeah. Can we get a roll on here? I can't stall for any more. I've yapped for as much as I can. It also probably doesn't help that I was on another broadcast earlier today doing some Splatoon things, so my brain is fried in terms of actually stalling at this point. But hope everyone's having a good day. Hope you've enjoyed the weekend, by the way, between... as I said, this is probably one of the most competitive tournaments we've seen in quite some time, with just how much is on the line, and in addition to the level of competition we've been seeing. So it's been a lot of fun to watch, both yesterday and today. And this is it. This is going to be the final spot up for grabs. So we'll see who's able to come out on top.
Final spot. 1 best of 3 remains. And that's what we finally have a clear picture of the next season of the North American Strikers League. Of course, there could be a few roster shakeups and all that, but generally, we have 9 of the 10 teams locked in already. 3 qualifying today, 6 carrying over, Wait, is that correct?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
okay,
That's
okay.
right. That's math.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
But forget about that because we're finally going to start very soon after this delay. The map pick bans have come in. Atlas Lab banned by Quest, Clarion banned by the Goats, and Night Market will be the first map, and you know, all roads lead to Night Market, I think.
Is this the Pokemon Stadium of Omega Strikers? Be real.
The thing is, Pokemon Stadium is already Clarion, so when are we getting Frozen Clarion? Anyway, we're heading in. It'll be Night Market, Demon Deus, which I'm excited for, and then Oni Village.
Ooh. That'll be interesting because we're seeing like the two polar opposites, it feels like, right? You get Demon Deus, which is typically the brawler heavy map, typically looking for a lot of those KOs versus Oni Village, more of that core control. And then we got somewhere in the middle here with Night Market, where the double brawler composition has been run in the past. We'll see. Probably neither one of these teams going to elect to pull it out, I have to imagine. Probably takes a little bit of extra practice, but we'll see what comes through here now, as appears as though we're seeing a Luna ban out of Quest Esports, giving Fudgy Waffles that extra ounce of respect, and the Octavia getting banned away as well.
Looking like both teams not wanting to play against each of their potential problem picks that could warp the game, because to a lesser extent, Luna can absolutely take over a game when given too many draft wins, when given too many of those awakenings that make the opposing team have to play around that inevitable damage. But I'm interested in the Fudgy pick, of course. It's the Era. But on the other side, the Hamster Quest Vice we were mentioning earlier finally makes an appearance, and I'm not sure if this is the place for it, because it is Night Market. It is against the Era of Fudgy Waffles, and that midfield control on the side of the Goats might be devastating.
Heavy Impact is the starter awakening there, and Quick Strikes was the other one. What? Hello? Did that glitch bomb just do like half their stagger bars? Okay, goodbye. That's okay. Well, no messing around here is Goats Esports. Already on power play, looking to take the second barrier, now looking for the goal. Albion slides in, and now we'll be able to put it there with help from Fudgy.
And I can't help but laugh because you said Albion, but that was his.
I know I said Albion.
And
I know.
Risk of Rain,
I know.
But it was originally Palmy, and then it was Pixelmon. And this guy.
This guy.
Anyway.
This guy.
This is the final series, so get your channel point predictions in while you still can. Waste those bestie bucks, because this is, I think, the hardest series to predict. This is why this group was called the quote-unquote more fun group to watch. The other group felt like a foregone conclusion to a lot of spectators here. But on the other side, flips are traded as the core goes flying across the other side.
Woohoo!
Toasty with a glitch pop save. And both teams go in neck and neck in this one.
Just enough from both IME goalies to keep this rally alive. Now the power play comes through once again. Fudgy looking to get this core forward. Kiliast in position with the IME goalie. Can't quite get the job done. Now Energy Burst taken out here, and the Fiery Flurry comes out as well. It'll be a Palmy scoring that goal that time, and Goats once again on a tear here. And again, that extra damage coming all together appears to be what's doing it in for Quest Esports. Toasty Loco, though, get in there! Takes Fudgy Waffles out now, though, and the stagger bars of Goats are going to be the ones draining first. It's all Quest Esports up first. Now, it's a Palmy finding a return KO. 2v2 now. Switch, looking for the dribble, looking for the Flying Phoenix, but can't get the job done there. And Hamster Quest will drop back, hoping to defend these barriers. Will not quite be able to pull away with both. Palmy in position once more. Glitch pop out. They just strike away from Hamster Quest. Can't quite find it. Firewall Sentry kills for a little bit more time, switches it in position. Here comes a Palmy, knocked away by the Cyber Swipe, but here's Kilias with a Cyber Swipe of his own. Goats Esports 3-0 up in the first set.
It looked like Quest were in control for just a little bit, but it was immediately snatched away. I think Palmy, actually the player with the most doubt cast on him in this entire qualifier, but is showing up big time, is getting the KOs, and now the Twin Drive available, the team player available, opts for the extra special, but don't know. Yeah, team player is just so strong right now that honestly, it might even be worth taking over something like the extra special.
Well, we'll see who it plays out for best as obviously both those picks come out. The Twin Drive's going to fall all the way down to Hamster Quest, the recently nerfed Twin Drive, where now you get longer cooldowns despite an ability to cast that secondary twice. My goodness. Heavy impact pummeler start, by the way, folks. You'd imagine that, or you'd figure that there was prize fighter start 2 or something for everyone by the amount that they're prioritizing KOs as everyone continues flying off of the pitch.
And this Aimi goalie is not a pick we see Killiest on too much, but seems quite good at it. Despite that, of course, has a deep pool, has so many characters in there, but even despite that, is getting so many follow-ups on those barriers. But as I say that, the striker advantage is played expertly by Quest while Apalmi is gone. They take both barriers. They're pressuring in the health bars. The stagger bars are incredibly damaged on the side of Goat. But Fudgy Waffles on the brink of death still takes the barrier, makes a chance for Goats.
Oh, that's Supernova from Hamster Quest. Now you see the Cyber Swipe come through from Toasty Local. Another power play opportunity, but the return KO comes through. Zapalmi is able to find it. 2v2 on the pitch. Killius tries to get it past Toasty Local, but the energy burst is committed for that play. Now Fudgy Waffles back online, immediately pops the Flutterfly. Is trying to get this one away, and now the Maelstrom will carry Switch off of the pitch. Weird little bounce there coming in from the barrier in the middle. There's another one. Gut check there for Toasty Local. Is ready for it. Bewitching beam forward from Fudgy Waffles, still looking for the core, and now bullied. Palmy almost gets bullied away, but just dives right back in with the Flying Phoenix to secure the goal.
What is up with Palmy? This guy is not one of the most enthusiastic players of Omega Strikers. There's a reason his username cycles between games that are not named Omega Strikers. This guy shows up for relegations, and he is showing up, but as I say that, Quest are putting together the team plays. They're absolutely dominating. Killiest is not long for this world, has to duck and weave away from the primary of Hamster Quest, but on the other side, it is Fudgy Waffles controlling the core, getting a barrier and looking for the goal here.
Still keeping it in the corner, trying to get it back up to Apalmi. There's Toasty Local trying to get Apalmi away, and now the KO comes through, a switch is dropped back. Another power play opportunity. Will they be able to find the pass? Actually, no. Good stall tactic here from Fudgy Waffles. There's a glitch pop out from Killiest, and now the Cyber Swipe is just a bit too far. Switch in position to put it back.
Well played here. And I don't know. It's this game is incredibly down to the wire, right? But both teams are so fragile. They output a lot of damage. They take a lot of damage. Palmy almost gets taken out immediately, and it really just depends on which team damage dumps at the very beginning more efficiently to control the pace of the point. And this time it is Quest Esports looking like they're just going to run over this particular one. They take the lead in this set, and they're looking to even it up right away.
Again, with how I don't know if I've seen a game of Mega Strikers that each individual rally is just this snowbally, right? It feels like once one team gets that advantage in terms of having those stagger bars at their disposal, it's really difficult to come back from the play in terms of what we're seeing so far. Not seeing a ton of long rallies here, which is no discredit to the goalies, of course. It's just near impossible when a team's dumping all this damage on top of you, and then the Julie's still around in order to make sure the core goes into the net. KO comes through, though. Palmy taken off of the pitch. Firewall Sentry used to keep this core in a corner and away for a moment. So the Quest Esports power play is drained rather successfully. Flying Phoenix, though, does find the goal barrier at the end of the day. Hamster Quest looking once more for Switch. There's the punch. Tries to keep it in the corner, but nobody's there in time. Now jumps forward again. Looking forward in the corner, trying to find the conversion here between the midfielder and the forward. But it feels like these passing plays right now are just not there for them. Maybe another opportunity, but no, immediately taken away by Goats. Now here comes Toasty Local, sends a shot down to the bottom side. It's slightly wide. Now Palmy has the corner, has the dribble, and has the Flying Phoenix. It's another 0.5.
Wow. In the clutch, Apalmi is there, and of course it is set up by the teammates on Goats, and this is such a critical 0.5. It could mean Goats running away with it, scaling even further with the lead, or it could be Quest coming back into the game, and that Vice could increase in damage by so much, could make the damage difference between the two teams increase to the point where the Juliet duel is just a Juliet slaughter.
Potential. Every Awakenings carousel counts. You have no idea what's going to be there. You just got to do your best with the hand that's dealt to you. Now, though, Goats take both barriers almost instantly, and we're looking for it again. Here's a Palmy. Will find the KO. Now keeps the core forward. Firewall Sentry is used, but the Maelstrom as well tries to keep the core forward. Power play opportunity. Hamster Quest still in position, trying to send it away. On the Firewall Sentry from Kilius to try to apply a bit more pressure, but the penalty is killed.
Oh no!
Beautiful angle. Goodness! What an angle there from Hamster Quest off the rounded corner of that barrier is going to be what does it for Quest Esports. And now, see the Awakenings come through. Demo, Super Surge, and that prize fighter all online.
What a play by Hamster. In that, it almost felt like a 1v3 situation that Hamster scored in. Just threaded the needle perfectly. But here, the demo is denied by Fudgy. And Fudgy has been quite good at these scoring opportunities, and Kilius still picks up the Super Surge. So this is nowhere even near the end of the world for the side of the Goats. They pick up a lot of what they want, of course. On the other end, I think all 6 players are pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, even a Palmy walks away with prize fighter there, which is exactly the Awakening that I thought we were playing as a start anyway. Potential opportunity to get even more KOs, but of course, potential weakness or liability if you can't quite get, or if you get KO'd yourself. There's one prize fighter stack, able to pick up one versus Hamster Quest. Switch tries to return the favor, but comes up just shy. Nice energy burst usage there from Toasty Local, saves one barrier. Will let go of one. Maelstrom comes out. Apalmi still there. In order to send it back. Here's a glitch pop to get it down to Apalmi, who puts it right back. Just, again, the added pressure of this environment, Zaya. And Goats is thriving.
They're ice cold in the clutch, but, you know, Hamster Quest, a veteran of many rosters, all named Quest Esports, is also playing calm, collected, but it's a little difficult. Even despite the damage advantage, it is your teammate, it is Switch, who is KO'd here, and Toasty Local pressured by all 3 members of the Goats. Tornado bearing down the Firewall Sentry in position, and they still manage to defend. Switch stuffs out the core flip. They can't get the barrier, but they'll take the goal not being scored, and of course another opportunity finds itself, but Apalmi, the prize fighters, are stacking up to a ridiculous amount, and this snowball might just take the set.
Looking for it once more. There it is from Kilius as the Cyber Swipe comes in on that eject button, Imi, to secure the KO, and then will kick it in himself. Beautifully done here once more. Recognizing, again, a lot of these advantages. We are seeing many more KOs in this match overall than we've seen in many other games today. These teams are still playing incredibly well, capitalizing on those opportunities. Fudgy sent away with no dodge, no elusive, and very little stagger. But nonetheless, will regenerate right back up, and any advantage the Quest Esports might have had is now dissipated, especially with Hamster Quest going to take it off yet again. So close so many times, but the extra little ounce of power that heavy impact start is giving these KOing characters is catching these members off guard. Now it's Apalmi's turn to get taken away as the Supernova comes out once more. Power play opportunity, and Hamster Quest will get the goal for Quest Esports.
What a clutch conversion, what a clutch KO. That is one of the prize fighter stacks gone, and you got to whittle away at those to make sure Goat do not snowball this KOing out of control, especially when your team has opted into a more KO version of the comp. But that piece is now gone. The Vice is taken off the field, and Fudgy Waffles needs to get it past here, needs to create an advantage for Goats They want to qualify, and they need to take the step.
Looking for it once more. Hamster Quest back in the goal. It actually gets all the way back to the other side of the pitch, but Fudgy Waffles has the energy burst. Apalmi once more in the corner. Firewall Sentry tries to send this away. It slips past for a moment. Toasty Local still there. Apalmi will drop back, pick up the orb. Looking for even more. Here comes the Cyber Swipe. Now, Toasty Local up to Hamster Quest. Almost not even prepared for it. Now we'll take the Thunderstruck forward. It bounces off the barrier. Weird position. Switches there to capitalize on an unfortunate bounce there from that clear. It's another 5th goal in another set.
What amazing timing by Switch as well. Hits it right after Turd Shot connects to the top corner where the sentry is not blocking. And now it is a sentry of their own that gets one barrier. They're pushing this advantage as far as they can. Hamster Quest holding down the midfield, but Toasty Local cannot reach the core in time. It's all up to whether the core can get to the other side at this point. But as I say that, Apalmi's taken off the field yet again. Fudgy Waffles will have to do everything in this point. Stalls out for just long enough for now, but has no meter. Has to be so careful near the edge. The Firewall Sentry helps, but Switch is dribbling in front of the barrier. Will not convert, and the power play ends.
Momentum of the set, all of the favor of Quest Esports. 2 energy bursts at their disposal in virtually not even close, or any of the members of GOATS Esports. There comes the Supernova out once more. Toasty Local uses his burst to send it away. And Hamster Quest will also commit it on that defensive play. Now, Palmy looking for a KO, but doesn't have those prize fighter stacks. It doesn't matter. Killiest is there to punish those kinds of clears, even when you think they're safe. GOATS now up 2-1, looking to take this one ahead, and especially critical for them, given by the fact that they lost this match. They lost both games against the same opponent earlier today.
Yeah, and rewarded with a cast last on the critical member on Fudgy Waffles of all people. And Toasty, I just feel so bad, forgot for a moment about the Killiest factor. The other side having an eject button goalie as well. And now this is so scary. Apalmi being the one to pick up the knife's edge in addition to the prize fighter, and his counterpart only getting a peak performance. This is the win condition for the GOATS.
What is this Juliet page? Pummeler's heavy impact built different prize fighter knife's edge. Are you kidding me? Goodness gracious. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Juliet player. Exactly what Apalmi will want here now is trying to bully away Toasty Local, looking for the dribble, now trying to send it to the top corner. Doesn't quite find it, just a bit outside. Almost gets bullied away. Here comes Switch, though, trying to win a couple strike force of zone. But critically, looking potentially with Switch with that peak performance, got a little bit extra stagger to your name now. Less likely to get KO'd, but even still, so much of this is at the whims of just the knockback factor in general. Killiest dives in, can't quite find the core. Here's the Firewall Sentries, both dueling for it. But the core will fall away. Now, Quest Esports, another opportunity. Oh my goodness, beautiful glitch pop read to the top corner. And now, it doesn't matter. Switch is able to send it right underneath Killiest's feet.
They just don't care. They don't care about the advantages on the side of the GOATS. They're outplaying regardless. They're staying alive. Barely they're getting the barriers when it's necessary. This is Quest. This is a team that has existed since the beginning of beta and even farther back probably, but I wasn't there to remember. And they have been, honestly, historically, the roster that has existed in name for one of the longest of times, and they have never really gotten away from that top level. I think the current iteration is no different, even despite picking up previously unknown players. Toasty basically only played ranked before Quest Esports. Switch, of course, very well known in a different community, but wasn't in this one. And Hamster Quest, the constant on this roster, they are still looking to push forward despite the draft. You saw how crazy the Juliet page was. You saw the cast to last, but they have the barrier advantage.
Looking for the goal here. Still have to play this one patiently. Overtime now. Hamster Quest looking for the pass. It gets denied by the barrier. And the wall in the middle nonetheless. Now, poor ping pongs all over the place. And Toasty Local will get credited with the goal. That's the exact reason why you don't want to lose your barriers, is to save those small little things from happening. But nonetheless here, Quest Esports now up 2-0 in this set, looking to send us to a set 5. All going to be a matter of execution now. Here comes a Palmy, though, looking for the bottom barrier. Can't find it yet. Fudgy now commits the energy burst, but doesn't find the core. And switches in pursuit on the other side of the pitch. Kilius, no stagger, is just going to have to eat the supernova of Hamster Quest. And now is at a potential for getting knocked out. The Thunderstruck comes through. Doesn't find anyone there. Here comes the pass. Toasty Local trying to get it. Fudgy off the wall to the corner to himself. Now, Switch unloading all of those cooldowns, but it's not enough to KO Fudgy. Gold Barrier will open nonetheless. Bewitching Beam will connect to a Palmy, but Switch is in position. Energy Burst denied. Not able to find it there. Toasty Local back diving in. Switch looks for the punch down on the bottom side. Fudgy is ready once again, and Hamster Quest is able to send it, trying to keep it alive, and will do so there. Switch will finally find the goal, despite the defensive heroics, and Quest Esports now will send us to a set 5.
And despite everything, they continue onward. They are looking to go even farther in this qualifier. Last season, they fell to a massive upset in Liftoff. This time, they are here. They made it through Liftoff. They are in the promotional matches. But it's just so scary. You had to give something to the era, but the thing that is given is prime time to Fudgy Waffles, of all people. You pick up the Stagger Swagger, but they are KOing off of knockback. And once again, I think they'll have to defy the odds.
Fudgy picked up prime time there. Could have gone for the Among Titans, which will fall to Hamster Quest, which means that Switch will have a little bit extra size. Picked up the Big Fish earlier, so now 2 size awakenings, but of course that Bewitching Beam from Fudgy Waffles will be the thing to look out for. Now, beautiful Fiery Flurry, able to slip it right past Toasty Local. And the goal gates will open up here for Goats. Once again, they're looking for their first win against this team today, despite 2 losses earlier. Quest Esports will respond with gold barriers on the other side. Here comes the KO. Toasty Local has to flip to defend this goal. Apalmi still in position. It's not there in time. Kilius has to use the glitch pop to find the save, and now is able to evade, clear it away from the Flying Phoenix. Well done. Keeps the play alive. Fudgy now back off the respawn, looking for Apalmi. Here comes the supernova. It doesn't matter. Kilius is there to put it back.
Oh, that's such a tough situation. Toasty didn't want to send it to the bottom side because of the supernova, but he had to, and unfortunately sending it to the top side just send it into the waiting arms of Kilius and Apalmi, who have pounced on that opportunity so many times before. And now it's Goats in the lead for a moment as Kilius jumps in again, tries to get double barriers. Toasty saves 1 at the very least, but it's so scary as Apalmi pushes forward.
Pushing forward now. He gets sent away. KO'd there. Back down to 1 prize fighter stack is the Juliet for Goats Esports. And my goodness, the supernova connects with everyone. It's an ace. And it'll be the thing that equalizes us once more. Next to 2 goals, we'll win.
And importantly, it resets the meter on all of them. Look at the meter advantage for Quest. If they can use these flips, if they can convert, look at that, a KO right off the bat by the Aimi. The flip is used perfectly. This striker advantage needs to be played to perfection. Quest are looking to take the lead in this series.
Energy Burst comes through, is denied. Fudgy Waffles and Kilius both holding the line here. It's going to slip past both of them there. The weak shot towards the barrier, and now Switch takes it off the corner. KOs yet again. Oh no. Felt like Goats had this one in their grasp, but now faltering at the line. Quest might be able to take it here.
They're pushing forward yet again. They get the kickoff priority. They get the supernova. They force out the elusives, and Kilius takes damage despite all of that. But they're looking for the barriers. They're looking to make it closer. They're looking to send us to yet another set 5.5 as Apalmi dash punches for that barrier.
Now, low on stagger. Fudgy Waffles doesn't have an evade yet. Has to play incredibly carefully. Hamster Quest, so small now. My goodness, what was that shot? Those are not the hands of someone who hasn't played the game very much, Saya. Those are the hands of someone who has hours upon hours in multiple games. Beautiful strike from Apalmi. The mix-up needed to send us to a set 5.5 in game 1 in a best of 3 where NASL qualification is on the line.
It's not a winner side game. It's NASL qualification or you are out for the rest of the season, and that damage might just do it. Budgie Waffles is staggered, but so is Switch, and that turret is bearing down. The next KO can mean everything, and the era is down.
Now, potential opportunity. Here's the power play, but Apalmi used the energy burst, buy some time. It's the energy burst back the other way, but Killius is able to find the clear once more, despite the Juliet there, and now doesn't have the speed to get down to the bottom corner. It's Tosi Local once more, coming in with the unexpected play. Quest Esports up 1 in the best of 3, 3 games to 0 versus Goats today. They've got to take one more.
What a shot. And despite the moments where Goats looked like they had a way back in the game, in the end, it is the same member who we thought was vulnerable. It was Tosi who hit it up into Killius' arms twice, where I think the spectators had to be facepalming at those moments. But in the end, it is Tosi who converts on the tail end of the power play, the angle from all the way across. Just a slow roller where Killius cannot even think to reach.
What a series of plays from both teams. You can tell everything is coming out for this match between these two. KO check real quick, by the way. What is that? 19 KOs for Quest Esports and 16 KOs for Goats. Comes together all the same. Tosi Local, 54,000 damage on an IME. Are you serious? What happened? We got another game of that, Saya. At least one more.
We got another one, and this time, you know how the damage was high? You know how the KOs were all over the place? Our next stop, Demon Deus.
Oh my. Here we go again. Strap in, folks. Because this is going to be a wild ride. You thought the last one was crazy. And this is a map that not a lot of games have been played on, right? It's only with map picking just back into things. We're just recently getting this map back and being able to play it. Just added back to the ranked rotation too, I believe. And so we haven't seen a lot of games played here, but this will be one that really is going to test these teams' mettle in terms of whether or not they'll be able to stack up against the rest of the league here. The Stars already qualified in NASL.
Yeah, it'll be a real test, especially because this is a map that isn't really picked often, right? It is one of the bans more often than not. And we'll see very, very different compositions here, of course. We're very unlikely to see the era in that forward position. We might see a return to the Vice as well, but I'm most interested in the Brawlers. Will they still opt for the Juliet, or will they pack more of that damage instead of the knockback?
We'll see. I mean, both these players certainly have Zentaros, right? In both Apalmi and Switch. Switch started, actually, on the Zentaro. I think probably favors the Juliet now, all things considered. And Apalmi was known as a Zentaro player in his own right? Rather than going over something like the Juliet or the X altogether. So we'll see whether or not that gets picked. Of course, it might be Awakening dependent all the same, but even still, these teams didn't have a problem getting KOs in the last one. It might remind you, especially in the first sets there, it was about just dumping all of the cooldowns onto the enemy team and seeing who happened to be staggered first, right? It wasn't necessarily about who's standing closest to the edge. It was actually about racking up that damage. So certainly didn't have a problem doing that in the last one. We'll see what else comes through here. But one thing I imagine is probably going to stay constant. Quest does not want to see Fudgy's Luna.
Yeah, especially on a map like
That's
this.
my guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You do not want to see that one. It will probably stay banned. I believe they also banned it in their previous series as well, and for good reason. Budgie is a bit of a demon on the character, and although I'm already laughing trying to think of this bit, but it's a character where they won against bounty hunters in the NASL Season 1 West.
No, not this again.
Anyway, that's a distant memory. But as it's been a long time since then. It's been quite the journey since then, and now as we're almost heading into 2024, it might be a completely new North American Strikers League, or will GOATS Esports defy the rest of their fallen defending teams and clutch up?
We'll see. These are the moments that make or break you, right? These are the moments that'll have lasting impacts on, obviously, the team that wins, right? But the team that wins is just going to go play in NASL. It's the team that loses that, is like, man, because both these teams, like I was saying earlier, believe they deserve to be in the league. They both believe that they can compete. They both desperately want the opportunity to prove their worth. And indeed, GOATS did in the last season. Took a lot of teams the distance, including an incredibly close one versus Finesse. So, this is a team certainly that can pull it out. Now, though, they've got to do it today. They've got to find their play and their stride today. And if they don't, they'll have to compete in Academy for the next few months. We'll see what comes through here as Striker Select has begun. Demon Deus once more is the pick here. We'll see what comes through.
And as you predicted, that's Zentaro already being hovered. And of course, the Luna being taken off the table. But it looks like Hamster Quest has already anticipated the Vice ban. Hovers a bunch of different characters, but settles on the Now. And although nerfed, this character is just good. This character is still fundamentally good, especially on a map like this where her secondaries and primaries can take up entire corridors. And of course, the healing and the damage as well. And on the other side, it's Rasmus or Now goalie. Probably the Rasmus goalie, Now midfield for Fudgy. But Vinny's and Taro being the other pieces are just a lot scarier damage-wise.
Yeah, across the board, right? We'll see whether or not the rest of this comes through, because Reverberation Prize Fighter Start is the pick here on Demon Deus. So you pick either, I'll try to have the extra amount of staying alive power, or let's just go all in for those KOs. And you can tell which team is picking which strategy here. We'll see whether or not the gamble pays off for Quest Esports.
Although I will have to say that immediately, it's probably the GOAT's advantage in the first few sets, and again, they have to win quick here. This time, they're the ones on a bit of a timer. But on the other side, the Zentaro, the Fini, they are sure to scale, and of course, now the constant on both sides, as this point is going awfully long despite the broken barriers on the side of Quest. Hamster Quest winning the Strike Wars, keeping the core up, not falling as Switch almost dies, but manages to preserve the prize fighter stack.
I mean, look at how much free territory Hamster Quest has. He has not been contested on the bottom side of this map for so long, and now was able to pick up the second barrier here. Overtime ticks over. Both goal barriers open. Apollomy low on Stagger. Doesn't have the opportunity. I think you said, these teams got to win quick. They also got to, GOATS has to win quick for each individual round, and my goodness. Switch able to find the shot from midfield. Goes past Hamster Quest, who is getting knocked away by Apollomy, but it just wasn't enough.
And the more this game plays out, the more calm that Quest team. They are playing their game. They're slowly pushing forward. And the GOATs just feel like, do they have the answers now? Because Toasty and Hamster are winning the Strike Wars against the people they need to. They're looking so confident. They're staying alive as well. They have all the resources necessary. They finally lose the barrier there. But you will have to burn the flip here, but it is defended. No, okay. But that's a lot of damage down. GOATs are looking low.
Looking low now. Gold Barrier is taken on both sides. Switch has a little bit of room to work. Killius will pull it back with the Death Touch. Triple take. Keeps the core forward here for Quest Esports. And now, Hamster Quest looking to send it down to Switch once more. But now, actually, maybe it's Goat's turn. Oh my. Switch, actually, with a beautiful Yai Rush. In order to find the angle, sending it right around Killius in the opening rallies of this set and of this second game. Well done there to find that goal. And once more, I mean, sorry, lay it out for me here. How devastating is it if Goats lose even the first set here? Because you see the characters here, like, what? They're just going to pick up a bunch more damage awakenings? The game's going to be unplayable? Is that what you're telling me?
Like, right now, it's just the damage scaling that's so scary on the side of Quest. But as I say that, it is still the Goats. They still have the control here. They of course, have the ability to push in with that Juliet. And against the Fini, that dash punch is very, very reliable.
Just feels like Goats haven't squeezed the area control, right? So often you see Fudgy dropping back, playing much more defensively, trying to do some form of staying alive and not going up to challenge Hamster Quest, who's sitting in the bottom, or now top side of the map, I should say. Pendulum swing from Killius tries to get this away. Switch will keep the core forward, and now Hamster Quest will strike it towards the barrier, but it doesn't matter. It goes back to the other side of the map, and Apalmi is there. Goal 5 once more. Let me hear it for goal 5. We've been here how many times? How many times between these two teams already? Not to mention how many times they went to it in their semifinal match. But quite impressive to continue to see this coming through. And now, Palmy take it off of the pitch. Quest Esports power play. Both barriers already down. Just got to try to find a way to get this win. But Switch already used the slice and dice. Looking for the pass down to Hamster Quest. Will find it. And now it slips past Killius. That's the set there. One more to the scoreboard for Quest Esports.
Oh, damn. Okay. This is the draft that could take over this entire game. And right here, we'll have to see if the Super Surge is taken or something else, maybe the Prime Time. Just now, just waiting. Bintaro picking the Demolitionist here. Oh, this is very, very interesting. Just denying the demo at all costs and trying to make sure this Juliet has a... I don't know.
Hey, screw your Quest Esports drafts. Or screw your Goats drafts. I'm a Quest Esports drafts believer. I don't know what that was, but they're cooking something.
I am so clueless after that one. The only thing that makes sense to me is the Deadeye on Fini. And everything else, I am just scratching my head. Maybe I'm not a knower, but that was definitely an interesting one right here.
Well then, welcome aboard, folks. Wouldn't be a GOAT series if we didn't see some kind of drafting. Well, okay, the built different for Apalmi has to make sense, right? That has to track, but Apalmi will get KO'd here pretty quickly. So despite the gold barrier is falling, might not have the opportunity to send this one through. Now, looking for the second gold barrier. Good defense here from Fuzzy Waffles. Sends the core away. Now Killius in pursuit with the whiplash speed. Can't quite get there in time, and now Switch is there to deny the pass from Apalmi. Fuzzy Waffles tries to get it out of there. There's another Oni's Blade Denial, but Switch doesn't come up fast enough. Once more, Goats looking for the goal here. Killius tries to come on forward. Fudgy trying to cover from multiple angles. Killius is the one with the energy burst, and now the punch comes through from Apalmi, stunning both Toasty and Hamster Quest to get the core away.
Those are the plays that the Goats need to make to win this critical game, to keep their qualification chances alive. But right now, it is all Toasty Logo who is sniping it from the other side of the map, getting an early barrier. Switch, though, taking a lot of damage, and that's not what you want to happen to yours and Taro, who is the backbone of this offense here. Hamster Quest flips it up. Switch sends it forward, and a great shot by Hamster Quest forcing out the flip from Killius. But again, these early moments, if the GOATs cannot get going, take these barriers quickly, it just feels like Quest is in control for so long.
Seems to be the case. Continuing to stall things out here. Quest Esports, and now they get rewarded with a power play. KO comes through and looking for the shot here out of that big finish. Couldn't quite get it done. And now the return favor KO comes through. Palmy back online. Trying to establish a triangle here. Looking for the passes. But now, oh, actually, Palmy. Fudgy was credited with that KO, excuse me. Gets 2 away for a moment. Buys a little bit of extra space, but the hold's coming through for now. Hamster Quest still getting the job done, but it doesn't matter. Palmy's still there. And he'll finally capitalize.
Oh, and in the long term, the GOATs clutch it up yet again. They make it happen. And Quest just looking like they aren't nearly as successful on this map. They do not have the Druid. They do not have the score button, the score combo that is nearly as reliable. And they have to get these KOs here. But Fudgy Waffles looking low now, but has a little bit of meter to work with. Can elusive something, and just running around the map healing up. And it's just that the KOs are never really falling into place enough for Quest Esports right now.
Seem to not be racking up that damage. Seems as though we're starting to see a little bit more of that successful healing coming out of the proximity drones from Fudgy Waffles. And now Core's going to slip right on by. Goats will find a set in response in 3-0 fashion. Able to capitalize there, and now we'll look towards this next carousel. We'll see what actually they pick up here, but a couple of interesting ones you see already coming through, including Aerials is probably going to be pretty high priority. Cast an Egoist, I have to imagine.
But Monumentalist on the Fini is taken. It is not denied by the Rasmus, and that means Toasty Local will start to take over this game. That is why you pick the Fini goalie, not just the damage, but when you put the big finish on the barrier, on the circular barrier of Demon Deus, it just becomes so hard to defend, and that lack of denial by Kiliast might just swing this entire game around.
We'll see whether it can. We'll see. The other thing here too, by the way, is not seeing the effectiveness of that prize fighter starting out of both Toasty Local and Switch. And now as I say that, Switch is taken away, losing that one prize fighter stack. 2 barriers fall, Apolly in position, as well as that drone. And that'll be enough to send Toasty away and open up the gap for the goal.
What a great zoning drone, just knocking back Toasty. But again there, the big finish not really placed on top of the barriers, not really getting the full value here. And unfortunately that means that Goat can play without fear of that cooldown. And yet again, it's not really on the barrier, just gets 1 hit. So I don't really think they're getting too much value from the Fini here. But if they can take this point, if they can take the set, if they can scale even further, and I believe Extra Special is still up, that just becomes an immediate win condition for Quest.
Hamster Quest commits the energy burst, finds the barrier, switches in position, and now will strike it right away. Apolmy wasn't dropped back far enough, with Kiliast and Fudgy Waffles both trying to contest the Zentaro, and the opening is found. Not much more to say about that one. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You make a decision, it doesn't quite work out in your favor. Now though, Switch, my goodness, almost trying to capitalize here once more. Triple take, already used. Toasty Local use the energy burst, gets it back forward. Now Switch, energy burst to the corner, trying to pick it up with a slice and dice. Can't there. We'll drift back to the Quest side of the pitch. Palmy low on stagger. Healing comes through from Fudgy. Looking for some more, but once again, it's another just methodical hit to the corner, hit into the net. Finding the openings once more as Quest Esports.
They're finding the passing, they're finding the follow-ups on their shots. And once again, they're rushing forward. Hamster Quest staying alive versus Apolmy, taking 1 barrier immediately. This offense is roaring to life here. Even the big finish is not fully necessary. The flip comes through. They win the sets, and this draft could end the game.
We'll see what happens now. If there was any moments to turn it on to 12 goats, now would be the time. Now, will pick up the Chrono Boost up first here for Quest Esports. That is exactly what you would have wanted if you were Fudgy, for that little bit extra effectiveness on some of those heals, despite all the damage that could potentially come out. But of course, Apollo will be happy with a 1-2 punch all the same.
And thankfully for Goats, no copy pasta moments here. They take away the extra special they don't want to play against that Fini taking over the game. But Switch, of course, taking the heavy impact, gets the cooldowns back, gets the additional damage. It's just so much scarier. And Hamster close with the Chrono, that additional speed is so powerful for the entire team. And right now, they're just maneuvering around the map so efficiently. One barrier is taking on the other side, but Quest Esports, they're looking good here.
Looking good for now. Apalme looks for it, but now gets punished, sent away into the gold he's trying to score in. Barrier is taken away now. Quest Esports trying to keep it alive. Here's the Oni's Blade, keeps in the corner, and now Hamster Quest will thread the needle once more. 2 goals away from league qualification for Quest Esports.
Only 2 goals remain, but they can't get complacent because they have faltered before. They are more than good enough. They were more than good enough in the past, but they still have to score these goals against Goats Esports, the defending NASL team. Meter available for Switch. Toasty pushing forward with it as well. The big finish finally in position, forcing the flip out of Fudgy Waffles, but they need to make the most of this advantage here.
Looking again. Hamster Quest will dodge away from the dash punch of Apollo this time. Here's the Oni's Blade. Core flip utilized, trying to get this core away, but Switch will respond in kind. The second that it gets right back up to him, both barriers will fall. Hamster Quest with the increased speed, looking for the goal. Can't quite find it yet. Now, though, has that energy burst. Will use it to KO Fudgy, the enemy and opposing now. Here's the Oni Blade once more. Can't quite get the job done just yet. They'll have to regroup. Looking for the pass. Power play kill here for Goats Esports. Looking for another opportunity to send it back around. We're in overtime. Barrier taken away. Just one. Palmy looks for the dash punch. Actually, will find the second barrier in the process. Here's the big finish. Gets almost sent away back to the wrong side of the pitch. And now the strike war. One here. Out of that energy burst. Blocked from a Palmy, who's down low on stagger. See Toasty go elusive for a moment. Coral dropped to midfield. Switch can't quite collect and put it away. Apalme knocked away again. The knockarounds and everything is coming together here. So these teams are balancing the game on a knife's edge. Off the corner. My God, my. Little nervous there. Hits the drone, but Achilles is ready for it. Palmy once more takes it to the corner. Toasted Locals there, can read the angle. Fudgy doesn't have to strike to send it back again. What's more, Palmy, this time he'll make it. Keeps the match alive for now.
And that is a point that Quest should have won. They were in full control, but one and another. Just a few mistakes. Just a few mistakes is all that it takes for Goats to get back in the game, to start clutching up. The big finish is good here. Gets one barrier, looking for 2, but it is not 2, and 2 is what they need here because it is traded back on the other side immediately. But Kilius does not get the strike. Huge opening for Quest.
A little bit too far forward. Fudgy Waffles commit the energy burst. Send it back and buy some more space. Slice and dice coming out. Now Palmy will find the KO. Power play opportunity. Palmy just a little bit too far forward. Score drifts down to the bottom side. Here's the big finish. That'll send the core to the other side of the pitch. And once more, the quick strikes, the quick thinking coming in for the members of Quest Esports, who are now 1 goal away from NASL qualification.
That's all it takes. An amazing primary from Toasty across the entire map, taking a barrier early. They have so much meter to work with, but they can't be greedy here. They still have to play it fundamentally. Hamster Quest getting in position, misses the flip, and a Palmy on the other side is threatening, but both barriers go down, K-Bot.
Both barriers down. Here's the energy burst, though, out of a Palmy. Will find the KO. Barrier down. Fudgy Waffles will have to blink right on back in order to make sure that he takes this. And Toasty will get the core out of the corner. Palmy doesn't have it, but he'll win the strike war all the same. It's another goal 5, but this one feels different, Saya.
Oh, it's starting to get a little scary for Quest. They had chances, but now it is a chance for Goats. They can send us to a set 5. They could look to stay alive here. The secondary from Toasty does not catch the core to get the barrier. And yet again, this offense is not coming together just enough, but the flip is good. The big finish traps the core. The damage is so much. Even the now healing is not enough. The primary on the bottom side. Quest, after 2 seasons, after falling in liftoff last time, they will not be denied.
They will not be denied. They have completed their odyssey to earn themselves a spot amongst the stars. Quest Esports, welcome to the North American Strikers League. It has been a long time coming for this team, and they have finally done it today in a nail-biter versus Goats in that last series. 4-0 versus Goats on the day today. Didn't have it in them, and Quest will be the team that plays the next few months with the big leagues.
And unfortunately, all 4 defending teams, they all fall. But, you know, the up-and-coming teams here, the teams that made it through liftoff, they made it all the way. And I'm just rewatching that last primary from Toasty Local, perfectly angled to the very bottom of the net. It should be coming up in replays in just a little bit. Ridiculous. So calm, collected in the moment. Not really being phased by the earlier points where they had the chances. It became 2-2. It got dicey. They still clutched it out.
Still clutch it out at the end of the day. And they are the team that makes it above Goats. And you have to feel for Goats because this roster, again, as I was saying, believe they deserve a chance. They were competitive in the last season for this league. Almost made it there into playoffs. A couple different things shook out a little bit differently, and they would have, but didn't. And now they're relegated, forced to play in the Academy League, so should they choose. And they don't have a spot. It's the top 10 here, and you said it. 4 new teams entering the fray completely. Arguably 5 teams, depending on how you look at things, with Finesse transferring their spot to the Bun Bun Bonanza. But all the same, this is set up for an incredibly exciting league to come. And I believe we're going to do a little bit of a preview, because if you remember last time, after a couple teams qualified for the league, we had to sit down and do a little power rankings show. So we're going to get that set up for you all in a moment. It'll be myself sitting down with Freezy Breezy, Gumi, and Vaughn once more to do power rankings for the teams as right now before the Season 3 of the North American Strikers League. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. False start, but welcome back, everybody, to the post show for Liftoff and Landing. My name is K-Bot, now joined by a comfy Vaughn, a cool-looking duo for the soon-to-be Strikers, and a well-dressed Goomy. Vaughn, how you feeling after watching the action today?
I'm feeling quite comfy indeed. Super excited because there's so many new teams. I think there's at least a 50% complete overhaul of the NASL rosters and like teams. Super excited about it. I thought the tournament was Giga beast to watch.
Certainly a lot of fun. 3Z, what do you think about the action? What fell from the background while we're at it?
No, the UCLA foam figure.
Oh no.
There he goes. I mean, I had a blast watching Liftoff and Launchpad and Landing, which was the newest edition. As always, some of my favorite tournament play to watch because everything is on the line for these teams. So much hope and so much heartbreak. So it was really fun to watch, and now I'm excited to yap about some of these new teams.
It's yapping time. Gooby, how you feel?
Yeah, it's really cool to watch Liftoff and Landing, obviously, because the teams that don't make it, they're just AFK for a couple months while they're waiting for the next season. They're just
they're
sitting
playing
there.
in Academy. They're playing in Academy.
My bad. They're NASA warlords. And and they're just waiting for their time to shine. And it's cool to see all the new blood, though. Bozo Bunch, EKC, Quest Esports, Last Call. They're ready to make a name for themselves in the big leagues. And they're ready to take down the boomers in me, Vaughn, and 3Z. So
yeah,
I'm excited
yeah.
I'm excited for the season.
Known boomer at
Yeah,
the age of
I'm a boomer.
what your age currently
I'm
is.
19.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into things here. You all sounded like you agreed on a 10th place team. We'll see whether or not that actually ends up happening when you lock things in.
What are you talking about?
No
I want to
collusion.
yell. I want it to be said. I want it to be said before this stream started. Not a single team was mentioned. So this guy is
Not a team was
yapping.
mentioned.
There is no collusion here, and that's the God's honest truth.
Just everyone was saying that they thought they all knew what the 10th place team was without saying the team name. So who wants to be the first one to put a team at 10th?
I'll go
Who wants
first.
to do
I
it?
brought up the
Gooby?
conversation pre-show. I'll bring it up again. 10th place team. It's the only unknown quantity in this group of 10 teams. They're the only team that hasn't played last season, hasn't qualified this season. I'm sorry, it's got to be Bun Bun Bonanza until they prove themselves. I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay. For the throat already. 3Z? What do you think here?
Hey, I mean, listen, it's not my pleasure. It's not my honor. But listen, I'm gonna need to see what you guys got, and for now, I don't know. So simply because of my back, you're going in number 10. I'm so sorry.
What are we gonna do it to this team? Are we gonna do it to this team?
Stick with your guns, Vaughn.
It's a Bun Bun Bonanza sweep. I'm sorry, I have to put
No!
Sorry.
Vaughn, you're so
Oh,
evil.
No.
I have to put him 10. My reasoning, first of all, is I don't like the logo. That's honest to
That's
God one of the
facts.
biggest
That is
reasons.
so facts.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think it looks cute, but for a logo, it doesn't do it for me. I like it as like a sticker, but I don't like it as a logo.
It's got too much going on for you, or what?
Yeah, it's just like a lot of like visual overload.
I
But
see
do
that.
like concept of like we're pals. But also real talk, every time I see this team in tournaments against the other teams in here, they haven't looked super great yet. So we'll just have to see.
There is a lot of time left between now and the time that the league actually starts, so maybe they've got enough of an opportunity to build up a few skills ahead of the season that's about a month away. Number 9, Gumi, I'll send it back over to you to kick us off here again. Who you got putting in number 9 for right now?
I'm gonna go with the team that I'm very happy to see make NASL this season. I believe they've tried season 1 and season 2 and didn't make it in either, and it's really cool to see that their grinding has paid off. But I don't know how they can really stack up against the other teams. I know they've taken games off of the teams above them and maybe even series, but I think overall, as far as consistency goes, I think I'm gonna have to put Quest 9th. But I think they can do really good this season because they're known grinders.
3Z, what do you think? You're nodding your head.
I mean, Quest or grinders. I don't know if I can put them this low. I mean, this is where it really gets tough because we've seen great things from all of these teams. It's just a question of how good they really are. I'm gonna make a bold prediction. And since I haven't seen them like playing really actively too much at all,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Oshi.
Yeah.
Put them at 9th. And that's like no dig at Oshi. I think they had a really, really good season last season. And I'm going to say the same thing I said last season. They have a really strong upside. I just think it's going to be a lot tougher to make playoffs this time around. And so for that reason, they're going at number 9.
The other thing alongside Oshi is there are question marks surrounding whether or not Merchant's going to play with them.
True.
Coming into the league.
That guy's
Whether or not they'll need to
third
grab
pro
another
team
goalie.
goalie. Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly would be a huge loss. Vaughn, what are you thinking here for 9?
I actually agree with 3Z, and for similar reasons that already got mentioned. I think Merchant is the heart and soul of this team. We've seen this team try to find success with some other goalies. Like they experimented. I think they entered a free hit with Megaburst, and they've played with other goalies in the past. It always felt like when Merchant wasn't in the roster, it was like that missing piece of the puzzle that was just gone. Now, if anyone remembers season 2, I said it before the show. I was on my knees for these guys. I think they're so good. Well, at the beginning, I rated them top 6. When they were down like 0-3, I said they're making playoffs. When they're down 0-5, I said they're making playoffs. But without me knowing yeah, and they did. They had a great run for their inaugural season. But it's like 3Z said. I think the competition is going to the moon, and I just don't. There's essentially the bottom 2 teams are just question marks, where I just don't know. They could make playoffs, or they could flame out and go like 2-6, right? Like post whatever seasons. So I gotta put Oshi there as well. I agree with Threesland.
Everyone say hi to 3Z's roommate.
Yeah. According to chat, Merchant will be playing with them.
Oh, that's
Okay.
cool.
Well,
I know it was generally understood though that he was considering hanging up the jersey, so I'm glad to see he's back then.
Facts.
that'll be good to see. Gumi, what do you think? Despite Merchant being in, do you think Oshi gets number 8 on your list?
I mean, I just don't know who else I would put number 8. I think I'm going to have to put Oshi there. These new teams, they've been dominating, and I haven't really been seeing Oshi on the grind in tournaments weekly, and I don't know how much they've just been playing together as all 3 of them and scrimming. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to put Oshi there. But the fact that the Merchant is able to play with them this season is really good for their hopes, because that guy is quite good, and hey, maybe they can make another run this season.
We'll see what ends up happening. Of course, it's all going to come down to the team that's playing the most together when the league is actually happening, which, as I mentioned, isn't for another month. 3Z, who we got here at number 8?
Gonna be Quest now for me as well. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to rank these newer teams that have just qualified. They have a lot of room to grow. I know this team can place higher than this. I'd say this is their floor. Really, I mean, like they can definitely grow as a team. I think they have a really strong start. Hamster Quest, obviously the Glizzard Goat, big part of the reason why Sad Boys won last season. So I think I'm shout out to that guy, and Toasty and Switch. Switch really showed off today, by the way. I want to shout that guy. We were all glazing him in the call. I mean, that guy played like an animal. So shout out to Switch.
Vaughn, do you agree? Obviously, close friends with Hamster Quest, but you're going to have to put his team down here?
This talk show's boring. I need to start some drama. I'm putting Sundubu at number 8.
Whoa!
I think you guys are going to get clowned by all the new teams. I'm putting Sundubu at 8. I want there to be some new blood. I want the old teams gone. Oshi and Sundubu made playoffs last time. I don't think they're making it this time.
Hey.
I'm gonna start yapping early, Mr. Eli.
I see how it is.
Yeah, I'm putting you down there.
All good.
The reason is because if I think a tournament happened today, I think that the teams that have been obviously this isn't like the point of the ranking, but it's my strength of teams at this exact moment. I think that Soon Dupu is a team that's been chilling, which I completely get because that's what we're doing. So I think if a tournament happened like right now, these qualifier teams have been grinding harder than I think like anyone ever. So I like that a lot, and I've just got the I've got the adrenaline from watching Quest qualify, and I don't want to put them bottom 3, so they're going somewhere. So I'm
Hey.
sticking you down there.
Hey, all good. All I'm gonna say is there's 2 teams that have taken games off of Demon's Raw, and we're one of them. So it's all good.
And the other one of them just got beat,
What do you mean?
right?
Goats Esports, James
Goats.
Oni
Goats?
Village, NASL Season 1 West.
That was Bounty Hunters, not the same team. It was Sad Boys and Tsudiva Strikers. That's what I was saying. So hey, all good.
Hey, Cal took a game off us.
Did they?
Yeah, in
I
playoffs.
think
Hey,
a
all
lot
I'm
of teams
saying
have
is
taken games off.
There's only one team that. Oh wait, never mind. I'm almost so. There's only one team that took games off of Sad Boys in the regular season. It was Demons Raw, and soon Dupu Striking, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, go me. Number 7, barely missing the cut for playoffs.
This is where it gets really hard, and I think all the teams right now are so close, and it's gonna be so exciting to see how they develop in the regular season. But I am gonna have to go number 7, a team that just qualified today. I'm gonna have to give it to Last Call. I'm gonna say recently this team has been looking really good. They started off to a shaky start, losing to Chikar Raw, and not doing quite so hot earlier on, but recently they've pulled it together and they look really good, and they have been having a lot of good chemistry together. But I don't think I can rate them above any of the other teams on this list at the moment. But I believe this team has so much upside. But that's going to be my number 7, Last Call.
It felt like they've played obviously incredibly well, and even surprised me with some of the teamwork and synergy that they were able to pull off in some of their games today. But this is a team that, again, like, sure, they've proven themselves against the rest of their compadres, and of course we kind of expected them to heading into the day, but is it enough to actually stand up to the rest of everyone? 3Z, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty good. I have a little bit of a nitpicky thing with this team. Is that they're not always consistent. They look a little shaky at moments, and that's what I'm concerned about. Like last season, I grew a lot as a player. Number 1, because I started becoming more consistent. I was like really nervous. Like Vaughn can tell you, and Gumi can tell you actually. Playing with these guys in some tournaments like earlier on, just the nerves really get to you, especially in these games when like you only have X amount of games to qualify for playoffs, right? And so there's certain times where you just need to lock in. And so I have questions about this team. So I'm going to put Last Call at 7th as well. I really was impressed, I'll say, with this team today, but still, I have some questions about them.
Vaughn, what do you think?
I'm gonna side Quest now at number 7. I think I can't put them higher, even though they've taken the games off of the teams above them. Like, I know they have wins on. Actually, I won't say, because I know if you ever make a single mistake on one of these things, someone in Twitch chat goes,
Actually,
we were up 3-1 in game 2 of this one tournament 2 weeks ago that you should know, stupid idiot. So actually,
Yeah.
I know they've taken games off of teams. Okay, I think the real reason this team qualified is because the improvement that I've seen out of Switch, Super Smash Brothers, the GOAT Wolf of Project Melee, the best Smash title. I think he has come into his own. He looks like he belongs in the league, at least from what I've seen today. Now, the problem is that was like the baseline to get in, so he's going to have to go against some juggernauts in the forward position. Like, already, like, if I think of the teams that are above where I have 7, it's you have Snake, you have Bells, you have Leo Leon, you have Borg, you have NXZD, you have Drop Leto, one of the only forward players to ever hit rank 1, which is just, like, really hard to do on forward in solo queue. Like, that is hard. You have to stand up to those guys to really grind out wins. So it's a make or break. I think he's at the point where he's allowed to do that. Like, he's punched his ticket in. It's like your resume gets you the job interview, right? So now let's see if he can see if he can do it or not. So I'm looking forward to the Quest season. I'm glad they finally made it. They're my favorite team in NASL. So
As I said on the cast, long time coming for a Quest Esports roster to finally make
Yeah.
it into a premier tournament. So excited to see what comes from them. But that's put everyone with Quest Esports a 7, 8, and 9 for that team in the power rankings. Gumi, who you got barely, theoretically, if they played the game, barely making playoffs at number 6?
I feel very bad doing this, but in sixth, I'm gonna have to put the Sundubali Strikers. I feel so bad, but I just think that these teams that
Yikes,
qualified
imagine.
today have been grinding it out, and I think if they played right now, these teams would win. And who knows, maybe they have more upside as well since they're younger, and maybe the Sundubali Strikers are a little bit too old for the league. So
3Z.
I'm sorry, 3Z.
Let's do the run back here. 3Z, do you gap drop Leto or no? Like, what are our thoughts?
No.
guys, I 3Z Breezy Gap Lumos. let's hear it this time.
Kenneth Bottom.
Kenneth
Okay,
Bottom,
listen to me.
73.
Listen to me. I'm not gonna speak ill of my brother in X Lord Drop Leto. That guy's an MF beast. Okay.
Bro.
No, I mean, I love that guy. I respect him. For number 6, I think I am gonna put. Yeah,
Hard. It's hard.
it's so hard. I mean,
This is really hard.
okay.
I'm
here's
so
the-
glad I'm not doing this, by
Yeah,
the way.
you just get
I
to
would
go
get
like, what do
shot
you
on the
think?
spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It's between EKC and Bozo right now. And I would say right now, I think EKC is stronger, but I think Bozo has just so much more upside. I don't know. This is so
Yeah,
hard.
Gok can actually learn another character.
Yeah, like they can expand their pools and stuff.
How crazy would that be? Juliet's hard, I guess.
I'm gonna go EKC at 6. That could be wrong, but hey,
What?
top 6 make
What do you
playoffs. So
think? I mean, it was a coin flip either way.
yeah. I don't know. I really like this team. I think they are really strong, and I do think they're gonna make playoffs. I just don't know. I just don't know. Like, I literally just don't know. I mean, they showed that they're really strong. Matching up against the teams above them, I just don't know.
It also feels like for this team, these are all players that I think everyone knew could be of this caliber, but it was a matter of finding the right combination of players to get a team together in order to make it into the league, right? Like, I think Soren has been well respected as a goalie for a while. Katsuna has been pretty well respected as a midfielder. NXCD has popped off in a handful of tournaments. So it wasn't like a shock to see a roster like this qualify, but it was all a matter of getting the right pieces together and making sure that they could all function and actually end up coming out on top. Vaughn, what do you think here? Who's coming in at number 6?
I'm still on last call on number 6. My first qualifier team, actually, I second actually behind Quest. I think last call belongs here. I honestly just wanted to see the little mini Kazan thing pop up on my screen again. It's so funny. If you look from right to left, it's like Rasmus and then Era and then Kazan. It's like
I'm pretty sure that's the current splash up, or that's the actual splash up for Kazan and the way it's popped.
It's
But
just how
I could be wrong.
the asset. It's no fault of our goated producer. It's just really amusing to me. I think I agree with what gets said earlier. My thing is, like, you don't get it. Like, so when you're an up and coming team, right? Or like, you just can't experience the nerves of playing for like the championship spot until you're there. And the first time, and honestly the second time, and even the third time, and every time after that, it's hard. You just get better at managing it. So like that's one of the biggest hurdles where like these guys, especially Fresh, like eyes on Fresh here, he's getting thrown into the position that I would pretty arguably say probably has the deepest talent pool. Like, goalie is pretty consistent. In qualifiers, we were trying to rank the goalies. It felt impossible. There was like 10 that we thought deserved to be in NASL, and then the 10 in the league are all really good. And I've always ascertained ever since season 1, you need a good goalie to make playoffs. Like, your goalie has to be a cut above the rest if you want to make playoffs in tier 1. There's just no question about it.
Yeah.
So I need to see if he can continue to improve. He's picking up more characters. Like, we saw him on the Finny Day. He's not just the Rasmus aficionado that we know him for. So I'm putting him 6. I think this team is a little outside. I've said it once. I've said it a million times. I think Borg is an S tier player, S tier 40. He should be in the conversation with people like Bells for being one of the best forwards North America's ever seen. He needs to prove it, though, so I don't sound like I'm yapping, because he doesn't really have the results. But I've teamed with the guy. I've never lost a tournament that I've entered with him. I think he's a beast. So, number 6, and that's where I'm putting him.
All right, Gumi. What are you thinking here? Number 5, top half of the league.
I've been going back and forth on 5 and 4 for like the past 5 minutes.
I imagine we all know who the 5 and 4 are, just like the same thing that Threezy's doing right now.
Yeah, it's a really tough decision, but I think I'm gonna have to slot Bozo Bunch in at 5. I think right now EKC is just more fundamentally sound, and I think they're overall a better team. But I think Bozo Bunch has a ton of upside, as we see Forgot picking up that Luna, picking up those other picks, and Soren a bit stagnant. Hey, I haven't seen him pick up many new characters. Where's the Soren Luna? But Katsuna and XCD are obviously very, very good for a duo. Soren's obviously a beast. He's been playing the game for, solid 6-7 years now. And, hey, time to put on a show, Soren. You're in the big leagues. You finally made it, little bro.
Okay, so you spent the entire time talking about EKC, despite the fact putting Bozo Bunch 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about both of them, kind of, but
Yeah,
Bozo Bunch,
okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Cringe characters impossible to draft against. I don't know. Get shit on noobs.
It's true.
Okay. Crazy.
Nice.
What are you thinking here? This is Bozo, right?
Yeah, it's Bozo 5. I think if you have a good Octavia and you have a good era, you're that much harder to beat. I'll allow. That's what Gumi's saying when he says cringe characters and the rest of what he said after that. It's like, yeah, if you have a good Octavia and you have a good era, you can't get banned, really. So it's just the lesser of two evils. Smile wide for Octavia, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, so Bozo's 5. I think if Drop learns like Juliet or something, this team gets really, really good. Forgot learns a range goalie or two. He was playing some in my solo queue games last night, looking a little.
He was. He was. Hey, he's practicing.
Yeah,
he's getting there.
I'll say it. This team is definitely in the mines. So, respect.
They have been for quite some time, and it sounds like they're probably going to continue to be before their NASL debut. Vaughn, who you got here at number 5?
I don't really feel confident putting any of the top 3 from last season any lower than top 3 this season. So same for me. It's whether you coin flip the Bozo Bunch or you coin flip EKC, whichever one you feel like doing. I'm gonna do the one that I like to play against more as lower, because this is my biased opinion, right? So I'm gonna put. Oh, this is hard. Ooh, this is
it's so hard.
Dude, I never know which one to put above the other. I might have to all right, hold on.
Have they
Actually flipping a coin?
Do it based on logo.
Oh, on logo. Okay.
Oh.
Well, so the full art. The full.
We don't actually know the actual logo that both. Because they're not using this logo. We're not letting them use this logo in the league. By the way.
Yeah, just so we're clear, the coin flip says EKC 5, but if we're doing the logo, it's Bozo Bunch 5. So now I'm split again. So I'll just go with the coin flip that I had, and we'll just say, EKC. Just put EKC
5.
there. Let's just move it on.
Okay.
EKC is 5. Bozo could be there. I don't know. Who am I to say? They definitely seem like the two teams that are more consistently stronger than the other qualifier teams. We did see EKC lose to Quest. And also I think EKC and Bozo, they have head-to-head history. And I don't think EKC has won yet against Bozo. So that gives me a little head-to-head. I do like playing against Bozo more. As me personally, as a Sad Boys player, I would rather draw Bozo in bracket, personally. But they're both there, interchangeable. I think we can move on and let's hear Gumi or Gumi. You already got it filled in.
I already put in.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about EKC, Gumi? What do you got for them?
You already have
I kind of already talked about.
Yeah.
I don't know. These
Honestly,
teams are the same thing. I don't even know.
All right, cool. 3Z, you want to put Sunduba 4?
Yeah.
Yo, Breezy, believe in yourself. You got that dog in you, Breezy.
Believe in yourself
Are
and
you
get memed
happy?
for the entirety of the season.
Breezy, are you happy with 4th place this season?
I mean, the way I look at this is like I look at this as regular season record, and then I look at the top 6 as like shit can happen. So, I was debating like putting Cow at 4th for the meme. There's questions about how good Joker can be in the midfield. I mean, those questions are like not
Good.
really
Good.
like
I'll answer right now. Good. I played against his midfield in Africa
Yeah.
and lost to it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, like he's good. So obviously Slop too. Now for the full season. I mean, he basically played for them like the entire last season.
Yeah.
So and then obviously Leo's just a beast. Love playing against that guy. So I'll put us 4th. Sure, I'll respect the Cow.
Moo.
All right. Boo.
No, I said moo.
You're getting boos because it's less content.
No, I said moo.
Oh, you
I
said
said
moo.
moo.
I thought you
Cows
said
go
boo.
moo.
All right. I'm
go
blaming the
moo.
fact that your headset microphone's on the other side of your hood. That's what I'm going to blame it on.
Okay, that's fair. Here, I'm gonna link the tweet about cows in Twitch chat. Keep going.
Okay. Gumi, number 3. Who you got here?
I think it's pretty obvious who I'm gonna put 3. I mean, it's gonna have to be Cow. They have a lot of upside though. Slop, obviously, Lunar one trick. Can't play anything else. We'll see what happens. But the thing is, they have LeBron James and they have Octavia being pissed, disgusting,
That's true.
broken, garbage, trash. And you know what else there is in the game? There's Now! Oh, I love Now, and I love Octavia. I love them so much. I love them so much. Guys, Joker is not homeless off Octavia Now, I promise. Cow at 3rd.
Whoa.
Wait, no. He said it was not homeless.
He's being sarcastic. Okay, Bob.
Yeah. I think I could read the inner message there hidden between the emotional outbursts. Just like
I'm
how I
very
said I
happy.
love Inkies, there was actually a second meaning behind that on cast when I would say how much I loved Inkies. So, smile. I love Inkies. At least
love
that
Inkies.
shit's gone.
Hey, I'll say Joker has a really good vice forward,
That's
and
true.
he's
That's true.
good at Estelle.
That's true.
But I mean, that's like saying
Estelle.
something.
That
Right?
chest.
Yeah.
Breezy? Are we locking
Yeah.
Core Overflow 3 here?
Yeah.
Okay, and Vaughn, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm down. They beat us JFSSSSSS. I thought they played really well then.
Yeah,
I think this team
true.
will. I don't remember exactly how the Demons Raw games went. I kind of paid attention, but Demons Raw kind of looked like they handled business against them. Like it didn't look super competitive, but it looked close that they had to try. Like that was the kind of vibe I was getting. Could be wrong. But there's a very real world that Cow wins in 3 months. A very real world. So yeah. Now we flip of who puts Sab Wizard Demons
Uh-oh.
1. Just
Who
like
could have
last
seen
season.
this one decision
Whoa,
coming?
guys, who
Uh-oh.
could it be?
Hey Vaughn, I'm guessing you're
Yeah.
gonna put your own roster 1. Whoa! You want
I
to
know,
defend yourself with
crazy.
that pick? I don't. Do you need to defend yourself with that pick? I guess.
I guess I'll just talk about the Demons Raw Sad Boys rivalry now, because I think a lot of people like to have their own opinions on it. But as a player actually in it, I think that on any day the teams can take games off of each other, and both the teams are going to rate themselves number 1 to give themselves confidence. Obviously, we took NASL season 2, and then we got Africa, but then they got us back in John Fortnite's tournament, so we each have some recent accolades to our name. I think it's just going to be about when the playoff patch hits, who adapts to it better. It seems like whichever team does that just has the advantage on the day. So they're really good, and we always have a lot of like respect for those guys. So it's like obviously putting them 2 is not us being like we're definitively the best team. It's just I gotta back myself and my boys, and we're gonna make Caleb the 3-peat. He's gonna go back to back to back. So obviously I'm putting myself first, and then that's that. Kenneth bottom,
Gooby.
73.
Yeah. Gooey.
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
Same thing.
obviously I'm gonna put my own team
Yeah.
first, right? Our games, as Vaughn said, they're so fun to play, and it's almost like we don't even want to scrim them because we want to meet them in grands, and it's just so fun to see like who has the better read on the meta, who can adapt faster, and we just go out there on the battlefield, we raise our spears, You know what it is. Time to draw blood. And
Yeah.
I'm excited for NASL. I think anyone can take it. But I'm going to have to put us number 1. Back myself. Hey, we got those noobs.
That's okay. Well, maybe on a specific day. On Super Search Sunday. Sure, we'll go with that.
Give us Sunday or give us death.
Well, you're not going to have Sunday until finals, so no super weeks for
Thank
NASL
God.
next season. 3Z, what are you thinking here? The teams are in play right now. They've taken matches, they've taken tournaments off one another in the off season. Who do you got?
I think we also. I'll just say I think we played right now. We would lose. Just so we're clear, I think Sad Boys would lose 100%. I'll just say that.
So
Now you can go.
I want to go into like a little bit of a detailed, semi-detailed, not like
a
super detailed,
breakdown.
but a little bit of a
Oh.
breakdown
The unbiased third party.
on how I feel about these teams. Obviously, both have many accolades. Sad Boys taking the victory last season, in part due to what Vaughn was talking about, the read on the meta, the playoffs patch, and they locked in Octavia in that final game, and Demons Raw had yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
baby.
despair.
Yeah, I hate to make Gooby relive that, but it's like, listen, like sometimes you just lose in draft, and that's the way it is. Like I've been there.
I love Octavia, guys. I love Octavia.
So it's just a matter of I think in terms of the strategy, I think obviously like Sad Boys probably has the advantage. But one thing that I will say is that Gumi was reflecting on last season, and he was like, yeah, now I realize like we actually have to prepare for these high level matches. Like we actually have to do prep work. We actually have to, like, instead of just loading into the game saying, screw it, we're gonna do our thing. Demons Raw, we're gonna play our game, micro, macro. But so on the one hand, I think Sad Boys has that down, but I think Demons are going to take this season a lot more seriously. And I think they will grind the game. I think Kai Noob, he got MVP last season for a reason. Like, this guy is the Glizzard. And he's put everyone on notice. And I think if Demons make a concerted effort, they can win. Caleb wants to be the three-peat though, and that guy's kind of a beast. But I will say I'm gonna go with Demons Raw for first. That's what I think is gonna happen. Again, anything is possible. But that's what I think is gonna happen.
You're voting Westy as your camera freezes. So that's fun. All right. So power rankings in terms of a week -5 are now in. You have your screenshots that you can continue taking, folks, of this one. But I've got two other questions for the panel here before we finish this one off. My first question is, who is most likely to pull a Liari who did not qualify for NASL and is going to end up with a starter spot? Okay.
He's too good. He's too good to not
Fudgy
be in
Waffles.
NASL. I think it's got to be Fudgy Waffles. I had
Fudgy
to just
Waffles is
instantly
my
jump in.
pick. Each of you has to pick 3 other people.
Oh, that goes hard, K-Bot.
Good job.
God
Yeah.
damn it, Kenneth.
Good job.
You
Yeah, good
stole
job.
easy
You all
one.
have to actually think. Yeah.
Okay, so we
Can have a
need to
minute?
come up with 3 together,
Give us a minute.
right?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
a
we
good
got-
way to do it,
all right.
Vaughn.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
so let's
that's
come up with
fair.
our 3, and we
Okay.
can't use anyone else from Goats because that's a
Okay.
gimme because they were already in
Yeah.
NASL.
Right.
So here's one that I think is potentially real.
Oh.
I'm gonna go with unorthodox. Wait, do you think there'll be a starter Kava, or they're just good enough to be in and they might get starter? Jesus.
I said most likely to end up who did not qualify as a starter.
Ooh, that's hard.
So-
Okay.
Odds
okay,
are
gentlemen.
right, probably not going to happen.
Hey, we got
Right.
it. Let the boys chatter now. We
All
got
right.
it, old
Okay.
fella. All right, boys.
Old fella,
So-
hello.
Let's think about who didn't make it, other than Goats, because we already have a player from Goats,
I'm
right?
trying to find the bracket right now so I can see who didn't
So-
make it.
I thought, I'll say it, I think this PLX Drew guy was a bit of a beast. He hit top 10 in Soki. He looked really good today. That's one we could potentially say. Another one you could say is Megaverse. That's just an easy
Oh
gimme.
yeah.
And it's
I
it's
think
a
he's
goalie.
gonna play in NASA. No.
Oh wait, I think you're right. But I mean, he could get. I mean, sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got
like
one. I
Lane,
got one. I got one.
Okay, who
I
do you
think-
think?
I think this guy can gap certain NASL goalies on certain days, and I don't think he will pull a Liari, but I really want him to. And
Bertram.
I'm gonna go with Bertram.
Yeah,
It's a
Bertram's
Bertram
beast.
sweep. No, there's no.
I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. I mean, the goalie pool is so deep, right? Like you
Yeah.
could argue any of the goalies that we had as like there was a call streaming before day one, and it was like we did top 5 for the role we as a group, and then we had honorable mentions. Forward had 1 honorable mention, midfield had none, and goalie had 5. So like you could take like I mean he's not gonna do either, but Zeno Gemini is good enough to play. I mean we saw him season 1. He's
Yeah,
like a
Reburst
cop-out.
maybe. Like
Reburst. Wait, your
Oh,
Reburst would be good.
Reburst.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
Reburst
one.
is good enough.
I got a
Okay.
midfielder. He has
Okay.
gapped a lot of midfielders, and low key, get him on a roster.
Oh, I just
Logan
I knew you were
too.
gonna say
Get him
just
on a
Logan.
roster. Get him on a
Are
roster.
there any
Logan.
brawlers? Any forwards that you guys can think of?
Swaghaver.
Well, you just said
the
Drew a
Swaghaver,
bit ago.
Killmonk.
Oh, I did say Drew. Killmonk
Yeah.
didn't play though, did he?
He's on or he's on Party. Dubu Party. Wait, no. What's the Party Rockers in the house?
Yeah, there we go.
Dubu Party.
Dubu Party.
I'm gonna stick- I'll
It's a
stick with
Dubu Party
Drew 'cause
brain rot mode.
I like when we talk about people that are like
Yeah.
unknown. So I'll stick with
Yeah.
my boy Drew there. So yeah, that's those. I think those are all good ones. I think Zay Forever could be like a lower tier NSL player, but I think he would probably be picked up as a sub, not a starter.
Yeah.
Also, tragedy today when we watched the PLX game and he started lagging. He was on like
They had
1,000.
that in the bag.
Dude,
They had
I was
it.
so sad. It was their losing game. So shout out to PLX. That was super sad. So my heart
Yeah.
goes out to
They
them.
played like such beasts today. They almost
Yeah.
took down Bozo Bunch. They almost took down Quest. Or wait, no,
And
Goats.
goats. Yeah,
yeah.
they played
And
really
goats,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good question.
all right.
T-Bot.
Second question. You
Yeah.
now have access to see the rosters of the teams that are in NASA.
Okay.
We did not. You all went 0 for 3 last year when I asked you the question of who's the most likely player to win the North American Strikers Academy season.
Who did we say?
So, Vaughn said Lexus. Lexus did not appear on a roster.
No.
Threezy had Yoki.
That's on there.
Oh yeah, I see what
and-
you mean. Okay, yeah.
And Gumi had PPL, but PPL didn't win either, right? That was PLX. I'm not crazy. Pretty
yeah,
sure.
feel like so.
Correct.
So, who is the most? I'll give you who's the most likely team because we just shouted out a bunch of players, so we don't need to do that anymore. Who's the most
Yeah.
likely team to win the North American Strikers Academy out of the rosters that we've got right now?
Fuck it. Get the 2-peat. It's PLX sweep again. I mean, based on what I saw today, I'm a real believer actually of PLX. I thought that the Drew Zay Pineapple 3-stack was beast mode. But I think there's lots of teams they could lose to. But hey, come to the playoffs. It's a PLX sweep. I'm gonna
Oh.
drop the mic.
I know who I got.
Drop the mic. All right, Gumi.
I know, like, low key, 5 Kais is like kind of an underdog, and they can go a bit crazy. I know Vaughn loves Josh and 5 Kais. He's a big 5 Kais fan, but I think I'm gonna have to go with the Fools. These guys have been in the mines scrimming 24/7. They're like, hey, any scrims, any scrims, any scrims. They're always asking for scrims, and they are grinding. They're probably the team that's grinding the most right now. The Fools, they can do it. Zoro, Vaughn learned all of his Kai skills from Zoro. He plays exactly like Zoro. And Coin, obviously very solid player, grinding it out in collegiate, trying to make his entryway into the North American Strikers Academy. Flop, a bit of an older player, but I believe this guy is a little bit of a demon. So I'm gonna have to give it to the Fools.
They
All
also
right,
have
Threezy.
Windowge on the bench too, and they could
Yeah.
easily promote him to a starter. So, it's a good pick. I mean, listen, I think this team is too good on paper to lose, and that's Megaverse, Mystic, and Wallaby Gangsta. Like this team is just, it's too stacked. It's unfortunate that Mystic, for whatever reason, couldn't play this weekend to potentially qualify for NASL. But I think his team is so good. If they grind the game, they play the game. They're all veteran players. They all have good fundamentals. They all know how to play. And so I just think they're too good to lose. That's a dangerous game to play, but I think it's too good. They're too good to lose. So yeah.
All right. Of course, subject to change in terms of rosters. Some teams might elect to not play, which would be rather unfortunate. Then we'll pull up a couple of extra teams that were coming through from Liftoff altogether. But there you go. A little bit of a breakdown of what all is happening there. I imagine we'll do something similar next year with the featured matchup of the week for the NASL League. So hopefully that all works pretty well as well. But you might notice, chat, that I said that the league starts next year. We're not starting until something like January 6th? I think is that Saturday. Yeah, January 6th is that Saturday. So, of course, that'll be a lot of fun. And there's a couple of weekends that don't quite have anything on them as of yet. Well, the crews have been cooking up something a little spicy behind the scenes, or should I say a little chilling behind the scenes, because we're putting on a winter celebration tournament called the Dubu Cup between members of both Odyssey Interactive, BestieInSlot, and Striker Central. It's a collaboration across the board. Registration is open today. So be sure to be on the lookout for that. And it is coming up fast. December 9th, 10th, and 16th. A 3-day long endeavor where the first day will be a ladder. The second day will be a little bit of a knockout phase. And then the third day will be a top cut playoff bracket. Make sure you get your teams ready before this one, because it sounds like some of these, and you might have your chance this week, some of these teams, because sounds like there hasn't been a lot of practicing from the folks below me here. So
it's not. Hey, don't speak for my
I don't
team.
know.
Don't speak for my team.
You can speak for my team. You can definitely speak for my
Fun has
team.
been very public.
My God. I mean, Bells is one bad patch away from uninstalling the game for life, I swear.
Yeah. I mean, we're grinding, but we're grinding Fortnite. We're not really grinding this Omega Strikers game, I'll be honest.
That's real. So, folks, make sure that you stick with us. That will be next weekend. That is coming up incredibly soon. We got to squeeze it in before everyone goes on holiday breaks. So make sure you come around for that. That'll be where we're at this coming weekend, although we won't be running a stream on Saturday. So those of you that are spectating, sorry, you won't have anything to watch other than watching everyone else's solo perspectives of the games that they're playing. So make sure you join us next weekend for a celebration of Omega Strikers as it's come to be and as we close out the end of 2023. Thank you all so much for tuning in over the past month of the off-season coverage that we've gotten for you. We are so excited for this final tournament this year and then looking forward to the Season 3 of the North American Strikers League. Y'all got anything else? Do we need anything else here?
Yeah, there's some great news
final
for
words?
day one. Yeah. Of course. I mean, there's some great news about the Dubu Cup because you mentioned how, there might not be much content to consume that day, but at twitch.tv/FirelightV, there will be some great Dubu Cup action that you will want to tune into. So I definitely suggest you go there. As you can see that the Ice Skates Dubu have been spammed in the chat. That's where it all originated. My logo's on there. Hey, you got to show up. We'll be streaming it. So I'll see you, ladies and gentlemen, and all my non-binary gamers there. Gotta shout that out real quick. Also, shout to Quest. Good shit. Okay. That's all from me.
Breezy, shout outs.
Hey, watch out for the Sunubu Strikers this season.
Whoa! Bad chat.
Fuck you, bot. Fucking God.
Kill me.
You should put
Final
Sunubu
words.
Strikers 1, Threezy. You should put it yourself 1.
Hey, all good. We'll be one when playoffs are done. Another bad.
Final words, I would say follow GumiOS on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming my Fortnite grind to become a Fortnite professional and build the Demon's Raw House so that we can grind this silly little Omega Strikers video game.
Can you build a better PC for yourself first?
Yeah, my PC's goated.
Yeah, for sure. For sure it is. All right, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thanks to all the casters, all the folks behind the scenes, Saya, Brickbat, Achi, who's still been helping out behind the scenes despite being on a little bit of break right now. Of course, we've got a ton of graphics folks helping us out with the Dubu Cup as well. Shout out to people like Yoshi, Dragonclaw. Who else am I missing off the top of my head? HB Cat has been helping us out a little bit. Ton of people that are coming together to try to make this thing happen. So give them all shout outs. Folks, we will see you all next Sunday right back here on this Twitch page for the Dubu Cup. Until then, have a good week, and we will see you all later. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.